Parvision, or should I say Craven the Hunter. Welcome back to another week of One Piece. 1138, the Harley. You look like a Harley. Like a Harley Davidson model, yeah. I could see like a motorcycle.
Wait, hold on.
Is that good or bad?
Harley? Yeah. Let me look at what a Harley Davidson model looks like.
Yeah.
Before
Me too. Let me see.
Yeah, and then also I was like I was about to start laughing like Craven, and I don't know why immediately I started thinking like zeh ha 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 ha, and I was like, wait, that's Blackbeard. That's Blackbeard.
Yeah, Blackbeard just takes over. Okay, it looks like Harley Davidson has no models.
Yeah,
they just showed their bike.
I let me guess. You typed in Harley Davidson model, and surely we should have realized that we would just get a page about a bunch of motorcycles.
Yeah, models of the motorcycles. Yeah, so I typed in human, and then I just got the person who started the company now. So it's not really working. But just know that was a compliment.
Harley Davidson model person, and same thing.
Yeah, yep. That's how it is. Well, that was a failure of an intro. Welcome back, Par. We got chapter 1138. We got a cover page with Who's Who. He's in the building. Could you believe it?
You know what? This chapter was probably this was probably the greatest reveal that Oda's ever given us, right? Because without this announcement, I wouldn't have known that this was Who's Who's. Like it was Who's Who all along. I can't. Oh my god,
it's so crazy. Funny. Like the Viz, or what is it? Like OP scans in TCB. It put it's Who's Who ! Exclamation mark. And I was like, okay, like guys, we know what's happening. And then you go to the Viz, and the Viz is even crazier. It says it was Who's Who all along. Mm-hmm. I was like, okay, guys, stop. We knew who this was, right? Like nobody's shocked. Surely.
Imagine someone didn't like the castle didn't it didn't connect. They needed like a refresher, a Wano refresher,
of course.
Who's Who refresher, and then this was actually in Japan. Okay. Let's narrow down Japan. What % of readers got to this chapter cover and went in and was surprised? What % of readers do you think was like it was Who's Who all along?
1%, 1.5%.
Yeah.
1.5%.
Yeah, it has to be. If it's anything more than that, I think I'm a disappointed Asian parent, right?
Oh, 100%. Like, come on, guys. Like, it looks like him. I get it, right? His fight was a flash in the pan. Like, he fought Jinbei for maybe all of half a chapter, but he was still there. Like, he was still like, quote, the head of the Tobi Roppo. Obviously they're not ranked, but he was like the last fight that we wrapped up, I believe.
He was the guy who told us about Nika.
Yeah. That's an iconic panel. People still use the, Sun God Nika was a liberator panel from Who's Who. Like, that still happens. People still reference that a lot.
I think I don't think that people should beat their kids, but man, the Asian parenting on this one.
Yeah. If your kid forgot, and if your father beat your kid, is what Par's saying.
I have a weird imagination of how One Piece is culturally in Japan. I can imagine that in Japan, father, son, they get the One Piece chapter and they're both reading it. They're like, oh wow, the new One Piece chapter came out. And then the dad is just overhearing their son, oh my god, it's Who's Who. I didn't know that. I blind sees red. What do you mean?
What do you mean? I would get it if they're casual, right? They don't really care too much about One Piece, then that's fine. But if they're avidly reading the series week to week, they're keeping up to date with YouTube or theories or forums, or they're talking about it online, it's okay. That's where it's we expect people to know that it's Who's Who.
Yeah. No, I imagine it how I guess some families do it, but me and my wife will watch a new episode of something together, right?
Yeah.
I imagine One Piece has that kind of thing where even a father, son, oh, what's the new chapter got? And they're reading it week to week. Maybe they're still casual, but they're still it's One Piece, one week to week. And then so that's why it's this they 2 weeks ago, it literally the castle. And and then the I don't even know.
The
I
cat
don't
ear
even know what
people.
the yeah. It's just
Yeah. It's something, man. So he has Yasui's blade, which is something we were kind of talking about, right? Like, oh, maybe he's the culprit, or like maybe he's being framed. Maybe we're gonna see other Toby Ropo members or Jack. But no, it's just who's who, and he has Yasui's blade. He's propped up. I mean, this is the most guilty image I've ever seen in my life, right?
Yeah, though it doesn't feel like he was the person who stole it. He's just the person who received it.
Yeah, the head honcho.
And then I looked in the background, and I pretty sure that's Batman, and everything made sense. Everything was solved in that moment, right? Is that Batman on the left?
Oh no, that's not Batman.
Okay, I'm just racist. Is that really not Batman?
That's actually not Batman. That's who's dude.
Shit. That's who. Oh my
yeah,
God.
that's who's who. Who's who? I didn't remember this. Somebody corrected me. You know, see, now I'm the kid that needs to get beat. But who's who had a whole gang called the Cats, and this was one of the boys from the Cat Gang.
Wait, what did the Cats do?
They were just like a posse. Because last week I was like, yeah, why do they have cat ears? Like, what's going on?
They're just a posse.
You like that?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Dude. It's pretty solid.
Oh,
yeah, because I was wondering why they had cat ears, and somebody said like who's who had the Cat Squad, and then I looked it up, and yeah, it's like they have their own wiki page, just the cats, and this was one of the boys. So yeah, shout outs to this guy who looks like Batman but isn't. Maybe it's Batman's brother. Maybe it's Catman.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I see. Batman has warthog tusks coming out of his face for some reason, and a crazy mustache. All right, that's my bad.
Whereas this guy is like something else. Yeah.
And he has bat wings, which, like, to be fair, in this one it could be hidden. But the mask is like All right. In my defense, the mask is like
it's close. It's close.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I could see where you got that. Like right when you said Batman, I was like, oh, like this guy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Also, this guy has like effed up teeth too. The one on the left.
Yeah, there's something up. My bad. I was like Batman, and then the right side is Catman, and then there's Fatman and Datman, and I was just like,
I mean, we saw a lot of them in Wano, like X-Man, because there's just like so many damn animals. Like at some point, I think Oda just stopped introducing or giving us names of these fodder characters, because even Oda's like, okay, guys, this is too much.
Yeah, all of these guys were famously less important than Recycle Cur.
Yeah, that is true. Recycle Cur back in Egghead Island, I still think he's gonna make a comeback. The island isn't gone; it's still there. Recycle Cur is gonna do something later. Just watch.
So, do you think that this sword is going did you think that they the sword itself is important? Like they targeted this sword?
No, dude.
Okay, so it's just a random, just steal from the strongest people on Wano.
Yeah.
Just happen to be, you know what I mean? Like, hey, like, I don't even know how it's like go steal swords, and the person who stole it just happened upon like Superman of Wano. Like,
yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, go kidnap women, steals Lois Lane. Like, okay, all right, yep, that's a great job.
That's such a great way to put it. Hey, I need you to kidnap women, and then comes back with Lois freaking Lane, and Superman's gonna kill you now.
Yeah.
Good job, good job.
All right, buddy. I don't even know how this coincidentally happened. It wasn't even in the same region. Whoever did this needs to be immediately checked.
Surely they know it's Yamato too, because they are former beast pirates, so they know this is Yamato, like young master, right?
And imagine, but even in that world, right? It's like, oh, who's gonna promote me? I stole Yamato's blade. Who's like, you stole whose blade? Like, who?
Yeah. I would be so scared, dude. The minute Yamato's blade or Yasu's blade comes in the house, I'm like, guys, we gotta go. guys, the secret base won't hide us anymore. Like, dude, what?
Yeah. There's even if it was intentional, it doesn't matter. Like the moment it's like it unravels, it's like this is so silly that this happened. Like
I know it's a different realm, but that's like if you stole Shanks's blade in the world of One Piece. It's like no, you gotta leave, brother. Like this is not good. Like we're all gonna die. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's like
don't steal
going.
Shanks' blade.
It's like be like that could happen. You go to a bar and you're just like a petty thief, and then you just like, oh shit, that guy left his sword and he has one arm. Shit, let me get his ass. He's crippled too. Boom.
He's crippled. Let's go. The perfect candidate.
Yeah, and then you steal it, and then you just feel like the God is overwhelming you.
Yeah.
You make it like 50 miles away, like a lightning bolt hits you. Like it's.
You ever see those animes where like a character can sense bloodlust?
Oh my god, that would be it. Like I could
Yeah.
see Higuma doing that shit too, right? Like one of his henchmen, hey Higuma, I got his sword,
Yeah.
and then yeah, it's all screwed up from there.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
imagine like one of the guys in their gang like knows Shanks, like he's heard of him before. He's like, oh. He starts freaking out in the corner.
We need a one piece fan letter, but like of Shanks in Higuma's gang, and then they're just like, no, that's Yonko Shanks. Don't do it.
It reminds me of like Jaya, right? When what is it, like that old guy had Luffy's bounty poster. It's like, oh, like the kid's worth like 30 million. It's no big deal. And then like during the Bellamy fight or after the Bellamy fight, I think it was after. Yeah, or no, it was right before. But Luffy's bounty poster flew overhead, and it was his freaking new one, which was 100 million. And he's like, guys, this is big news. We gotta go.
I might be remembering wrong. I think it was like a two-pronged thing. Like, wasn't it like they were like, oh, it's 30 million, and then after the fight, it's like, oh, it's a little bit more, and then the 100 million came afterwards, and they're like, oh shit.
But like
at that point, yeah, it was something. That was one of my. That was like.
It's a great
One
episode.
Piece. Yeah,
It's
that
peak,
was
bro.
so good, so good. The reactions, the hype, the underestimation.
The one shot.
Yeah, yeah.
The one time I'll accept a one shot too.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's like it's like a fleeting moment. We won't get a situation like Luffy's never gonna be underestimated like that ever again.
Oh no.
And like, yeah,
Oh, no.
yeah, it's shivers.
Shiver me timbers. So, do you think Who's Who is going to use Yasui's blade? Or do you think he just has it like for decor? Because I mean, he is a swordsman. Well, you know, if you want to use swordsman like liberally, because he did use a sword against Jinbei. He used it for like 2 seconds, and I think he just tossed it or something, or Jinbei slapped it away. I don't remember.
Bro, I don't know what's going on with this cover story in the sense of like the direct, like, cause even this cover story, right? Like, it's Who's Who all along. Like, we knew this 2 chapters ago, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And then we talked about how illogical the whole sword theft situation was in the first place. Yamato speed, getting outran, someone robbed them. They like just the sequence to get here, just silly. And then like it doesn't even see like these are okay. How about this? Are these the women that were being kidnapped too? Like right in front? Like these?
Yeah, I think
2
so.
women? Yeah. So then it's like it doesn't feel like there's a master plan. It's all just for pleasure. Right?
Yeah, it's for fun.
Yeah, there was no like, oh, we gotta like destabilize Curry by taking all the women, blah blah, nothing like that. There's
He's
nothing.
not trying to take over for Kaido again or anything. He's just living life, man.
Yeah, there's no. It doesn't seem like he. It doesn't even seem like he's fearful, which is also like wild because he's solo, as like Toby Ropo level in Wano.
He's still stronger than like a majority of One Piece, though. He's still like over the curve.
That's fair, but like imagine being cooed, like you got cooed by the nation, and you're just partying in the middle of the nation. And like it's not a you're a captain who's like a mythical god level power, untouchable, unbeatable, was beaten, and 2 of them, another one was also beaten and thrown off too, both of them. And you're just like there, like I don't know. I feel like I'd be sweating bullets every day. Like I'd be like, oh no, the ghosts of Wano are gonna come. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, Par. You're not considering the idea that maybe Who's Who has been training. Maybe he's now Kaido level, and he's gonna take over Wano.
I almost spit water.
Instead of who's who, he's gonna be named Me.
No. It's not who's who. It's what's what. Like,
oh, that's even better. What's what? Yeah.
Dude, that'd be so funny if we find out like that's his birth name and he has like siblings. What's what? Why's why? Like, when's when?
That'd be a scary family. It's like when people talk about like the Fagarlands or Dragon or who's another like popular family out there. I guess like Roger.
Monkeys. Oh, you said dragons, so
yeah.
I think you meant monkeys. Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's close enough. It was close enough.
Close enough. Yeah. That would be a fun family. Honestly, that would be a cool one to dive into. Maybe we get who's cover story. Not cover story, backstory.
Who's who, what's what, why, how, when, where. Yeah.
Exactly.
Damn. That'd be pretty cool. So I don't even know what to ask about this cover page anymore. Like, I guess Yamato just comes in and beats him. Is that what's gonna happen? Just Yamato comes in and slaps him like silly?
Bro, that's what you think would happen. Maybe Yamato's like, this shit's sick. Like,
what if Yamato walks in and then he's like, the girls love this, right? And then the girls are like smiling but also like sweating at the same time because who's gonna beat them?
Yeah, why would we stop a good time? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's what's happening. Like,
I'm glad One Piece doesn't have like a court or criminal system, or like a justice system, I should say. Because imagine we arrest who's who and he tries to plead that the women are here of their own volition. I didn't steal the blade; somebody stole it for me.
Yeah,
it's just stupid stuff like that.
I mean, the reality isn't Yamato's cover story all about like just forgiving like the people that committed like the kids were throwing stones while captured, and the next chapter they're just eating. Like, I feel like
there's a difference though, because they did that to Yamato. Right here, who's who is doing this to not only Yasu but the women. So it's like a little bit different.
True. Yeah, like, but the thing is, like, who's who could just say something like, "Oh, like, I loved Yasue. I want to deliver."
I was Yasue's biggest fan. I love that guy. I actually was gonna deliver the blade.
I told Kaido not to go through with it. Like,
it's a hard.
I was
argument.
asking who's who being executed, and he said Yasue, and he was like, no, and yeah, that's how it goes down. The only thing that can make this worse is like if Toko is one of the girls that are just like been like kidnapped too. Oh God,
it's something.
yeah.
I gotta say this though. Who's who has really great taste in cat and mask, because those girls that are around him, not bad.
Big W. I guess so. I was like, aren't these the girls that was with Blackbeard? Like, I was like, wait, isn't these the same chicks?
No. These are the Cat Squad girls, Par. Come on.
My bad.
I think back in Wano or Onigashima, they had like latex suits too. It's kind of cool.
I think one of Blackbeard's girls has a really crazy name. I forgot her name, but it's like, I forgot. Why do I feel like it's like something related to Nami? I don't remember, but one of their names is kind of important.
Everybody's got to have a Nami.
One of the fact that it's a named girl is another thing too. But yeah, there was this random important name. Let me just double check that.
I like how Who's Who has a placard on top, and it just says cat. It just says cat. Like, at first when I saw this, without like the translations being out yet, I was like, oh shoot, like what is that? Like, imagine that says something crazy like Yasui or Kaido, or it's just something insane, or like Nika even. And then I was like, oh wait, that just says cat. Like, Who's Who? Why do you have that? That's like if I had a picture in my house that just said human.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Yeah. Cool. I guess.
No, I remember like because the TCB had the editor. No, I just ignored it. Once I read it in my head, and I was like, this is so not important.
No, what if there's like one person in the live stream reaction and they're like, Par, you missed the placard. Par,
dude,
go back.
That's a typo. You missed the editor note on the thing. It's like,
you missed it.
Yeah. Wait, do you think that no, I mean, they're not gonna do this actually. Obviously they wouldn't do this, but imagine the anime did this and then they'd like translate the sign just to say cat on it.
I think it would lose so much aura if it said
Yeah.
cat in English. Which I wonder if the Japanese feel the same way. Like they see it in Japanese and like, I'd rather have it in English. English looks cooler. Like, do they feel the same way? I don't
That would
know.
be funny. That would be.
Because I know
I mean,
Japan
that
has a
is
good amount
true
of
though.
English there.
It's like the T-shirts that like just have a like fried noodle. Like it's just random
Yeah.
English words that
Goon
like
King.
what? Yeah, yeah. It's just sometimes it's coincidentally crazy that they just chose those words. They don't know what it means. Well, they know what it means, but like
Yeah.
like whoever chose it probably did not know what was going on. But yeah, and then the same thing on our side. We just have like random Chinese or random Japanese just words, and people are like, does that say like dishwasher cooking? Like what is this?
I watched one YouTuber. It's a popular YouTuber. He goes around like New York and like all these other places, and he knows like I think an absurd amount of languages. And he has a tattoo in Chinese that just says fried chicken or like kung pao chicken or something like that. And then he walked around the Chinese district in New York with the tattoo out, and they're like, oh, like look at this, what like obviously in Chinese they're like, oh, look at this guy over here, like he doesn't know what he has. And then
Yeah.
he turns around, he's like, yeah, fried chicken. He starts speaking like fluent Chinese, and it's just funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think his name is Yao Ma on YouTube.
Oh, that he has a fried chicken tattoo.
Yeah, he just has a fried chicken tattoo, and he says,
That's
and
so
in
funny.
Chinese he was joking. He was like, yeah, like I have this so that whenever I eat, I just point at it and it's okay. They know what I want.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
should do that. Damn.
Yeah, get your favorite like menu item tattooed on you, and then just like,
Yeah.
hey, I want one of these, buddy. Can you not see the tattoo?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
meta. Like, what is it like? You're saving words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, saving breath.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, this might be the shortest amount of time we've ever covered a cover page in 21 minutes, but our editors are the people who do all of this for us, our holy editors who tell us everything to talk about and give us all the subjects. They're telling us to keep it short this week. They
Yeah.
said with a chapter like this, we should keep it to about 1 hour. So we're gonna move on.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, editors.
Heard.
So we have the first page, and we see Loki is huffing and puffing. He's still alive, still awake even, which I'm honestly kind of surprised. This like looking at what happened last week where Gunko hit him, we didn't see the attack land, and we just saw him screaming, right? I was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
And we see that the God Knights are now walking away from him. Last we saw, they were going to contact Marie Joie. Oda decided to hide that conversation for whatever reason. Why do you think that is? Well, why did Oda hide that important phone call?
Bro, not the slightest clue. I mean, this chapter, was it this chapter? Let me just double check the end part of the conversation.
Yeah, it ended with them leaving, and they're like, yes, we should call another God Knight or another member.
Yeah. Like, I guess, like, the relevant part to that thing is what they say at the very end of the sequence after the craziness. But obviously, we both read multiple translations, and now we have the official translations. So I'll just read them so that if people haven't seen it, this is what it says. It says, pacifying them all at once will be too hard. We need to get to the warrior's children first. Call one more. Very well. Which one? And that is a little bit different than like what it's slightly different. I don't know if that like sounds like it's to be fair, in the TCB translations, stabs here sounded crazy, and like it doesn't sound less crazy. Like he does sound a little less like, whoa, how do you want the children? What's going on here?
Yeah.
But like this translation makes it seem like we need to get to the warrior's children first. Like it sounded like that was like this was like always a part of the plan kind of thing, and not necessarily like a nefarious kind of thing. It's like, no, like they value this, so we need to like focus on this. This is an objective that we always had. But pacifying them all at once will be too hard. Call one more. And like you tie that to the last conversation that they were having, like last chapter, and it's still just like I don't even know why they're here on Elbaf, like because it doesn't feel like not that it doesn't feel like it, but like they were trying to recruit him as a holy knight, and they still kind of are. And I mean, and because Loki has been stubbornly refusing, now he says pacifying them all at once will be too hard. We need to get to the children first. Call one more. And it kind of sounds like because Loki denied them this, now they have to do this.
Yeah.
And that part confuses me. I mean, there was that like kind of contemplation of like, are they gonna do a cleansing event here, which I didn't feel too strongly about, but I feel less strong about given this dialogue. But yeah, I just have no like.
I mean, it seems like they want to get the world government a new ally, right? They want the giants to be working with them. That's at least how I see it, or like enslave the giants even.
Yeah, so, like it's killing. I don't even know, like killing Loki, or not killing Loki, like putting him this. Like it's who are they trying to reach out to? So like they wanted to talk to Loki. Loki denied them. So now are they like searching for a new leader? Is that what they're trying to find? Like
no. I mean I feel like it's pretty straightforward, right? Like they wanted to recruit Loki because he's the prince and because he's a strong giant, and that's why he was offered the God Knight position. And if they had Loki, then the giants would probably follow him because one, he's strong, two, he's allying with the world government, and three, he is the prince. But since he turned them down, they now are kidnapping the kids to potentially hold them hostage so that the giants would have to work for the WG. That's at least how I read it.
Have to work. Yeah, and so like have to work for the world government. It's so basically you're saying like kind of like Eni's lobby situation.
Yeah,
like,
with we'll
free. Yeah, we'll free this, blah blah. Yeah, and then like, do they like are they recruiting the giants because of like the Nika situation?
I'm assuming because of power, right?
But like, why? Because that was also a question we had, right? Like, why now? And then the other thing was, I mean, like, it's a little weird, but like, I think you and I agree that 908 is this guy, rather than Shanks. Even with that conversation earlier where he was like, Shanks returned to the Holy Land once. Like, it doesn't feel like that would be the time that Shanks returned. It's probably before that. So, but like reasonably, this situation right here started at that moment in 908, the Reverie, where Shams went to the Gorosei and was like, I gotta tell you about a pirate, and like I guess Loki, and like if at that time they were like they wanted to recruit the giants for that's pre like Wano didn't happen
yet.
Yeah, Wano didn't happen yet, so Nika's not revealed, nothing like that. Like so then it's like why then of like the Loki, they hadn't known about Loki's situation for what 6 years, and they hadn't been back for so many years. So like that's the weirder part too. Like all these years now they want to
saw that the Great War was around the corner.
Yeah, I guess that is like the simpler thing. It's just like at the Reverie too, they were just like kind of sitting on their hands a little bit because of how like Wano happened, then right after Egghead happened, and like they went over there and they were caught like flat-footed almost, and then they entirely lost, basically. Not entirely lost, that's not fair, but like they lost a lot in that situation. And you know, I guess it would be like Fivehead if they were able to, if Shamrock went to Elbaf before Egghead, and then you know
got all the giants while they were gone.
Yeah, retained the giants while they were gone, but also it could have been they retained the giants before they gone to prevent the giants from coming over to Egghead. That'd be so Fivehead, but obviously that's not what happened. That's why it like that. It's just. And then also, like, the planning of the Gorosei is something that, like, we've always kind of, like, memed on as far as, like, story-wise, because it's, like, the Gomu Gomu and Luffy's handling and so much stuff, and it's, like, So then why, like, what was and then what are we using the Holy Knights for in the first place? You know what I mean? We haven't used the Holy Knights in like a meaningful position at all at any point in the story from what we can tell. The many times that Marajwa has been raided, in the current story, in the past story, never seen it except like now Gunko's arrow maybe was there when Sabo was there, but Wapol still escaped. So whether the Holy Knights were there or not, whatever. And then it's like, okay, so then amongst all of the stuff that they were doing and they've had, this is what the Holy Knights are meant for, like trying to recruit other Holy Knights, and like also at the worst time in like history, you know what I mean? Like, I guess if Shanks were on the island, that would be worse maybe than having Luffy on the island, but they also just happen to come here when the Sun God is here, which is like, why did you choose now? But yeah, it's just I'm curious to know what sparked Shamrocks's like coming here moment. Like, when are we gonna find that out? And surely it's coming soon, because I think like the Holy Knights is getting really focused on, so that's at least good. But their starting point is really, really important to me. I just want to know, like,
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah.
Like for me,
yeah.
I'm assuming they just came here because Shanks isn't here anymore. Like maybe that's why like Elbaf is potentially Shanks' base of operations, and then Shamrock being like his older brother, he's like, I don't want to mess with the younger brother's territory. Like, we'll just leave it be. And I think they do fear Shanks more than Luffy right now, because surely they haven't mentioned Luffy yet. But surely they know about Luffy. They had contact with Marajwa. Marajwa knows Luffy's coming here. So I feel like it's just 1-to-1. So I think that's kind of interesting too. But yeah.
And so that's what I was bringing up, like the whole like, oh, he came here when Shanks is here. They didn't even know that Loki was in prison like 6 years ago. Like they came to the castle, where's Loki? And then they just beat up some random giants. And it's like, wait, what? It's 6 years, and not just 6 years. The guy that you may have been avoiding was the guy who put Loki where he's at. Like,
what if they knew that?
What that they so they
what
came
if
to
they
the
knew that
castle?
Loki was imprisoned here, but they just didn't know where exactly, and that's why they spawned in the castle?
I don't. Based on the dialogue they were asking with the giants, they were like, because they were like, why are you wasting our time? Tell us. Like, they were like, it seemed like a genuine like, yo, what? Where's Loki? You know, we showed up. Loki's the prince. This is the castle. Where is he at? Stop wasting our time. You know, it didn't feel like we know you beat Loki. You know what I mean? It kind of felt like they just didn't know what was happening on Elbaf. Like,
I don't
in
know.
reality.
I felt that at first, but I feel like now I'm giving them more like more credits for it. I'm like, yeah, maybe they did know, and they just didn't know where like the prison was. Maybe they thought the prison was in the castle, right? Because that's typically how it goes.
Man.
Like in old like medieval times, the prison is usually at the bottom of the castle, or like underneath. So maybe that's why they're like, let me go to the castle and just find Loki. And then they're like, wait, what the hell? He's at the tree. You guys tied him to a tree?
Is the prison in the castle? Wait, hold on. I feel like as far as
I feel like that's a thing like a long time ago, right?
I don't know. I mean,
it's like
I feel
attached to the castle.
I don't feel like the standard prison is like maybe there's a like royal like there's the dungeon that you keep the princess in, but I don't know if it's like standard to just keep the cells in the royal in the castle. I don't know if that was
I think it was like, the thing like thousands of. Can somebody correct us if you guys know, like in old school medieval castles were prison cells at the bottom of the main castle? We gotta know.
That would be I feel like, because like I feel like in storytelling it's convenient to do it like that, but I don't know if like actually in historical, like if we have any archaeologists in the chat, let us know.
Hit us up.
So, let us know what ruins you've discovered.
Loki asked Shamrocks like, hey, like you look just like him, like you gotta be related to that red-haired pirate. And he says, that is my business, but I gotta know, like, one is a pirate, one is a celestial dragon. Like, this is so different. They're so opposing. And that is when Shamrock actually responds. And it's kind of interesting because he's walking away. Like, he's in the process of leaving. But this is what really perks his ears. Even Gunko's like, hey, like, you don't need to know. And then even later, Gunko's like, hey, Captain, you don't have to. And Shamrock really takes the bite. Or he really takes the bait, I should say. And that is when he tells us that Shanks is his younger brother, his younger twin brother, and that he returned once to the Holy Land, but He prefers the filth of the lower world. And also, shoutouts to Sandman. But apparently, the way Shamrock speaks is very rude as well. Not just in this chapter, but like previous chapters. Like Shamrock, his manner of speaking is among like the most rude in the series, which is pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying, I think last chapter, like, or was it in this when I was reading? Oh yeah. I think it was in the reaction where I was just like, it's so weird to like see Shanks and like imagine him saying these things. But like in the anime, it's gonna be the same voice. And he's gonna be saying these crazy things.
Okay, do you think they're gonna change that? Will this guy really have the same voice? Because he did in 908, but do you think they'll change it now that we know it's a different character?
I think they're going to keep it, maybe. Like, and here's like, I don't know of a story that could maybe validate what I'm saying, but I think like it's gonna be jarring when Shamrock and Shanks have the same voice and they have like their conversation. There's monotone like across the board. And then like it's like the same voice actor, just personality switching like from recording to recording. But like I think this is where, like, if Shamrocks has some kind of transformation, they'll give him a demonic voice or something like that to set it apart. So then like it'll be normal Shanks voice, and then it'll be like, and then
by the time he goes into demonic form, that's when the real Shanks shows up.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah.
So then, and then as far as the voice or you know what he's saying and all that stuff, I didn't really think about it until you said it, but like, bro really didn't need to say any of this. Like, why did he divulge
I think
this?
Shanks is a sore spot. That's what it seems like, right?
Yeah, like it's kind of like, isn't this something that you don't really tell people? You know what I mean?
It's one of those things. Like it's like I'm trying to think. It's like if you were to ask me about my dead sister, right? I'd be like, whoa, I gotta spill the beans real quick. I haven't talked about this in a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like, I get, like, obviously story wise, like I get with Oda inserting this in this position, and like you could almost see it as like he maybe, like, you could spin it and be like, oh, like he was telling this to Loki to show him, like, I don't know, some kind of like, I don't know, like trying to create a connection of some sort. But it doesn't feel like that at all. It just feels like it feels like this information isn't that important to him and or the Celestial Dragons, which is also really odd because I feel like the moment that like anybody, like, imagine if Kaido or like Whitebeard probably knew, because Whitebeard knows. But like, Garp is a good example. Garp was like, to Luffy, he's like, do you know what kind of man this is? And like, surely he knows because he was God Valley and everything. And so like, he's like, his twin brother, he's kind of crazy. I don't even know if I can beat him.
His dad's kind of nuts too.
Yeah, and so it's like, like if like, I don't know, Kobe, Luffy, like other people, if they find out Celestial Dragons have a Yonko connection, it is kind of, that would be world flipping for a lot of people to find that out. It's like, wait, the Celestial Dragons are Yonko and the Holy, like, wait, and Holy Knights? What are Holy Knights? It's just be like a complete, like, paradigm shift for so many people.
It's one of those things where it's like the God Knights were a mystery to us, but it kind of just talked about it. Like, like the God Knights.
Yeah, no, I was meaning on that side, but
so it's more like, and then Saturn, right? We asked a question like, oh, how many people know what Saint Saturn looks like, what the Gorosei look like? And then at Egghead, one guy was like, like, he looks nothing like my picture. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
What's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, this could be common knowledge to, some people, astute fans.
I feel like the paradigm shift would be more of the same real question we had. It's like, where have these people been? Like, what are they? Why am I dying? Like the One Piece fan letter, like the people at like the normal Marines at Marineford just like dying to ungodly and godly powers, just like at the whims of like icebergs falling from the sky and giant earthquakes. Where were these guys? Why were they helping? Like, or on Egghead, you know what I mean? Like, I just watched Saturn get nuked, and then like Jupiter, and you're telling me we have a squadron of Holy Knights? Where were they? why did have to get swallowed by this worm monster?
But pride, pride. Like, imagine your boss is like, hey, like, we were gonna send you Marines, but the God Knights are gonna do it. Wouldn't you be like, no, Captain, I can do it. I want a promotion. Like, what if that's their mindset? Like, I respect it a little bit.
I've also, like, on the flip side too, like the pride thing. When you said pride, it kind of like struck out. I mean, this is simple, but like, and I'm sure someone has said this before, like the whole celestial dragon connections could be like, not could be, is like why Shanks probably doesn't want to be Pirate King, because he found that out, realized that, and he's like, yeah, I can't imagine becoming like a Roger, like beloved character for so many people, like aspire to be the Pirate King, and you find out that he's just a celestial dragon too, and then that would completely shatter so many people's, like that's the thing, like Luffy wouldn't care, right? Like he'd be like, oh, like, yeah, I mean, you're not your family. I don't even know who my dad is. You know what I mean?
I get that. Like,
yuck.
Like if Shanks won the One Piece, he got it, and people knew that he was a celestial dragon, we'd be like, conspiracy theories would be coming up, like, oh, of course he got it. Like he was handed. He knew the location. I mean, come on, dude. His dad gave it to him.
Yeah, it could stain Roger's legacy. So many things we get like ruined. Like, wait, this guy was on Roger's crew and he was a celestial. What does that say about Roger? Roger had a celestial dragon on his crew. What is this? You know what I mean?
What a guy.
But like, and then like again, like Luffy wouldn't care, but as far as like PR goes, like it'd be pretty bad. So like, a lot of people are wondering now all those things. Like, what did Roger say to Shanks when he left? Like, I mean, there's so many easy things that he could have said, but like, it could be like, hey, your older brother's stronger than you. Like, you have a twin brother. And he's like, no, you are a celestial dragon. No, you know what I mean?
What Roger learned was that the Figarlands were the ones who put the final blow on Joyboy.
I mean, he probably, wait, like you, okay. Like they're the ones destined to kill Joyboy or something like that.
Yeah, or like in the past, they're the ones who did it. Like obviously, like they're part of the 20 Kings and Queens. But what if it's like, oh, the Figarlands are like they're pivotal in it?
Even if that's what it is, what would he had said to Shanks? That would have like, your family sucks, or like, don't even try for the Pirate King, you scum. Like, what would he say?
What if he wrote like, Joyboy hates you?
Yeah.
Hey, Shanks, Joyboy really didn't like the Figarlands, man. Like, the Figarlands really effed him up. Like, I think Shanks would cry, right? Like, I wanted to find the One Piece, though, dude.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of funny when you think about, like, what could have been said to him, that would have resulted in that situation, even with the context that we have now. Like, even with that context, it's like, what would Roger have said that would have made him cry, that was related to his family lineage in some form or fashion? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's still kind of interesting regardless, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's funny though. When do you think Shanks returned to the Holy Land?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, like, after Roger, before, like, I think before current, like 908 wasn't him, so before then, and then if it's before he becomes a Yonko, like, why and how, right? Like, the weird parts are like his crew. Like, if he had a crew already, would he be able to just go there? Did he? What was the situation with that, right? And then if he did it after he became Yonko, I think, like you said, like, he would at least have the power and influence to be able to, like, leverage his own safety in the Holy Land. But it did like, based off of the dialogue that Shams gives us, he returned to the Holy Land once, but he seems to prefer the filth of the lower world. And so it seems like they gave him an option when he showed up. He was given the option of some sort. to stay, because like for him to say he seems to prefer the filth means that like, oh, like he had an option and he preferred to go back, you know. And it's like, that's interesting. It could be like, you know, he had an anti-celestial dragon viewpoint, and so
Yeah.
that's why you know, not necessarily like an option, but more so that Shanks showed them that he dislikes them, um, which still is interesting. But I think that some of it tells me that it was before he became a Yonko. Um, you know, it's interesting because like, even if it wasn't, but he seems to prefer the filth of the lower world. I don't know. It just, something about that's like different than the Doflamingo situation, right? Where like Doflamingo had no option to go back. They didn't even none of them could be like, he seems to prefer to become a pirate, or like to become the king. They can't really say that. They didn't let He came back as a kid and was like, I want to be here. You know what I mean? And then they're like,
Yeah.
no. So it's at least we like, at a minimum, I think like Fig Garland #1, like they get the
special treatment, dude.
Yeah. At minimum, that's what we can say.
I would give it to him too, man. Like if Garling was in the ranks and he's that strong and, you know, he's the supreme commander, I'd be like, you know what, dude? Sure. If Shanks wants to come back, if he's as strong as Garling was in his prime, yeah, dude, come on. Let's do it. But it's also crazy because like you said, Doflamingo didn't get brought back in, but I feel like that's so sad, you know. It makes Doflamingo's story even more tragic. What if like he later found out that the celestial dragons were willing to take Shanks back too? Like later on in life, he hears the story. He's like, "What? Red Hair would have gone back to the Holy Land if he wanted to?" I'd be so pissed.
Yeah. I think also it's weird to say that they gave him an option, but like, I do think that they would have given him an option, and I think like they would just be like, yo, the potential of Shanks, my God, why would we lose this? You know what I mean? Yeah, like we'd rather keep him and brainwash him at that point, you know. And in that context, like if they were willing to take him back regardless because of whatever situation, I think then you're then more plausible for post Yonko, because then like Shanks is that strong that they can't even
take
touch
him by
him.
force.
Yeah, not touch him. Sorry, but like, yeah, like you said, like it would take like an army to like stop him, an army of Figarlands to stop.
It's like if Shanks came back as a kid, it would be like, oh, like Shanks, you're a Figarland, you're one of us. You want to come back? And he says no. You're like, oh, well, who cares? I'm just gonna take you back anyways, right? Unless he's with Roger, that's different. But I think it was definitely like post Yonko maybe.
Well, okay, so do you think that that's another thing that I'm
What's up?
we have to like understand. Did they know that Roger had him the entire time, and was Roger a deterrent to recapture him? Or because like at the end of the day, he was in a treasure box at God Valley, so like we don't. What was the plan with that one?
Maybe they wanted to get him back, but it was like a dragon Kuma genie situation where Garling's like, oh, my son, and then you have Emu saying no, we can't go after Gold Roger. You know what I mean?
No, but do you really like? I don't think that they like. I feel like even if they knew they would lose spectacularly against Roger, I don't think they would ever like vocalize that, even in the form of a plan. I don't think it'd be a thing where Emu would be like, we can't take Roger. That would be, I feel like that would be, yeah, I feel like they would execute themselves. Like that's just not.
Like at no point should a main villain of any series say, yeah, I'm scared of this guy. Like we can't fight him, y'all. Like main villains need to have like that energy where they're like, yeah, no, we can do it. Of course. Anything for you, Garling.
Yeah, and so in that context, it's like, did they, like, and keep in mind, we don't fully understand why Shanks was in that treasure box. Like I know some people had an idea that Shanks climbed into it. My guy was not even like he was like. But
we're talking about anime babies though. Anime babies are a different breed.
Yeah, that's fair, right? And like just the way, because like he like in the thing, he didn't even have arms. Like there were stubs. like it'd be comical. Sure, he gets in there. That's an understanding too.
Maybe he slips out of a banana and gets in there.
if he climbs into it, that implies that the Fagarlands never wanted him to be in that chest. So then that would be like, oh no, we lost the prodigal son, the twin, and then but then
Yeah.
it's like then what? Roger was the deterrent. What are we talking about?
No,
You
no,
know what
no.
I mean?
What if they were constantly after Roger? Like, what if we come to find out later that Garling and Roger fought over millions of times over the years?
That's so depressing then, because
Would
that
it
means
be?
because Roger had a full like what God Valley 38 years ago, and then the One Piece thing was
20
26
years
years
ago.
ago.
Yeah,
20
22.
years ago. Yeah, so there's like a 15 years of them failing against one man.
Well, what
And
if
keep in mind when on God Valley, they were I'm gonna take Roger's on the coast, me, let's go. And then they just deployed the Holy Knights. And it wasn't just Roger, it was also Rocks. Like they can't, and you're telling me that they couldn't deploy against one dude, four for Garland, four
what if
baby.
Emu wouldn't give the order to like send multiple God Knights and Garling wanted to do it solo? What if Garling said, "It's my son, I will get him back by myself"? So it was
And
like Garling versus the Roger crew over and over and over, and he couldn't get his son back.
oh, so it's straight okay, so it's straight up dragon Kuma situation where like Dragon's like shit.
Yeah, and
I'll
then Kuma's like,
contact
"I'll
my
do it
best.
myself. It's fine."
Yeah, and Kuma just crashed out on his own, and
Or
then like
I was about to say, like, what
weapon.
if Garling doesn't care about Shanks, but Shamrock does?
I mean, there's the world where it's like okay, I mean, like, there's a world where it's the Naruto thing, or it's like the Sasuke thing, where Sasuke would be like forever chasing after Itachi to wipe the stain off it, only to find out that it was a whole conspiracy plan in the first place, right? Or it could be the
Yeah.
Naruto thing where he just like whatever, just like loves Sasuke to the end of time. You know what I mean? Like it could be that Shan's is like, no, baby brother, I'm coming for you. It doesn't matter if
Yeah.
you're a pirate or a rev. You know what I mean? Like, and he's just putting on this front right now. It like regardless, it's still kind of interesting. I mean, at the obviously that would explain away the whole like why not go after Roger thing because Shams obviously wouldn't be able to. But like that would I guess that would explain a possible way where like for Garland, I mean Garland just didn't care. Nobody really cared. Yeah, except they kind of were like, hey, you want to come to the Holy Land now that you're an adult? Like well, my bad. We didn't know that you were stolen then. Like
We didn't know
it's
you could beat Loki 6 years ago. Wow, that's crazy.
yeah. It's just the whole context about Shanks' situation continues to elevate even more. Found in a treasure chest, never was chased after. It's not. Is it like a Bonnie situation where he was thrown out, right? But like that doesn't feel like the case, and it wouldn't
Yeah.
make sense for it to be the case. And even in Bonnie's situation, it's still silly because like Saturn's like, I tossed out the potential for Nika. Like, and he like said that out loud. And he's like, oh, I hope she doesn't know like that she has the potential. How silly. And then she proceeds to turn into Nika and he's just like, shit, there's two of them now. And he tossed that out and he did the experiments on that. And so like it's like those kinds of decisions you can't wrap your head around what Shanks' situation is, and it's like, was Roger the deterrent, or were they just being silly goofy? You know what I mean? Like, and I think the easier thing is just they were being silly goofy. But and because and then it's also like I honestly don't want Roger to be like a one man deterrent for like the Holy Knights to prevent them from getting essentially the crown prince of Marriageois to a certain extent, right? Like, because at the end of the day, we don't really know. Besides Emu, it really does feel like Garling has been running shit. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
he got appointed to the Gore. That should mean something. He's like the number one other person outside the Gorsei. And the Gorsei, yeah, they're cool, but they're not like even in God Valley, they didn't get that aura that Garling had. You know what I mean? Like Garling always had that aura from when he was a kid. They were like, "Oh my God, he already has 100,000 points, and the competition didn't even start yet." And it's like, dude, this Glaze is crazy. Like, you know what I mean?
He's got 10,000 points. Oh my god, he's killed so many civilians. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
How are we gonna? And it's like a competition. You know what I mean? He's their number. Like they're all competing against him. Like, oh my God, he's so cool and strong. And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Wait, okay, so I gotta ask now, like, Shamrock, in your opinion, based off of this chapter, does he like Shanks, hate Shanks, or is indifferent? I think he likes Shanks. in a weird way. I feel like it's gonna be a twist because we've had so many bad siblings in One Piece, so many bad brothers. I think Shamrocks is gonna be good. I mean, well, not good, but I think he'll like Shanks and try to like get Shanks back to their side, but it won't work. And then Shamrock then like goes full on. Okay, I gotta put you down or something. But I feel like maybe he feels bad for his brother, like his brother missed out on the good life.
Yeah, it like obviously Shanks's position is Shanks's position. Shams, does he like his brother? I think the simpler route is that he thinks he's a disgrace or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, but I do, I do really like the route where it goes a Rosinante Doflamingo route, where like Doflamingo like knew that Corazon was an op, and he kind of just convinced himself, nah, like he's my brother.
There's no way.
I ain't killing him. And it wasn't until the very, very end where like he saw the immediate like to his face betrayal that like he had already had to accept the logical only solution that all of his plans have been leaked many times to Suru. Like, why is Suru showing up to everything? How does this keep happening? And then was it what's his face? The Virgo was just like, yeah, it's your brother, bro. And then he's just like, he didn't say like don't say that, but like inside he's like having he was like having nightmares and he's flashbacks to his family and all that stuff, and he woke up in a cold sweat, and I think from that he woke up, and the Virgo's like, yeah, and your brother's betraying you right now.
I'd be so mad if that was it. Like if I was Doflamingo, I would be really mad. Like, dude, really? Corazon? Like after all of this?
And he was, and the thing is he wasn't. He was mad, but like he didn't like crash out in that moment, right?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't until they made it to whatever island that Drake's dad was on, that like, and he's just like, my guy stole the devil fruit, did this, did that, like all these things on this one place, and Suru's here, the Navy came in here, it's all him, it's season for his face, and he had the gun, and he was like, and that's the other part that Corazon knew, or like felt that like there's no amount of betrayal that I could do that Doflamingo would kill me. Like that's what he said. And the thing is, he said that to Law to like comfort him, but like somewhere deep down I feel like Corazon truly believed that like his brother would absolve him of that. And the thing is, like, I feel like if it was like, I think in that moment, Corazon like broke way too many straws all at once. If he just did like one less thing, or like if Doflamingo had gotten one thing good out of that situation, then he might not have killed him. And like that same degree of leniency or bias for your own brother, I think maybe that's a Celestial Dragon thing. Like it was weird to say, but like maybe Shamrocks has that same thing. Like maybe he can sit down and say like, at least you're the strongest pirate. You know what I mean? Like maybe he's just like,
he's like proud of him.
Yeah, you may have dropped yourself to the filth of the low world, but like at least you're the top filth. Like I don't know, some kind of funny like justification for it. But I like that Doflamingo Corazon, and I think even prior to all this reveal, twin brother stuff, I think a lot of people had theorized like that Shanks had some sort of situation like that with like there's some like with Buggy. I think it was like also like a lot of people theorized like, oh, they're really brothers, or like even ceremoniously, and like, you know, this is like like Shanks has like some kind of brotherly thing similar to Doflamingo. Like Doflamingo is gonna end up being like the pre-Shanks Celestial Dragon kind of character. So yeah, maybe I think it'd be more interesting if Shamrock is as conflicted over confronting Shanks and like pulling the trigger, so to say, you know.
Like you said, it could just be like a Celestial Dragon thing as a whole.
Yeah.
It's like yes, like maybe Emu had a brother at one point and he felt the same way, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, cool stuff, man. I mean, I really hope that we see that scene. You know, I was kind of sad that we didn't see like a Shanks silhouette, or not silhouette, but like a flashback or anything. But Loki goes on and he says, "Returned. I see. Then your bloodline has earned my my ire twice over. And then he goes on a little bit more and he says, when I get out of these chains, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna stop you, get my revenge for all my animal friends. And that is when Shamrock again takes the bait. He says, are you threatening me? He turns around and Gunko's even like, hey, you don't have to do anything. He's like, no, it's okay. I won't dirty my own hands. And that's when he whips out Cerberus. And we see that his sword transforms into a 3-headed awakened dog out of hell. Pretty insane, huh?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, definitely a shocker. Definitely a shocker.
Yeah,
I
to
feel
say
like,
the least.
Yeah. There was no chaser, I guess, for this moment. We just get the reveal, officially twin brother, and then the dude whips out his dogs. It's crazy. Like we find out that he's Mihawk's worst enemy, not enemy, like nightmare. Shanks with 2 arms. It exists. Do you think Mihawk knows?
I think he knows, maybe. I mean, him and Shanks are such good friends. I feel like, and they drink too. Oh yeah, Mihawk knows. Maybe Mihawk is going to fight this guy, which is what I hope for. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, like if we find out that Mihawk doesn't know, then and this is why I don't agree with this, but I feel like if Mihawk didn't know, then Shanks wouldn't know. Like that wouldn't make sense. But we know that it would be crazy to say that Shanks doesn't know because like he literally said that the guy showed up at Holy Land. Imagine like not finding out. Like it makes sense that like one of the motivations for Shanks to have gone to the Holy Land was like find out about his family. You know what I mean? So like if he went to find out about his family and didn't find out that he had a twin older brother, I feel like that mission failed gloriously. I
like to imagine, okay, so I talked about Shanks going to the Holy Land as a post Yonko, but I think I would like it more if he went as a kid or like a teenager or something, because imagine like the euphoria you'd get if you learned as like a young kid that you had a brother, a twin. Like I can only imagine Shamrock was probably really excited. He's like, Shanks, like I've been wanting a brother. Like, you know, when I whip the slaves, you know, it's not fun by myself. Like, what if that's like how Shamrock felt? And then he saw Shanks, and Shanks like, no, I actually want to stay over here. And then Shamrock probably got really sad. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's something.
It'd also be interesting to see like, because Sandman said that Shamrocks is very rude, like one of the rudest people in the series, versus Shanks is not. I don't know if Sandman's ever said he's very polite, but like he's more polite than Shamrocks, yet he was raised by a pirate. And then also like Shamrocks was also reasonably trained by the Holy Knights, and Shanks was just like basically an apprentice under Roger. And so it'd be that I would like to see like the nature nurture thing where it's like Shanks shows up and they like little bro him, but like he's still like cracked, and like Shamrock's like, what the hell, where did you learn this from? You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Like I spent 10 years with the Holy Knights only to be bested by this loser. You know what I mean? Like this filth. Like I'm not loser,
I can't see him
like,
doing that, dude. I feel like Shamrock respects him.
I feel like okay, loser was the wrong word, but like he'd be like, what did he go through? What experiences did he have in that filth? You know what I mean? Like, or he could come out like respecting, like, wow, he still came out this strong even in filth. You know?
What if we get like a Guild to Sorrow thing in a way where like when Shamrock is defeated, we get like a little flashback, and maybe as a kid when he sees Shanks leave, he's like, I wish I could have left with you, or something like that. Like, or maybe he's like, I wish I was the one in the chest that day, not you. It's like I never wanted to be a god knight. Like that'd be kind of sick, right? Like I wanted to be with Roger. I wanted to live outside and, you know, have friends and do things and meet people.
Or we find out that Shamrocks is trying to protect Shanks, and so this is his ultimate mistake. And so he's like, oh no, there's a war breaking out. I have to protect my younger brother. So he puts him in the chest, not realizing that that's what...
I like the thought of that, because Shamrock should be the same age. So Shamrock is like, goo goo gaga, put Shanks in box, close the box.
Yeah. Like, but
so funny.
If we're going anime logic, I'm full sending it. Like, let's have one be like complete baby, and Shamrock's being 1 second older makes him completely sentient. Like,
he's
his
like
older brother instincts.
Wazoo.
Yeah, like he gets that older, like Itachi level, like what the hell? This guy is insane for an older brother, right? Like Shamrocks
Yeah.
is just like, I must
Maybe.
protect.
Ooh, here could be the difference. Maybe like Shamrock was breastfed, so he was able to walk faster. He was able to do all of this at God Valley because he drank that
Yeah,
breast milk, dude. We
I
didn't even see
like
Shanks'
that.
mom.
I like that you kind of know, like that is a thing, which is
Yeah,
funny that you know that, but
dude,
it
I
is
love
kind
breast
of
milk.
fair enough. I mean, I don't know
Dude,
what it's doing for
catch
you at
me,
this age,
catch me in
but
the club. I'm like a Homelander, brother.
it would explain a lot. This fixation on breast milk explains a lot.
Hey, man, Homelander #1, guys, come on.
Oh, no, I
Love
don't
that
even want to
guy.
know what that reference would
It's
mean.
the boys. He has it's like a season 1 quirk on like season 4, so it's okay if I spoil it. But he's like
Yeah.
the Superman of the universe. But his one
Yes.
caveat is that he has mommy issues and he just loves breast milk.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
funny.
so.
I think he's in Mortal Kombat now too as like a special character, like a guest character. And his intro is him
Oh.
flying in licking breast milk.
That's so. Imagine being at the board meeting for that, deciding that for the game. Like, oh, guys, this is a great idea. Let's have him licking up
It's
breast
one of his
milk.
like most iconic scenes where like he has like a little bottle of breast milk and he's just like licking it with his tongue. And he
That's
has like a whole
so
bunch in his fridge. Yeah, it's crazy. Good
sure.
show. Well,
Yeah.
season 3 falls off, but it's okay. It's not
Mhm.
bad. So,
Mhm.
anyways, the Cerberus. Now that we see this blade, I gotta ask. I mean, there's like a plethora of questions that come out of this, but do you think that this is a devil fruit or something more akin to the Gorosei? It's a hard one.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I like I mean, I never posted it, but like my theory with the Holy Knights was always that the swords were special.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense because like my channel has a lot of fixation on like the swords and like the will of swords and like how Oda is progressively going to make swords more and more like sentient. And that this does follow that, where we're having to contemplate: is this a mythical Cerberus that can turn into a sword, or a sword that can turn into a sword that ate a Cerberus fruit, or a sword that was imbued the powers of like similar to the Gorosei, where they have like a mythological yokai existence, and I feel like my instinct was that this is like a Funkry. Like this is a sword
Yeah.
that ate a devil fruit. This devil fruit is a Cerberus, and the Cerberus has the awakening thing on the back. But the Gorosei transformations, they Saturn showed similar things, so it's kind of like it could just be more magic stuff, and we don't really have like a line. Like, and the thing is, we've seen Lucci's transformation. It has the black cloud, so it's like we've seen a devil fruit create that as well. So it's kind of I don't even know where I'm at
Yeah.
with that. I'm
I
just
think
waiting.
this is definitely like, I mean, not definitely, but I am erring on the side of this being a Gorosei like transformation. Not just because we're missing the Delph Fruit moniker, but I do think the Cerberus fits in with the Gorosei transformations.
Yeah.
I know people, and we do it too all the time, call them yokai forms, but that's not even correct. Like they're just demon
Mhm.
forms in general, right? Like
Yeah.
monster forms. Because even with the Gorosei, we had a sandworm, which is not a yokai. It's like a Western mythology thing, or
Yeah.
European. You could say European too. And then we also have what is it like the Hyoki, which is a Chinese demon.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like the Cerberus would also fit into that as well. Like it is just another demon at the end of the day. They're not all
Arguably
yokai.
more famous. Arguably the more famous.
Yeah, the
than
most famous
others.
one. Yeah. Everybody
Yeah,
knows the
yeah.
Cerberus, right? I feel like this is a story you learn about as like a kid, right? Like, oh, like make sure to do your homework or the Cerberus is gonna send you to hell. Like I remember that was a story growing up. So yeah, Cerberus is
Oklahoma's
definitely
crazy.
yeah, Oklahoma's kind of interesting. I mean that and Bigfoot, like that's our bread and butter.
It just makes sense. So you can't have Bigfoot without Cerberus,
Yeah,
right?
which one was scarier?
I mean, like,
Which one is
no, I
cooler,
mean,
y'all?
we literally have that right here. We have Cerberus and Gunko's big feet. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Bigfoot is right next to
It's
Cerberus. So
it,
this is the Oklahoma boys.
this is what Oklahoma was made for. It's funny
Yeah.
because like last week when Gunko was revealed to have the arrow no Mi, my theory
Uh,
that like the Holy Knights and God Knights have mythical monster transformations, that was in the mud. I was like not doing good. I was like, oh dude, Gunko, arrow
you were
no
at
Mi,
the
that's a
bar.
paramecia. Yeah, I went out drinking that night. I was like, I feel like an idiot. But I also had like some reconciliation because like wait, she's not a god knight, or I mean she is a god knight, but she doesn't have the world noble title like Shamrock does.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, maybe Gunko's a special exception, and I was like, but that doesn't have to be the case. But come this
Mhm.
chapter, I got more fuel to the monster theory because Cerberus is a thing. I was like, oh, this is this is, like Oda's edging me. I don't know, but I am starting to
Yeah.
believe that theory more and more now, and I do just wonder if Shanks' sword can turn to a griffin. That's like the $1 million
Yeah.
question. Not just that, but like where did Shanks get his sword? Did they give it to
Yeah.
him when he went to Barijois? And also Garling. Surely Garling, who has the same type of blade as Shamrock and Shanks, does he have a transformation like this as well? Like it could be like
Yeah.
a family thing.
And like I get like the Griffin is like a four-legged monster kind of thing. Cerberus is like I was gonna say like dog type of thematic with them. But like with Cerberus, I don't even know what the escalation or like because Griffin and Cerberus are. I feel like if I were to tier list their mythos, I don't think the Griffin is anywhere near Cerberus.
No.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's not like okay. So to paint the picture, right? Imagine they were a good old happy family, the Figarlands, and it was their like right like at birth, like these are the swords that they're gonna inherit, and then you're just 1 second younger. And your older sibling gets the Cerberus, and you get the Griffin. That's
To be
a
fair,
crash out moment.
the Griffin can fly. Like we're talking about a One Piece Griffin. The Cerberus in
the
One
Cer-
Piece can shoot its heads out and spit out swords. What if the Griffin can do something crazy too? Like we don't know. Like what if each
but like,
talon of the Griffin is
but
like
like you
a
said,
missile?
no, but like you said, like there's no, you didn't grow up with stories about the Griffin. You got stories about Bigfoot over Griffin.
I
It
would
was
say
Cerberus.
though, I would say that because we know less about, well, not less about the Griffin, but because the Griffin isn't as talked about, Oda's room for potential and like what he could do with it is even crazier. Like look at Saturn, for example. He was nuts, dude. Saturn was busted. So many
I
abilities.
feel,
We love
I
that
feel
guy.
like though, One Piece is also a place where stories and their notoriety is equivalent to their value. The more notorious something is, like Nika's notoriety and main fear point for the Gorosei is that he's well known throughout the world, like for, and they want to prevent that, right? And the fact that even Usopp was telling stories about the three-headed dog, the Cerberus, but where was the Griffin? Where was the Griffin stories from?
What if we learn that the Griffin is another name that the Gorosei and Emu wanted to erase from history, and that's why we know nothing about the Griffin?
Yeah.
There's that possibility.
Sun God Nika was riding on a griffin. Oh my god.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. But then, okay, so like, okay, let's just say Griffin. Oh my god, cracked out, equal, if not greater than Cerberus. Okay, then what's Garling's sword? What do we do for his like? Because like
He
it's
could
such
be
a
like
weird.
snake.
It's just like a weird like there's before with the yokai train it's like, oh, the Figarlands are werewolves, or like what
Yeah.
was the thing,
Yeah,
lion,
werewolves, lycanthrope.
lycanthrope, right? And like want to categorize them and put them in the box. I'm not saying it has to be that strong, like Griffin and Cerberus, I could put them in the same box, but I don't know how you put what is in that same box that you could give even greater for Garling that would make a lot of sense. But like I get there's a lot of four-legged cool things that exist, right? I'm sure. Like, oh, there's like the four guardians, that tiger. He could do something like that. The Byakuo, he could do something like that. That'd be like, cause Oda, Japanese on top, they're the scariest ones, so the Byakuo would be up there. Cerberus is just the Greek myth, whatever. Griffin, just a gargoyle type of thing. But the Byaku, oh, the king of beasts, they would be terrified of the
Ooh, it
Byaku.
would be cool if it was a gargoyle though.
Ooh, that's true. Oh yeah, I just threw out gargoyle as like, oh yeah, European. Oh no, but the other Gorsei aren't European monsters, so like that doesn't make sense. But
Well,
yeah,
we
gargoyle
had
would be kind of
sandworm.
interesting. Sandworm, yeah, but like, I mean, like, yeah, they're not yokai, but like the reason why we thought yokai was because like three of them were kind of
Yeah, three of them are
like,
yokai. One is Chinese. The other one is like more Western in nature.
yeah. So like Oda did do, he did emphasize like the Japanese thing, and then to be fair, uh, yeah, to be fair, the sandworm one was, oh no, that was Jupiter. Never mind. Um, yeah, it is. It is. Man, what? Because you know, it's also like Oda is big on the categories, right? Like the naming schemes, and it's like it's kind of interesting. Like the sandworm is in the same category as like the other four, and then even the Chinese myth is still a little silly for not silly. Sorry, that's the wrong word, but like it doesn't fit. It's like which one is different than the
I think it's
rest?
just demons in general. Like I think
Yeah,
that's the theme. I feel like we can't just say yokai. They're just demons in general. I mean, we have the
is
Cerberus here too
Griffin?
now.
I thought aren't Griffins usually like not demons though?
Okay, how about this? Monsters.
But even then, I feel like the Griffin
No, well,
in
Griffin's a monster. I would say so.
but it's like a good monster, right? I don't know
Oh
if there's
hell
negatives.
no, dude! That shit, it steals your cows, man. It steals
Does it?
livestock. Yeah, you never played The
Uh,
Witcher?
oh, what about the Sphinx?
The
Do
Sphinx
we
is
have
another
the
good one.
Sphinx? Yes, Sphinx
Another
would be
good
crazy.
monster. Yeah,
Oh, whoever's from Alabasta is gonna have some Sphinx power, like
that could
the
be it.
Nefer.
But we all
Yeah.
and the thing about the Sphinx too, which we'll talk about the Cerberus, but the Cerberus has like a counterpart at Thriller Bark, right? It was like a hodgepodge version that Hogback created.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sphinx also has representation in the story as well. Like we've seen a Sphinx at Impel Down 2. Like that was like the boss monster. So maybe there is like a better, cooler looking Sphinx out there, and it is like one of the God Knights, or maybe that's like the original Nefertari, like maybe like I don't know, Lily or something. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Lily,
Yeah,
okay,
the,
wait. A lot of people are saying that it was a big theory back in the day that like Lily used, it's still a big theory. She used the Paw no Mi to like send the poneglyphs around the world. And people are
Mhm.
speculating that Vivi will have the Paw fruit because of the paws that we see at Alabasta, like the giant cat monsters. But it's like, what if like those aren't like cat paws, but like Sphinx paws? Because they have paws, yeah.
Yeah.
Sphinxes,
Yeah. This is possible. I don't know if
yeah.
the Sphinx had any. What was
Like a
this?
Sphinx is like a half cat, right?
Half lion, right? Sphinx.
Yeah, body of a human, or head of a human, body of a lion. Which lions do have paws, though. Huh?
Yeah.
Menopause.
Yeah. With the what's it called? I think like the Cerberus is typically connected to time. So like I'd like to see something along those lines with this power, but like with the Sphinx, I wonder if there's something about like travel, because then that would make a lot of sense, right? That it's a Sphinx
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, the Manticore is what the Impel Down thing was. That was like similar to the Sphinx.
Yeah, Sphinx, Manticore, and then I think there's like puzzle scorpions. Basilisk was another one, which I love Basilisk, by the way. I think Basilisk would be a really cool sword.
Yeah.
Just turning people into stone.
Trying to see if there's like, is this some like riddles? Just a quick.
Yeah, when I think of
read
Sphinxes, I just
through.
think of like riddles. And the Yu-Gi-Oh
Yeah.
card where they like return it to your hand. I hate that.
Yeah, I don't see,
Ban
I
it.
don't like remember or see anything on quick glance about anything related to like, because like it'd be cool if Cerberus is like time and then Sphinx is like space, and then like the Paw fruit is like about traveling through like, you know, space, whereas the something like the Cerberus would be about traveling through time, which could be related to like something Toki, but um yeah, it would be interesting.
Yeah. So, do you think Shanks' sword can transform then, or do you think it's like a failed version? Like, oh, Shanks, you could have transformed it into a Griffin if you stayed at home, but now you just have a blade that doesn't work. Maybe. Or do you think he still has that like that transformation in it?
Like I think I it for me, just backing up, my instinct is that when we saw the reveal of the Cerberus here, it 100% Shanks' sword is going to transform like this. Like that was my instinct. Like it's not even a question. Like
Yeah.
Oda would just have this mirror each other. Like he does Cerberus, that he does Griffin, and if you follow that line of logic, then it feels like Shanks would have like how convenient would it be if he just happened upon a sword that like rivals like his celestial dragon older twin brother just happenstance in the world, like he just happened upon this sword. Like that would be weirder than him returning to the Holy Land when he was a kid, coming upon that sword here, or stealing it, or being given it, regardless, and it's being tied to the Holy Knights or whatever. Or like it could be like the sword chose him, right? Like he was destined for the sword, or the sword was like meant for him or forged for him, kind of like how the Enma was forged for Odin.
Yeah.
Like it was like his birth sword, basically, and he was given the sword as a child. And it could be something like that. And so like he found that out, he stole it, he was given it, whatever it may be. So I do think that the swords are connected. Like that just makes way more sense to me. And following that logic, I think that Shanks' sword is probably equivalent. Like whatever this guy can do with his sword, full transformation, Shanks is no less than the same, or if not better. He's probably it might even be that he's better. Like like that, following the whole logic of like the Cerberus is a crazier myth than the Griffin. It could be that like Shamrock was like, what do you think you're gonna do with a B tier monster sword? You really think you can topple me? And then Shanks is like, yeah, I definitely think. Yeah, easily. What do you? It's like the Ash with like Pikachu versus like a mythological Pokemon, like a legendary, like go Pikachu Thunderbolt, and then like you just see like all the legendary Pokemon just die from one hit, and it's like, all right, that's what's like, that's the Shanks method where he's just like, yeah, I am the better Pokemon trainer. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be champion. Yeah.
And it's interesting because like people have tied Shanks to the Griffin for a long time now, like ever since we knew his blade's name. Like for example, Film Red, yeah, they made the Griffin, him and Luffy attacking, like a Griffin appeared, and then this is like filler because it wasn't in the manga, but when Shanks uses Kamusari, like the Griffin appears in the anime and it's flying over to Kid, and it's like, yeah,
you guys
like,
should definitely watch
right
that
there
if you haven't. Like,
yeah. Which, you guys know me, man. I've been on the Griffin. So my thing was always Griffin or werewolf. So now that we see this, I'm like, okay, Griffin is where we're going. But also this brings back into question, like, how did Shanks stop King and Kaido, right? King and Kaido wanted to go to Marineford. We didn't really see them trying to go there, so it was kind of up in the air, like, were they traveling by ship or were they flying? Because King and Kaido are the one or the two of the crew that can actually fly. And people were like, wait, how did Shanks meet them in the sky? And maybe it's because he has a Griffin.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Be. Yeah. And also to add on, like, again, the curious state of this sword, Cerberus dog thing, is that, like, apparently Shams, like, decapitated his Cerberuses and just, like, left. Like, we don't know the state.
Oh, yeah. It's cool,
we were talking about it, like, because the way I had saw it was, like, I mean, it's a panel, so we can't really see for certain where, like, it, like you were saying, it looks like the Cerberus returns to the sword, and it's, like, making the sword. But, like, we just see that still, and it looks like the Cerberus is conjured from that, and I don't know if it's a return thing or it's being separated and he's just leaving with like less of a sword. But regardless of that, the head is impaled into Loki, and like he leaves saying, if you should survive, come and kill me. And that whole that part is like, what is this? Is this how swordsmanship is gonna be in the future?
Maybe. Maybe that's why Shanks is stronger than Mihawk. People bringing that up too. They're like, no wonder why Shanks is stronger, even though Mihawk's the greatest swordsman. Shanks is playing with animals. Yeah. Shanks is playing with birds.
This guy's Michael Vick.
Yeah, like it's a 2v1, not fair.
This guy's the
Something like
greatest
that.
Pokemon master.
Yeah, until the minute where like Mihawk whips something out too, right? Because a
Ye-
huge theory is that Mihawk's a celestial dragon. It's like, bro, who's not getting a demon at this point?
yeah,
Give them
yeah.
all
Like
demons.
it could be that, like, we've talked about the Mihawk Celestial Dragon thing, our versions of it, whatever. It could be that this is why Mihawk, like, is not with Celestial Dragon. Like, he looks at, this shit ain't swordsmanship.
Yeah,
They're
this
teaching the
isn't
wrong
pure.
thing. Yeah,
Oh, that'd be cool.
this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? And the reality is if we were going by the book of like inherited swords and like the sword is crafted for them, if you were for Garland, the heir to the throne, kind of, your Shamrocks, and then like Mihawk is there, and you see his sword that was crafted for him. If that's the case,
That's crazy.
we are killing that family. Like we are.
Hey, yo, Mihawk has a black blade. We can't undersell that, man. That black blade is nuts, man.
It's
Like
also
Shamrock doesn't have a black blade.
calling it a blade is as ridiculous as calling because like Kaido's thing is listed as a blade in that thing in that
Yeah.
Road to Laugh Tale. And like Mihawk's, yes, I'm memeing when I'm saying like calling it a blade is a thing, but like that thing is huge. It's a black blade. It's also decorated as it, like, no one else in the series has a sword worth more. Like that sword can buy nations.
Yeah, it's like
That's
gold
how,
encrusted too, right?
yeah, and gems, gold. It has every color gem. It's like it's beautiful, and imagine being like the crown prince of a nation, and just some royal family gives their kid that. That's war. Your sword can't look
But
nicer than mine.
it could be a little bit gaudy though. Like, what if they look at it? They're like, yeah, like it looks cool, but it can't fight. Like, like surely, like that sword's gonna
And
break
then
when he swings
Mihawk
it.
fights. Mihawk
Yeah.
is we were talking about sentient toddlers. Mihawk is just like, like, yeah. Imagine if it's like the Odin situation where Odin wielded it at like 3, like the Enma, and like Mihawk is out there as a toddler just whipping out the Yoru like that. That'd be crazy.
That could be it, man. I mean, Mihawk, he could, you know, forget Mihawk. I feel bad for a certain character in the series based off of this chapter. Do you know who?
Who?
Tashigi. Tashigi acquiring every blade in the world. Do you think she'll be able to beat Shamrocks in the future? Like, people are talking about, Shamrock versus Shanks, Shamrock versus Mihawk, Shamrock versus Zoro or Luffy. I mean, where's Tashigi at, guys? Like, bring Tashigi into the equation. Her dream is to collect swords from bad people. Of course, celestial dragons are above the law, but, he's kind of a bad guy. So if Tashigi could take it, I think she would. Does Tashigi win this 1v1?
I completely forgot about Tashigi and how much I need her to see this sword, because I need her, because if she looks at the sword, she goes, that shit ain't a sword anymore. Like, I need her to just like be the arbiter. Like, that's not on my list. That's not.
Yeah, she whips out the book. She's like, you know what? It's not a Meito. It's fine. You can have it.
Yeah. She looks at it and is like, man, we have to draw the line somewhere on these blades.
We gotta draw the line. You see Tashigi at the next reverie, like, guys, what is a Meito? What qualifies it?
What defines a swordsman? Like, she does the One Piece fan.
Yeah, just the whole thing.
Addresses our community, like, and like, I was just like, bro,
she's a picture of Kaido. She's like, this is not it. The Kanabos are not swords, guys.
Yeah. We see inner collection. We see the Kanabo, but we don't see the Cerberus. Like,
yeah. I think somebody in the world of One Piece has like a ball and chain that's also considered like a sword as well. It's like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Whitebeard pirate. Yeah.
And the Whitebeard pirate guy. Yeah. It's like a living ball and chain.
Yeah, it's alive too, which is also, and then that's part of the whole Mihawk is a sword theory thing that I was saying, like, hey guys, Oda is going to continuously make swords more sentient. And, the end stage was like, Mihawk could even be a sword by these standards. And, but like the primary point was like, hey, like, swords are going to start walking, maybe barking. We don't let it stop at the Enma. Yeah, exactly. Now we have literally, like, we're questioning, is this a devil fruit sword like Funkfried, or is this like us, like, what is, we don't even know. There's no line that could divide
And we're
what we're
still
kind of.
debating if this is a devil fruit, man. Like we don't know, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
like
and
yeah.
no, we're gonna say.
Oh no, go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, at the end of the day, whatever it is, it kind of doesn't really matter, other than the fact that,
Like
like, the stuff
semantics
that,
for the
like,
story.
yeah, because they seemingly have the same potential. We're not really seeing like a nerf, so to say, for like Nika, right? Like, we're seeing that Luffy has Nika powers, and it's from a devil fruit, and it should be just as feared as like a natural Nika, or like in Bonnie's situation, she transforms into Nika through some other circumstance. She didn't necessarily eat a devil fruit. She has some kind of weird experiment, but she has the like exact same potentials somehow. Like, and doesn't even seem like there's a recoil in that sense. So it's like, if we're seeing that the boundaries are not being laid out for something like that, and we're seeing the yokai powers, or sorry, not yokai powers, the Gorosei's mythical monster powers, like, even have like we don't even know where to draw the line of the regeneration, but like even that, it's kind of like, dude, it's probably possible for Nika to do that same thing too. Why not, you know?
Yeah, he just needs to learn
And
it.
the only thing that I think the strongest thing that makes me feel that this could not be a devil fruit Cerberus thing is the celestial dragon angle. But the difference is it's his sword. Would they really discriminate? Like, oh, I can't. The devil fruit swords are so disgusting. And then at the same time, Gunko has a devil fruit, but that's what, she doesn't have a saint title. So it's like, maybe she has a devil fruit because she's not a saint. And he's a saint, so maybe he can't eat a devil fruit for whatever reason. And so instead of him having it, they put it in the sword. And that's what the Holy Knights like operate on. It's like their swords all have devil fruit, which very sick, and I feel like is wholly plausible at this point. And I feel
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah. So like, even when I started off saying this, like, I feel like they don't have devil fruits, I ended off saying like it's probable that they do have devil fruits. I don't even know, but it doesn't matter. Not really. I'm just gonna choose at the end of the day. So.
Yeah. I'm on the boat that it's not gonna be a devil fruit. I think it's just gonna be like a Gorosei type demon form. And then I feel like Shamrock, this does not mean that Shamrock won't have something too. Like he could very well transform still, or have a different power in general. Like
Yeah.
Shamrock, like the Cerberus isn't all of him. Like he even said, like, I'm not gonna get my hands dirty. Like he can fight too, man. So it's crazy. And I know we're kind of looking at this, and you think that some of the blade might be missing since the heads are doing its thing. But to me, at least, it looks like he's getting his full blade back because the body's coming back into it. So, like, while the Cerberus is fighting with its 3 flying head swords, I think that Shamrocks could still battle with his sword too. Like, it's a 4v1 at that point. Like,
Yeah,
it's crazy what it could do.
I like that version of it, in the sense of, like, because when I reacted to it, I'm like, oh, it's like the Meliodas sword, like it's missing the blade once he uses Cerberus.
Yeah.
And from a League of Legends balancing aspect, that's how it should be. He can't
From
just
a
have.
League of Legends balancing aspect, it's, it can't be a metal.
Yeah, but if it's the Yasuo creator, he still has the sword. If it's the designer for that character, yeah, no, I think you're right. It would make a lot of sense if he could conjure up a Cerberus and he still has a sword, because this isn't a game that needs to be balanced. Oda's just gonna go balls to the
And
wall.
plus, this is
I mean, look at
your
the
opponent
Cerberus.
too.
Yeah, we skipped. Well, not we skipped, but like, I mean, we don't even need to really address it. I think everyone who read this kind of understood the crack cocaine that Oda was on for like the Cerberus sequence. Right? It's like, he not only is a Cerberus, but there's like almost no mythological connection to what this thing just did. Like, it's like, oh, this is Oda might as well have just created a whole new mythos for this, because, like, I'm sorry, I don't remember the Cerberus being able to conjure up a sword.
It's because you don't live in Oklahoma.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Oklahoma Cerberuses are just a different breed from Tartarus, or what? No, not Tartarus. Pluto, not Pluto. Hades. Sorry. And the Cerberus is just like spewing out flames, swords from its mouth, and not just that, shoots out projectile heads. Like, yeah. I don't remember. I don't remember my social studies teacher telling me that one about Cerberus. Like that was
Yeah.
you know what's funny about that? Actually, my seventh grade social studies project was about Greek mythological
The social
monsters. I
studies.
did, yeah, I did the Hydra,
How did we
and
get
I
to?
think my best
How'd they
friend
get
did
to
the
this?
Cerberus. Uh, yeah. Oh wait. Oh. Oh no, we already have the Hydra. Oh no, we don't have the Hydra. What's his face? Orochi
Orochi.
had the Orochi had, but he had like the Japanese version. He didn't have the Hydra.
I'm surprised your social studies touched Greek mythology.
Wait, yours didn't? Wait,
It's
you're telling me
usually
your Okay, stop. You just mean about how Oklahoma boogeyman stories
no, no,
about
no.
the
It's
Soviet.
usually like English class, right? Because like you learn or you read all those stories. That's where I learned about it. It wasn't from like social studies. But then again,
No.
Oklahoma's ranked like 44th in education, so maybe that's why. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
no,
don't
in
know, huh?
social we were covering Greek stuff. Greek
Oh,
stuff.
that's
And so
cool.
yeah, they we had projects on their I don't know if I yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was on Greek mythos, and so I just
Yeah.
chose the Hydra. Um I forget what I even presented. I mean, seventh grade is a meme anyway, so it
Yeah.
probably wasn't anything meaningful, but I just remembered that. And I think someone did the Cerberus back then. So, um,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
I
dog is
mean,
cool.
I don't as far as seventh grade presentations go, no one told me that this was possible for this dog to do.
I
Usopp
mean,
didn't say it either.
it's like the Beast Pirates, right? Like Queen could shoot his head out. We had Sasuke who could fly. Like some of those Beast Pirate
Yeah, but
transformations
Queen,
went
but okay,
wacky.
okay, no. But Queen can shoot his head out because he technologically
No, 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 no.
modded
No,
himself.
no. He said that's what dinosaurs could do. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he
Queen
did.
said
He
that
did say
dinosaurs
that.
could do that. It was the tail that was like genetically or not genetically, but like modified. But as far as
Yeah,
the head goes, he says like
the head, yeah,
it's like
the
a
wrap.
brachio thing.
Yeah. The
Like it was
snake-like part.
nuts.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, no. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it's weird. I mean that's One Piece though, right? I kind of like the
Yeah.
wackiness of it.
But like so see the cope for the situation there is like the idea around devil fruits is if you believe this is what it can do. So in that situation, Queen and
Yeah.
Sasaki believe this is what dinosaurs can do, right? So you're telling me the sword believes that this is what the Cerberus can do, or does
Yeah,
Shamrocks
I
believe
think the sword believes it, bro.
this? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like does the sword read a book on Cerberus? Surely this is because like isn't the thing also like page one as a kid had the dinosaur book or something like that, and so
Yes,
like
page one
I
and ulti.
yeah, and I remember like oh this is where they learned about dinosaurs, the page one's book.
Yeah, and the
You
thing is,
know.
and what's interesting about that is since Page One and Ulti read that book, I think it's also like a reason why they don't have any wacky abilities like the other Zoans.
True, yeah,
Because
that was
like
the
King, for
opposite.
example, King's Pterodon fruit allowed him to stretch his head and shoot it. That wasn't like the Lunarian
Yeah.
thing. That was he thought that they could do that, and that's why he could. Whereas
And
Ulti
so
and Page One are more based in reality.
Oda's moral of the story is you guys should not read books because it
Yeah, don't
limits
read
your
books.
imagination.
Yes,
Yeah.
and your power level. Like if you want to be
Yeah,
like Super Saiyan God level, don't read any books, guys. Don't read books. Don't shower.
yeah,
Just
because
just
it'll tell
lean
you
into
too
your
much of what
instincts.
is reality. Whereas if you just make shit up, that's reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
because
that's essentially
realistically,
it.
would you guys rather be Alti in page one or Queen and King? I
I
think
mean,
the
Queen and
answer is
King.
pretty
Yeah,
simple.
I'd want to be Queen
Yeah.
and King.
Yeah, illiterate, couldn't read, didn't read, just made shit up, and look how that delusion, make it till you break it, fake it till you make it.
Yeah, King's power was kind of cool, man. Like what, stretching his head back? I thought that was
Absolutely
so
not.
silly.
No, absolutely not.
What?
That was not cool.
Okay,
That's
if you had to pick between Queen shooting out your neck and like wrapping people up, or King stretching your head back in like a slingshot, which one would you rather have? You have to pick one.
absolute. I'm not gonna do the shortcut to CTE, brother. What the hell are you talking about?
What do you
King
mean?
is
Okay. Let's say you take no damage from doing that to your head.
my attacks are not that weak that I like. No, like you're telling me even punches, even if you punch wrong, you can break your own hand. You know what I mean? Like there, it's
While in that state, your head is invulnerable to
well,
damage.
you know what? You know what? Okay, I'll give it to you. Lunarian hacks because he's just invulnerable to like
Yeah.
everything. And just had to lose by turning off the flame. But
It's people
okay.
still talk about that to this day. Like, wait, why did King ever turn it off?
Yeah,
Just leave it on,
No,
man.
hey guys, why did he turn off? Because he has CTE from slamming his head into buildings. Like that's the thing about like woodpeckers too. Like I don't remember if this was debunked or like fully thing,
I think
but
it's
like the
true.
like woodpeckers like they were like, oh, they have to have some kind of self-defense mechanism against slamming their head, and I think it was discovered that they don't, and they just die early. Like they
Yeah,
just die soon.
dude, they live by the game, man. Their favorite hobby is what kills them. They love pecking at trees, but pecking at trees is what kills 50% of them. It's
Dude,
crazy.
so like this is a derail thing, but like I remember I told you that like animals just like weirdly are attracted to me, like they just come at me for random
Yeah,
reasons. And one of those things was like the
better at you
neighbor
than
that
on
grew
you.
up. The what were they? What happened?
Nothing.
What did?
I said it's better
So
that they
like,
come at you than come on you.
yeah, I know. You didn't need.
You said what? And I said, yeah, I had to repeat myself.
No, you know how some things don't need to be repeated, Sai.
I thought you were curious what I
I gave
said.
you an out. I gave you an out to revise history with
So,
that one.
apologies. I doubled down.
Okay, because now it's even crazier what I say. But like literally, there's when I was growing up, there were four hawks, like giant ass hawks, and I was a small kid, and like they straight up were throwing rocks at me from the sky, and they normally do that to like hit animals and disorient them. They would drop rocks, so they were
What
like
a
trying to
crazy way to
pick
be
me up.
assassinated.
Yeah, and so now
That's
you're
so
telling me that
funny.
no, they wasn't. They didn't want to eat. They didn't want to do. They want to do something crazier. It was a sex trafficking ring, but birds, like some crazy shit like that. But like
Yeah.
the story that I was gonna say that just to validate the whole like animals like are just weird about me. In my like parents' house, there like there's like windows in the basement and so my desk is like in some spot like where I used to stream and this happened on stream one time. Every day at the same time, a bird slams its head into the window, and it's not a clean
That's like
window per
something
se,
out of
and the
like
blinds
a
are down.
horror movie. Like in horror movies,
Yeah,
like you typically they know they're being haunted because a bird flies and hits the window and dies. Like that's such a common trope.
yeah,
It's a
and
good jump
and
scare
the
too.
blinds are down. It's not like it's a see-through window. It's like and it's not even a window that's like like a through. You know, like people say like a through and through window where you can see one side and see the other side, so the bird just gets confused and thinks it's flying through.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that. Like like very on a building, like at the bottom of the building. Like I don't know
Maybe
what this bird's doing, but it's right next to me. And when I'd stream, it'd be slam, and then I'd be like, "Did you guys hear that?" And one
something
time
just
it
died.
captured it. Yeah, and it
Maybe
never died every
maybe they're trying to get
day.
revenge.
And then the craziest part is when I'm not home, the bird stops doing that.
I think it's because of your vest. Like they want to get revenge for whatever animal you killed for that little that
I
vest you
never
got
had
on.
the vest. I didn't have this. This is my
Huh.
wife's vest.
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's so wild. But yeah, so I maybe Oda's onto something. Like see birds just slam their heads into their anti-CTE. The NFL needs to study woodpeckers like
Yeah.
and king.
Yeah, you go recruit them, use them for experiments, guys.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
that's what Vega. Oh my God,
what's
Vegapunk.
up?
He was trying to fix the NFL. That's why he was studying King. He's like, how does this man not have CTE?
Speaking
He
of
needs to be
Vegapunk,
studied.
we really need to see like how swords get devil fruits. Like, so hopefully Vegapunk runs into this guy, right? Like, and he's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
like that's how you do it, man."
Even you know what would be even more blasphemous?
What's up?
Because okay, this is walk people where I'm coming from. Funkfried is a Vegapunk thing. Like that is
Yes.
100%. So like, what's the possibility that this Cerberus is a Vegapunk thing?
I don't think it is. If it's a demon, then it can't be a Vegapunk thing, but maybe Vegapunk, he hits us with the, oh, like, this must have been how you guys did it. And then Shamrock is like, no, it's a little bit more contrived than that. And he pushes up his glasses.
But at the end of the day, like, he had Kaido's fruit. In reality, he could have made the most cracked weapons on the planet.
Oh, yeah. Kaido Devil Fruit Sword. Oh,
like in an MMORPG, like the top class that you can't even buy. It's like a 1%, like a 0.0001% drop from the crate. Like Vegapunk could mass produce that, and he just did it. He just did it. Like, would you like imagine if the pacifistas were also wielding swords that could transform into dragons?
Yeah, instead he gave them bubble technology and laser beams. It's like, come on, dude. Like, if I was a mad scientist, I would be, like, over here giving them dragon arms. You know what I mean? Like, oh, like, his right arm is at the head of a dragon. You know?
Dude,
like, his legs are tank
like,
legs. Well, that'd be pretty bad, actually.
I always, and this is a personal problem. I know it's a personal problem. Anytime I play a game and there's dragon armor, which there always is, I'm always like, ooh, can this do something like, can I breathe fire now? What kind of cool? And then when it doesn't do anything and it's just like better stats and it's like mid-tier or whatever, I'm always like, oh man, imagine this dragon armor transform me into a dragon. That'd be sick. But it never, you complete the set, it's like garbage.
I think in Elden Ring, not Elden Ring, I think like Dark Souls you can. Like there's armor that turns into a dragon.
Oh, see, that's what.
Yeah,
you need Vegapunk to play Elden Ring.
yeah. Come on, Vegapunk, play the Soul series. Come on.
Yeah. Like, this is always the thing where it's like we can always nitpick at all the things that Vegapunk didn't do because
and could have done better.
And I don't think we're being disingenuous because like it's proven that he actually could have done.
Yeah, he just needed like the money, but the guy, like, we saw what he could do. Like, he could create artificial gems. I would be selling that on the black market every Tuesday, bro. Feld, oh man, he'd be coming over picking that up like every single day of the week.
Okay, now I disagree with what I'm about to say because I really like what he did, but I think other people would also kind of like think about this. Like, would you rather have like a building held up in the sky by clouds or by dragons? Like, what if he just instead of all that cloud technology bullshit, he just made thousands of dragons and he's just propped up on like giant dragons, right? And he also had other
Santa
dragons.
Claus.
On Punk Hazard too, like you know what I mean. I'm not like, obviously it's silly to think like, oh, like it's just a giant dragon that's just sitting there, but technically by the way that Momo and Kaido's dragon works, they just conjure up the clouds, right?
Yeah, they make the clouds and that's it.
So and he has the access to that dragon and Western dragons, which like I think a lot of people would be like, I would kind of take the dragon that can make clouds rather than like whatever hoo-ha machine that makes the clouds and no dragons, right?
I don't know, but if somebody kills the dragon, then it's like the clouds are gone.
So I have 1,000 more.
Yeah,
I can mass
and then
produce
now it's
them.
like, but I feel like you're overcompensating if you have 1,000 dragons. You know what I mean?
That's fair. But then what about all those Chinese emperors that had the force of 1,000 dragons?
There's a reason why they're not alive today. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah,
I thought it was just like
I'm kind of racist when it comes to that too. No offense to the Asians in the chat.
But, I saw in a comment on a previous video, it's like Sai gave Par the N-word pass because he's like,
you know,
some shit like that. I was like,
no. I was about to say, like, when it comes to Eastern dragons, I'm not a big fan of them. I think it's because like I grew up around them all my life. My dad has like, he's got a bunch of drawings of them. I've seen a lot of pictures and seen like statues of them. So I'm tired, bro. Like, I don't like Momonosuke. I don't like Kaido's. I mean, Kaido's different. Like, that was like a one of. But I hope we don't get any more Eastern dragons. Like, what you said there, like, oh, the dragons were in flame. That's like my worst nightmare. I was always a bigger fan of like Western dragons.
Yeah.
Because they have like more variety, which I know people might disagree with, but they really do. Like, when you think of an ice dragon, it is typically a Western dragon. You don't see like, a skinny serpent, blowing ice. Like that happens sometimes, but it's more rare. So yeah, I love Western dragons. I think the Celestial dragons are onto something.
Too cool. Wings
are cool, man.
Yeah. Wings, not like, having them kind of, it's like, it's the difference between a snake and like a monster. You know what I mean? Like, and logically our brain can wrap around wings flying, even though it doesn't
Yeah.
like it can't support the weight. There's no physics that makes this make sense. Uh, but it's just something about wing. I think like it's like how like a primordial like human kind of like
They always
base
wanted to
nature,
fly.
or that, and also like how we kind of fear snakes and spiders, whether it was like a evolution, like that's how we evolved, like, oh, stay away from snakes because it's just like even if you win you don't win because their bite can kill you. Spiders,
Yeah.
similar thing, small but deadly, and kind of just like, some people aren't afraid of them, but like base level, like most people can at least understand the fear of spiders and snakes and whatever. And I feel like similarly, just something about winged monster dragon is like core to humanity,
Yeah. I
if
think
if
they did
there's
a
one
test,
thing, yeah, if
and
there's one
like
thing that makes
everybody
me
thought of
believe,
dragons.
exactly, if there's one thing that makes me believe that dragons existed, it's that like all of humanity kind of like
Oh, is that
theorized
what
the
you're gonna
same
say?
thing. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. That's like a real thing. Like
yeah,
what? Like even if anybody, or even if everybody had no interaction, eventually mankind would come to the thought of dragons, which is interesting.
yeah. It's like, where did that, how did we do this?
Yeah, it's
And
like that guy that everybody knows in their sleep or something.
yeah, oh yeah, oh, that's scary. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like I don't know how
Yeah,
to like look it up, but if you guys have the time, look it up. Like guy in your dreams, but that everybody knows of. But I was about to say
yeah,
like
it's like
for
a
dragons,
phenomenon.
it's like they have way more variety too. Because when you think about a dragon like Momonosuke or Kaido, an Eastern dragon, you really just think about the girthiness. That's what you change, right? Like, oh, how girthy is that dragon? But as far like a Western dragon goes, like, oh, what are the wings like? Like are the arms big? Like, what is the body like? You know what I mean? Like for an
Hmm.
Eastern dragon, it's just
Hmm.
cookie cutter. So that's where my bias comes from. But earlier when you were talking about birds, I honestly thought you were gonna transition into Gunko, who creates a bird in this chapter.
That too. I mean, it's not my favorite bird, but I can't not say it's not cool. I think this is really cool.
Good utilization, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she should start an airlines thing. Like this is like so. It's like very
Too soon, Par. Too
like
soon. Too soon with the
50
airlines,
50.
brother. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Oh
whole
my god.
conversation is wild. You know what's
Who in
crazy
three
about that?
days? That's insane.
The first just really the DC one. My friend uh went to school in DC, and so she calls me like trying to, and she's like flying soon. She's like, like help me with my anxiety. I used to go to school there, that river. I used to be there every day, and blah blah. And that's just like traumatizing. I was like, yeah, but like that's like it's a smaller plane. It normally when we talk about plane crashes, they're usually smaller planes, not like
Yeah.
large commercial jets. And this isn't a commercial jets. And the Korea situation isn't normal. It wasn't a plane problem. That was a concrete wall design problem. Like that's just a wild that wasn't the plane issue. That was brain humans. That was stupidity. I don't care what kind of cope they had for the like, oh, this was supposed to be a safety device. Sorry, no, it's not. Like that's a death trap. But so I was telling her, I was like, it's not a Cessna, it's not a small plane. You don't have to be worried. You're not getting on one of these. It's fine. The next day, a small
Another
plane,
plane crash.
5 minutes from where she lives. She lives in that area,
I think
and
the world's trying to tell
I
us something,
literally,
bro. They're trying to take
she
her out.
yeah, I called her. I was worried, and she was just like hysterical at that point. She got past the fear. She's just like, I'm just dead now. Like something's
I'm
after
just
me. Like
gone.
there's no point whether I get on a plane or not. They're coming at me. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you because yesterday I said you don't have to worry about small planes.
I'm
And
such
then,
a
like,
bad friend. I was just
missile
telling them that they're
strike.
going down. Like, I mean,
Dude, it's
what can I say?
so.
You're dead. I mean,
I just
somebody wants you.
I was just like, did I jinx it or did you jinx it? Because like that, like you see the videos, and I'm like, dude, that shit looked like a missile strike, and I don't know what to tell
Yeah.
you. And the mall, I've been at that mall, I've driven on that road. Like because when they said the thing, I was like, oh, like playing, oh, that's wild. Oh, Pennsylvania. Wait a second. Oh, surely it's not close. Then they said Philly. I was like, wait, what? And then they
Yeah.
said the road. I was like, I got tickets on that road. Like, wait a second. I've been there.
Yeah. Planes are
And yeah,
scary, bro.
yeah. I don't know what's
Let's.
happening
I was about to
2025 in
say,
planes.
like, let's just hope Gunko and Shamrock makes it up to the Sun World safety, or safely. Imagine we get to the next chapter and they're like, yeah, they never came up, guys. They're actually gone. The Gunko's bird hit the Atom Tree.
Dude,
Ooh.
which is like that's why I was saying she should start in airlines, because apparently it's her thing is like fated, like as long as she doesn't change destiny, it goes where she predicts it or whatever she wants it to do. And like, so then it's like we really have to be questioning Gunko's like ability to drive. Maybe Asian women
Gunko's
shouldn't
dope.
be. No, I'm joking.
Damn. Racist Par back at it again, huh?
Hey,
Racist
DI,
Oh.
don't. Which is like
So Loki
This is
gets
so
stabbed by
wild.
the dog, and honestly, I thought that somebody would save him. I'm gonna be quite honest. Like last chapter, I was like, he's being tortured. Surely he'll stop soon. And then we see the dogs flying at him. It's like, oh, like we don't see the blades land, and then we do see the blades land, and it's like, bro, like Loki is he should be close to death, right? Like he's not really. I feel like most characters would have died by now. I know he's a giant. He's really durable. But these are like brutal blows. And it makes me wonder, when we release Loki, I'm assuming he's going to fight, right? We release him, he's going to fight, help us fight Shamrocks or whatever. But do you think his Devil Fruit has some ability to heal him? Because if
Bro,
not, then he's going to go into the fight super nerfed.
I think yes, but like the question is what's the medium for it? And like last chapter, he was talking about like no, it was like 2 chapters ago where he was just like, I'm gonna use the rage that I have for this to like crush the world. And I think I liked the jumping point that gave us where it's like, okay, so like maybe Luffy's power is based off of laughter. As long as he's laughing, he's kind of like cracked. As long as like Loki's angry, I guess maybe, or like whatever, hysterically mad, like laughing angry, like Joker mad, like that kind of mad, then he's like good. I think like healing is, I mean, his eyes. We don't know what the situation is. We saw him bandaged in the first place.
Yeah.
He has the thing on the horn too. I think it. Like you're saying, I think logically it makes sense that he has some kind of healing factor. From what we don't know, it might not even be Devil Fruit related, because like they did talk about how he has like innate strength, right? Like, and the reality is like, yeah, like Luffy has Nika, but we don't know if the eating the food part necessarily is like Nika or Luffy or like Monkey D Dragon or Monkey D like whatever thing. Like does Garp like is Garp like this too? Like I don't know. We don't really necessarily have a full on like it feels like it's Nika related to the whole food thing. But it might not be. And so like maybe it's Sun God related. Maybe there's what?
What if he goes to his animals after he gets released and he eats his animals, and that's how he gets more powerful or regenerates?
I mean, even okay, like, and that's another route. Like, it could be soul related, right? Like, if we go with the motif that Big Mom was like our largest connection point outside of Elbaf to Elbaf, as far as like story goes, story girth goes. Like, she introduced us to Loki, pretty much, and her entire backstory was here, and just so like her end goal also largely was here, and so like no matter how you wrap around it, like Big Mom walked us to Elbaf in a lot of ways, which made the whole Wano thing very interesting because people are like, why is she here? Save her for Elbaf. But anyways, her power being soul related and that power stemming from a character introduced in Elbaf, Mother Caramel, and that power being revered, and they even called her power the output of her power the Sun God. And so maybe there is, and what did that Sun God power do? Not Prometheus, Pandora, Mother Caramel's Pandora ended up absorbing all of the fire that was there and brought it into one. And they were like, this is like the Sun God. And as we are finding out more and more, there is no real, like, the way they say it, I think in this chapter especially, is like, there is no, like, there's no consensus on the sun god. There's absolutely like each giant has a different interpretation of the sun god. It's not like there's a cult of like laughing sun god. Like, and it almost made it sound like each giant has a unique image of what the sun god is almost, and their own interpretation. Whereas like I obviously I think it's more like, oh, these people believe this line of thinking, that line of thinking. There's
Yeah.
that kind of thing, but just to explain like the fact that do we know if was it Jaru who said that, or it was just some random giants who said that in Mother Caramel's situation? But the fact that they looked at Mother Caramel's thing and they said that that's the sun god, like that's another thing that we could come back to this point here, and they could look at that and be like, oh, Mother Caramel might be the sun god because she has this power, and this power is reminiscent of this lore
Like absorbing
that we
fire.
have. Yeah, and so it could be a faction of giants actually believed that that was the sun god, or Mother Caramel was like the mother of sun god, or like, you know, related to the sun god, or a part of the mythos that we don't fully know yet related to Nika and Nika's coming. You know, like we don't necessarily have a full grasp on what they know, where the boundaries are for the sun god. But so if all those powers have some kind of regeneration, some kind of like bounce back, something like that, I think Loki definitely would have something like that too. He has to have something that mirrors like what Luffy's able to do, and like Luffy's able to bounce back from anything, so, and recover. So I feel like at least Loki internally has something like that.
Yeah. So Shamrock and Gunko, while they're flying off, they talk about subduing the kids, which we'll talk about briefly. We talked about that earlier already. But they also still going to call over one more person. And I forgot about this, and I kind of overlooked it, but they didn't say God Knight specifically. This could be someone from the Marines. How do you feel about that? Like, do you think it's a God Knight, a Marine soldier, Cypher Pole even? Imagine they say Rob Bellucci. Rob Bellucci, come over. We need you one more time. But yeah, I don't think it's Rob Bellucci. But who do you think they're going to bring over? Because Brago, I talked to him, and he said that they could bring over Green Bull, and he takes over the Tree of Elbaf. And I was like, yo, that's kind of fire. Really kind of cool. I mean, that's like fanficky, right? Like, oh, Green Bull comes over, he becomes the Atom Tree. It's like, well, that's like overpowered. But outside of that, like, who do you think could be this person? Do you think we'll know who it is, or we might have seen them before, or just a brand new person in general?
That's, you know, I'm gonna be honest. It's very, because like I like Brago's mentality with the idea that like the reason why Green Bull would be important. It's not that he's powerful. It's that he has a specific niche reason to be here.
Yeah.
The tree, nature, power. That's it. It's not power, and I like that because I don't know what to think of Shamrocks and Gunko. Like, I feel like, if they are as powerful as I feel like Shanks and a Shanks subordinate level Holy Knight should be, and as we've seen of Gunko, I feel like, and if I don't know if we don't know if they don't know that Luffy's here yet, do they?
I think they know. In my opinion, I feel like there's no way they don't know, because they've had contact with Marie-Jean multiple times, right?
Yeah. And so, like, okay, regardless of that though, it's not that they don't reference them as a reason why they need to be called. He says pacifying them all at once, referring to the giants, I'm assuming, will be too hard. We need to get to the warriors' children first. And so call one more, and I'm like, is it just a number? So they need one extra, and the thing is, if it's to restrain people, surely they have somebody. But he says we just need one other body. Yeah. And so that's where it's like, I don't know if the person is that important. Like, it's weird because like, but then Gunko says very well which one, which also implies that they have like multiple people that can fit in this situation, which leans me away from like a Green Bull option, right? Because like, because if their pathway is like, okay, we want control of the tree, There's only one. There's not that like that. There's no other option. Green. There's not Green Bull, and then like a substitute for what his power can do.
Unless Gunko doesn't know Shamrock's thought process.
Right. That is fair, right? But like, and then when we come to, we don't know what their goal is, but they want the context of this is we need to subdue the children first. Call one more. So is it someone who can like mass subdue people, which Green Bull can do also? Not putting him out there, and it's like, but like you brought Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci's good for assassination. So, but like Rob Lucci would be a weird cog to put here because it's not like I don't think that they need more. Yeah, they don't. I don't think that they need power, right? I think they need some kind of utility, and the utility, like because of how vague he is, I feel like it is utility. And you know, maybe they do call an admiral. Like all the admirals would be able to kind of be the utility here. I kind of would be the worst option, I guess. But like,
unless we would have burned down the tree.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think that they would want. I don't think Akainu would come. Do you think Akainu could refuse?
No, I don't think he can.
Yeah. I don't think.
So if they want Akainu to like tear down the tree, he has to, man.
Yeah.
Gotta do it. Gotta lock in.
Yeah, and then they like we need to get to the warriors' children first. It's like I don't know. There's just we don't know why what we don't know their purpose. We don't know their end goal. We don't know their next step. We don't know why they're even here. So I feel like that's gonna be a clue though, depending on what they bring, right? That'll tell us what their end goal is. That might be the clue that we need. But up right now, like that the minimum, I'm like, it can't be power. It can't like I don't think that they need more firepower.
Same.
Not that I'm saying that like he can beat Luffy and the Straw Hats. I'm not saying that, but like I don't think from their perspective they think that they need power.
Yeah.
So that's
and then plus like if they're holding kids hostage, like what would the Straw Hats do in that situation,
Yeah.
Like, I think this is a great way to subjugate Elbaf and get them all on your side. Like, hey, we have your kids. You got to work for us for like, Oimo and Kashi years, like 50 years, 100 years, whatever. And then the Giants are like, oh, that's like nothing. That's like a drop in the bucket for my son or my daughter. So I feel like that is very smart. People are making fun of Shamrock saying, oh, like he's going after kids. It's like, oh, no, like this is actually really effective for what he wants to get done, I think.
Yeah, Godfather Shanks, baby. Godfather Shanks ended up being people like Par. You think that kids. Shanks is grooming children and trafficking them? Well, his twin brother kind of is. He's in that industry. We don't know how many islands he went. Imagine how many islands he landed on. And he said, "Get the children first." Like that's just like like Don Krieg. Don Krieg. They see his flag and they see the hourglass and like, oh no, our time is running out. They hear.
Our time is running out. Oh no!
Yeah, Shamrocks comes in and like all the children's the parents, a shiver runs down their spine and they hears like through Wi-Fi hockey, "Give me your children." Like you just hear Shamrock saying that in Shanks's voice.
It works, dude. God. It works. If somebody were holding your kid hostage. And they're like, Par, you have to work for us for 5 years, or we're gonna take your or we'll just kill your son. Like, would you do it? I feel like everybody would, right?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah, you have to, man. It's like I think it's a smart play. I think this would work. But I mean, of course, like the Giants aren't gonna like Shamrock. Like they're gonna do their duties, but they're gonna be biting their tongue at the same time. But yeah, Shamrock's kind of cooking.
Have you ever read a beginning of the end?
No.
Okay. There's just a scene that like stands out like that reminds me of this, but like the Shamrocks coming here and doing what he's doing, also looking like Shanks, but doing what he's doing. I think like what this is also setting up is the moral dilemma that the children specifically have, where we just came out of a scene where they were kind of demonizing
violence,
physical power. They were like, we don't we don't value strength. We don't value violence, like peace,
What a
whatever.
bunch of
And they're
losers.
gonna see very quickly in this situation, they're gonna be like, "Oh, the giants are gonna come," and they're gonna. But they were kind of like they don't have warriors anymore. Ripley's the only
Yeah.
one, but like one isn't enough, and they're gonna learn really quickly. Like, hey, like, okay, peace is one thing, but to uphold peace, we need power. Power, like that's the real reality. So, like, a Colin. This is like the Colin. Like I'm trying to think of like a reference here, but Colin is gonna become the hero, right? He's gonna stand up and try and defend everybody, and he's obviously gonna fail, but he's gonna try. And all the other kids are gonna be either too scared or whatever, and Colin is gonna be the one to like really prove his point. And then also all the other giants, maybe the other giants are too afraid. Maybe they see other giants fall and they're like, oh, we can't take that. But then Colin stands up, right? Like this is a very pivotal scene that Oda's setting up where Oda could challenge all of Elbaf's revolution in one single moment with a character that looks exactly like their hero slash beloved human guy. It's the multifaceted, like, oh, humans aren't that bad. Oh, puny humans aren't that strong. No, this guy can wipe out your entire nation, and you guys don't have anyone who can stop him. And you guys also demonize people who care about strength and like want to fight and whatever, and like made like pointed fingers at Luffy for being like too mean and a bully, and like at Colin for caring about, oh, we don't care about those things. Like, no, you're gonna care now. You're definitely gonna care now.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna be even. This is why I'm like, Oda definitely like pays attention to like American stuff, but like the scene is gonna be at a school, so it's like, yeah, ooh, what's gonna happen? I don't know. And so but that's kind of, at least as that from like, that's not like a theory part, that's more like a logical next step, like how insane this next scene's gonna be. Like that in and of itself, I'm looking forward to how Oda handles that, because I think it's so awesome. And then we didn't even bring up your favorite angle, or should I say Anja, or take out the L.
Anjugal.
Anjugal.
Yeah. We're gonna see Ange pretty soon. Imagine we go and we see Ange, and by the time Shamrock shows up, she already has all the kids tied up because she was gonna kidnap them too. You know how crazy that would be?
You're so biased. It's so crazy.
I'm not biased. I'm just saying, like, we could go to the very next chapter, and it would not be shocking to me in the slightest if Shamrock and Gunko show up to the classroom and all the kids are either dead or kidnapped already.
And the fact that you literally just said I would not be shocked if this is the outcome is the bias that I'm explaining. Because
I don't
like,
think it's bias. I mean, I feel like a lot of people feel this way, and by a lot of people, I mean maybe 5 people. But that's just how it is, like. I think that could be the
5
case.
people. Sai modded, gave you guys VIP in Twitch. Oh, you guys like Ange? You guys like all my Ange videos? Here's VIP on my Twitch streams.
Dude, it's gonna, hey, watch. We're gonna get there, and Ange is gonna be dastardly. Like, the minute Shamrock says, hand over the children, and she says, already done. And then we see the kids fall one after the other, and we find out that Ange actually poisoned their school lunch or something.
Yeah. I mean, like,
that could be it.
I like on the flip side, like the way I see it is like Ange was the King Harold sympathizer, glazer, whatever, and not the warrior teacher, right? And so what does the non-warrior teacher do? She's probably going to put herself in danger to protect them, but she isn't a warrior. And so like Colin is gonna step up, and it's gonna be something like, I wish my mom were here, and like Ripley is like, with Frankie and shit, and like she's gonna feel terrible. But it'll be wild to see Ripley like Hulk mode, you know what I mean? Like imagine like Ripley senses something on Colin and just goes mother mode, you know what I mean? Like insane. I would like that, but obviously against Shamrock and Gunko, I don't know. Like maybe against Gunko, fine, but not against. I don't like. I would be worried if like we pitted Ripley against Shamrock. That'd be scary, a scary story. I would be so sad if we had to put it there. But if we do that, then we get the anime shonen thing. The real hero comes at the last minute. Finally, Colin's dad shows up. Who's messing with my not wife, lady, mom, baby mama?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that could be. And then we see Scopper Gaban come out and what are you doing here, Shanks? Wait a second. Didn't Blackbeard cut off, scar your face? And it's like, wait a second. Shanks had an older brother. Like, that would be kind of cool, too.
That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. So it could be something like that. But that's escalating way too quickly to have theoretically, Scopper Gaban, who's, I think, like, a lot of us are kind of like 90% already thinking Scopper Gaban. But, like, if it's Scopper Gaban already stopped meeting up with Shamrocks, it's like, the arc's done, right? Like, what do we do? Scopper Gaban level character, Shanks level character, that's like an end fight. Like, you know what I mean? That's like an end of arc kind of level fight already.
Unless it's a whole thing where Shamrock is like, I have your son. And then Scopper's like,
Colin, yeah.
Yeah, and then Scopper's like, no.
Yeah, he does the Odin. He does the Odin thing, like,
or he does the Rayleigh thing where he's like, yeah, I'm a little bit too old. I don't know if I can beat Blackbeard anymore, Just hits us with one of those.
True.
Scopper is old. I mean, we know that age does take away, like, power from people.
But Scopper Gaban was, like, younger, right? Like, Rayleigh was, like, it...
Was he?
He looked...
See.
Like,
I
feel like
learn Scopper's age?
I don't know. Maybe we do, but, like, I feel like Scopper looked more youthful. In the Odin flashback.
I don't think so. So age is unknown.
Not? Yeah. And that part I knew.
One Piece, Rayleigh, Odin flashback. All right, my computer is lagging.
Chapter
when it pops up.
966.
I'm hoping to find like an anime image.
Oh my god, anime image is wild. The anime. Have you seen the way
the color of their hair?
Oh yeah. Well, Rayleigh's is yellow, and he has the black goatee, and then Scopper Gaban just still has his black hair.
I feel like they're the same age. Scopper looks kind of old, bro. He looks like a middle-aged man. Yeah, he looks like a middle-aged man. I feel like he's around the same age as Rayleigh.
Could be.
I mean, I mean, even if he isn't, right? Even if Scopper is like a lot younger, he still got older since we last saw.
Yeah, especially
plus we saw Scopper at the God Valley flashback. So he's like well up there in age for sure. At least over 38.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think he was younger than 38. I didn't think.
And then you add in like maybe
Rayleigh's
like during God Valley,
right?
Yeah. And then you add in God Valley, and then like the fact that he looks like maybe around 20ish there. I think he's around like 60, 70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Oda? Do we have 60-year-old characters versus 70 or 80-year-old characters? Do we have that?
I'm sure we do, but I'm not gonna look them up. There's too many people.
Yeah. Too many people. But like Garp, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, they're all like 76 to 80, I think. And then like the Dragon Akainu characters are like 55 and below or something like that. 56 and below or something like that.
Yeah.
So there's like a gap, but yeah, I mean that part's not as meaningful. I think the other part is if the silhouette that we've seen is Scopper, then he has to be like frailer because like we saw him like kind of hunched over already. It's not saying that he's weak, it's just more like he's not probably in his
prime.
Not even close to his prime. Like
yeah.
He's probably still strong, like 99.99% of the verse, but the gap between him and the top is now like a solid, like decent.
Yeah, it's like if Roger was alive today, right? Like Roger would be a little bit weaker. Same with like Whitebeard, right? Whitebeard he's strong, but he's not prime beard.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. I feel like he'd have to be as strong that an admiral would respect it. Similar to Kizaru. Yeah, Kizaru to Rayleigh situation where Kizaru's like, do we really have to do this, brother? Come on.
Yeah,
You're old. I'm not getting any younger. what do you like about these kids? Can we just move
Yeah,
in
can we
dark?
just go on, dude? Can I just kill him?
Rayleigh's just like, no, you've insulted my bloodline, like some shit like that, and he staked his life on that moment. But
Yeah.
so
Crazy things. So we go on to the
yeah.
next scene, and funny, we're talking about the Roger Pirates, but they're going to come up pretty soon. But we see that the Giants are talking to Luffy, and they're talking about how Shanks was the one who did it. Luffy says nope, and then they bring up the brother route. And yeah, we start talking about them a little bit, right? And then we even have Nami weighing in. She's kind of chuckling at Luffy because he trusts Shanks so much. And then Luffy actually, wow, another like different translation, but Luffy calls her Molly Mare in the Viz. Molly Mare. That's an interesting one. And then
I
of
like
course
the
Nami's
way,
like Belmare. Like, is that what you're talking about?
yeah, because the TCB said telomere, and I was like, ooh, that's cool because it's like a genetics connection, like telomere, and now we have twins, and maybe cloning, and telomere is like that, and like related to Nami, who we think is like
Yeah.
all the women are cloned, but now Molly Mere's very different.
And then
How do
in
you mix
OP
that?
scans, they say Mori Mare.
Oh, so maybe this is a more than TC. Why did TCB go with telomere then? Huh,
I
that's
don't
interesting.
know. I mean,
How
I'm
do you?
assuming it's like a messed up. Like no matter what, it's kind of like messed up. It's supposed to be messed up. So
Well,
maybe that's
Molly and
why.
more is just the M, the R's and L's are switched, right? So
Yeah.
OP scans and Viz are the same essentially. But TCB kind of diverged with that one. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Um, huh,
And
huh.
I think it's really interesting that they bring up Bellemere right here because, Nami, we've talked about it many times before, but like Nami, her origins are still a complete mystery. Like we know that
Hmm.
she was found in a village and that, Bellemere was the one who rescued her at Nojiko, but we don't know who Nami's parents are. We don't even know why that island was being attacked in the first place, right? So I wonder if this is a hint that we're going to get more Nami later or like more like context, like what her family's about. Because Oda
Hmm.
doesn't typically leave like loose ends like that up, right? Like I'm trying to think
Yeah.
about like the other Straw Hats. Like we know about Robin's parents. We know about Frankie's parents. They kind of gave us some hints, and I know you push back on the Queen theory, but like he at least gave us something with that. And then of course Zoro was an SBS. Sanji had a whole arc. We know about Luffy for the most part. We'll get more later for sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I feel like this could be Oda maybe stepping into the realm of saying, hey, like let me give you guys some more Nami lore, which would be pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and that's something that I said in the booty piece, the Nami, my most recent Nami video, which at this point is like 2 years old. But like,
Yeah.
in that video, I was saying that uh, we're probably going to get Nami lore in Elbaf, and 100% if we get Lewis are not mentioned in Elbaf resurfacing and Bragman, then we 100 like the theory was surrounding Bragman and Louis Arnott, and then tying the connections to Nami and like the meaning behind her dream and Roger's dream and how that relates to the One Piece world. And basically, the one of the things was like, if there's any feet for or legs for this to stand on, it'll start in Elbaf. And we got the Louis Arnott mention in the craziest way. And then like you're saying, like the setup is there separately also for like Nami's background. Bellemere mentioned, like there's very interesting. We talked about it last Parcast about how we both kind of loosely see the same kind of backstory for Nami, where her backstory fits a very similar event that kind of surrounds the Holy Knights in a lot of ways. And it doesn't even have to be that specific event. There's so many different ways. Like look at our conversation about Shamrocks, for example. There was no limit to like the situation with Shanks. Like how did he even end up in there? What could have happened after there, right? Like but like the power that they could invest into us whatever they desire, right? And you look at like Nami's situation. Nami's backstory is like it's like the way Bellemere responded, which broke down in that video, was like, the way Bellemere left the Marines, even though she was very passionate about them, sounds like she had to deal with some kind of like conspiracy thing. And then also she never declared Nami and Nojiko
Nojiko as
as
their child, yeah.
under the registry, which because she could have put them as like whether for a multitude of reasons in the thing it was saying like, oh, you're gonna take care of them and not just like put them up for like at a caretaker or whatever. And she's like, no, I'm gonna raise them myself. And but like the other flip side is like, no, she just defected from the world government and navy, and so like that's kind of a huge deal. And she came from a insane disaster where the navy were all slaughtered somehow and kind of like left to their own devices, and no survivors were kind of like mentioned. So like what happened there? How many other situations do we know about that in the One Piece world? And sounds very similar to crazy conspiracy things that we're recently uncovering that all surround about the celestial dragons. And Nami is a character that even Oda depicted as a celestial dragon in a movie, and we know how much these movies like have interesting things that kind of like bring us together. Even in this chapter with like the image later on, we see like I laugh about the film Red, where Robin's like, oh, I can read this, and it's like some hieroglyphic random thing that like makes no sense that she can read, but she does. It's
the movie you're talking about is Film Gold. That's where Nami dresses up as a celestial dragon. And in Film Gold, like, it was important because we saw firsthand that an Atom Tree was there.
Yeah.
And that was before we knew that Atom Tree, well, we knew because of the movie, but that was before they said it in the manga where, like Atom Trees, they could just grow anywhere. Like, you just need the seed, really. Like, there's a lot of them around the world.
People will say like, oh, but Par, like when Frankie originally mentioned, he never said that there was only one. He said that there's like Atom Trees, but the most famous ones. But like the heavy implication that the entire time was that this is like the one, and like this is the source, and which is funny given what is said later on in the chapter with Ripley. I'm like, yeah, it's just like it kind of like not diffused. I can't think of the word, but like it de-escalated how important the tree was a little bit. She's like, wait, this shit's valuable? whoa.
Yeah.
You mean I'm sitting on gold?
Yeah. So we had all of that. And it's pretty much to say like maybe Nami will see her celestial dragon heritage, if that does exist, through the new person they're bringing to the island. Like what if that person is related to her? Or like what if Nami's from like the Meyer family, right? We saw the Meyer family back during God Valley, and that seemed kind of important. And then we know that in the One Piece live action, Oda and the team, they're adding in a shopping building or like a clothing store called Meyer. And we know that Nami loves shopping. She loves clothes. She loves money. So that sounds like something Nami's family would be interested in, right?
Yeah. Or even at minimum, like the fact that like not giving this connection an endpoint, like Oda opened a gym, the Bragman gym, where in Elbaf, Bragman's relevant. Starting a Meyer store. Maybe Meyer is going to be relevant very soon in Elbaf. Like it sounds like Oda's setting some like, Easter eggs, but in real life for these things, right? Like that's kind of what that would be. And the other thing about Nami is it always seemed like Oda wanted to play around with her backstory, given the pilots and the prototypes of the show, where there's always Anne, or I forget the other names, but they were variations of Nami, blue hair, orange hair, whatever, yellow hair, and they all had a similar story. They basically, from memory, they were all just like some variations of what she had here, except there was more definition to it. And so Oda's definitely playing around with her backstory, and whether the thing is, like Sai was saying, it could be lineage she's connected to Celestial, or just historically there's some kind of connection to Celestials. I think like her greed, like the greed and desire for money and gold, like that thing is the part that's like, is that a Celestial Dragon trait?
Celestial Dragon trait, yeah.
And
100%.
like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I also would like the idea that it isn't, because then it would be the irony of like her saying like, oh, if only my parents were rich, to Bellemere, and then like, it could be two ways. The irony would be that hey, this is what rich parents do. They kill, like, this is the you want these guys as parents? They're the rich ones, and then they slaughtered her entire town. Or the flip side is that her parents were rich and she was abandoned or whatever, and some like that. There's two very like that's how it could be ironic either way. And you tie it to the celestial dragons, and I think that line that Oda wrote kind of gives you strong reason to believe that, like, yeah, like there's some sort of celestial dragons mixed up in Okyo Kingdom, like 100%.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited, bro. I think we will get that. It's funny because we go from one quote fatigue to another. Like people are talking about Wano fatigue, which I think was a real thing, to be honest. And then they have like mythical monster fatigue because of the Gorosei, and then Cerberus. But now it's like, celestial dragon reveal fatigue. Like, who's gonna be the next celestial dragon? You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, like we're going from one to another. But I mean, I would love if Nami was a celestial dragon. I think it just makes so much sense.
well, and I will say this, like I think I said this a long, long time ago. It makes less sense that there's not more Celestial Dragon kids running around because of the way they operate. They literally, like the whole thing about the people who had slaves frequently procreated with the slaves. Like
Yeah.
it's that like they no matter how much they dehumanized it, they proved themselves to be like their own fallacies made no sense, right? Like because at that point, right, from their perspective, they were fucking their livestock, which is like insanity, but that is historically the case. And in those cases, that's why the Bastard Children, Game of Thrones, like so many, every fictional depiction shows that, but that's the history was crazier than that. The history was way wilder. And so I was like, even the way Oda shows the Celestial Dragons, he does not hide the fact that they are romantically like, and I say romantically very like they lust for like the lesser beings for whatever reason. I'm like, it's crazier to me that there's not more celestial dragons. Like they should have a population problem on Marriagua. Like, and then in my head, I'm like, oh well, the red line's super long, but no, they just crowd up in this super small spot, and like, and apparently they just toss out Bonnies who celestial dragons. Like, I don't know what they're doing. If we have Bonnie situations, then like, yeah, 100%. They're just like to like there's at that point there should be more celestial dragons than any other race. Like
Yeah, they should be like the Genghis Khan of the world. What are you talking about?
yeah, literally. And so that's where, at least from like, if I were to sit down like, oh my god, Nami's a celestial dragon too, it wouldn't like, you know, perturb my mind to the point where I know what you mean, because even before the fatigue set in, my theory was that Momo and Hiyori are half celestial dragons, because my theory was that the Kozuki were the Wano family that stayed, and the Amatsuki family was the heaven using the same kanji as the Tenryu Bito heavenly dragons. So heaven moon, heaven dragons, heavenly dragon folk. And they were one of the original families that were there, which would make Momo and Hiyori, what's it called?
The Dragons by association.
Right, and that would also line up. I could add on to it with more stuff, but like if Zunisha, right? I think I might have said this in the video, but if Zunisha had some kind of mistake and like Wano family betrayed the ancient kingdom or Joyboy, and it was Amatsuki family that controlled them, well, that explains why Momo has the control and why Odin didn't, because Odin was Kozuki, only Kozuki, but Momo is not. He has the Amatsuki blood, and it could be the Amatsuki blood is what's needed for the Zunisha stuff, and it would make sense with like, wait, why did Zunisha betray? What went wrong? And it could be because celestial dragons, betrayal, that kind of a thing. And it could be akin to what Lily did, you know, like some sort of mistake or betrayal that they kind of are still parsing through, and we don't know how many more betrayals or what happened per se at that time, or what faction, who was in the D clan, who was with Joyboy, who was on the celestial dragon side, you know. So as far as Nami / other people being celestial dragon, it's not that crazy. Like there's an understanding that like there's an understanding that Judge might have incorporated like some sort of celestial dragon thing as their lineage factor. I mean, then we also have the like before we saw Gunko in full form, it's like, is Vegapunk's like satellites? Are they celestial dragons? And why? Why would he do that? Is there something special about it? There has to be something special, but like we don't necessarily know, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm excited, man. Give us some Nami stuff. So we move on a little bit more, and we see that Luffy talks about Shanks' family. And he's like, yeah, like he doesn't really talk. I never asked. But if I had to guess who his family were, it's Roger, Rayleigh, the Roger Pirates. Also, exclude Buggy. Like get rid of him, which is kind of funny too. It's like little Buggy shots here and there, which is fair. But we also see that guy in the I don't even recall, like the robe and the hat, and he's making his way up to the castle where Luffy is at. So we're gonna see this guy pretty damn soon. I think we're on the same boat. Like they're talking about the Roger Pirates. They mention Roger, Rayleigh. They omit Scopper because Luffy doesn't know him. And it's like, okay, like the next big name in the Roger Pirates is Scopper. Like, and he's shown right here. I think it's Scopper. I mean, are you on the same train? For the most part, at least.
Scopper was always an option, and and I think like I can't particularly reference the amount of times Oda has done this, but like where it's like this is the reveal and framing it is conversation about the Roger Pirates. So it's like from an English teacher standpoint, you know, like reading into the lines a little bit. I think what Oda actually means here is he's trying to tell us that this guy is probably a prominent Rogers pirate, and it could not be, but like, you know, hindsight is once you find out,
you can't say he's not wanting you to think Scopper. I think that's like the main, like he wants you to think Scopper based off this panel. Will Oda go with it or not is like the main question, but it's like all right there, man.
Like what you're saying, like I think like if I don't think it'd be if it's not Scopper, I don't think that this panel is a coincidence. I think Oda would have intentionally done this to either mislead us or make us think that it's Scopper for the reveal to be extra exciting. Ooh. And then when the reveal is Scopper, we can look at this and it's like, oh, 100% he wanted us to think this.
Now that I think about it, we forgot to mention a big character. He was from Roger's era, and I think there's a chance it could be him, but we never really talked about this person being Sukiyaki.
All right, so we hit the quota, the requirement in our contract.
Editor, you know what to do now. It's funny. There's no editors, by the way. It's just us. I like referencing the imaginary editors, like the Elon Musk situation.
Yeah.
Elon Musk doesn't know what editors are.
It's just like you're like editors, and then like you just do a camera change. Like you have a second camera, and you just like put on like a hat, and you just like put a mustache on, and you're just typing away. It's just us.
Yeah. I think it was like Asmongold and Elon Musk, and they're talking, and then
oh my God.
Elon Musk was like, or I think Asmongold was like, yeah, like let me talk to my editors about that, because like they edit his videos, and then Elon Musk like leaked the DMs. He's like, oh, like Asmongold, do you guys think he's a maverick? He's an independent person? Well, he has to answer to his editors all the time. It's like, whoa, it's just a simple conversation.
Wait, who did he say that to?
He said that to Asmongold.
Oh.
Yeah, Asmongold and Elon Musk were beefing on Twitter, like, I think 3 weeks ago.
Damn.
It was so silly.
The Gamergate stuff.
Yeah, it's just China-gate. So funny. And it essentially boils down to Elon Musk not knowing what a video editor is, but it was a little embarrassing.
He did fire like a good structure of Twitter because he didn't believe that they were necessary. Yeah. But now I guess the understanding is he didn't want to answer to them. Like he
didn't want to answer to the editors. He fired them. So we go to the Atom Tree, and Ripley and Frankie are walking over. I love Ripley, dude. She's the best. And yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but she didn't know how valuable this tree is. Well, I sound like a country person, huh? Valuable. So Frankie's being held up like a toy, and that is when they see the mural. I think we could just skip all the way to the mural, to be honest. Frank says, let's show her. Ripley says, yep, this might be a kid's dream. I've never seen the races or heard about the races allying together like this. And we cut over to Robin. She's talking to Saul. Saul does the classic Sun God Nika dance. And we see the Harley text along with the mural in the final page. And we got the Viz translation. And, typically, you guys know me. I try to look at multiple translations. Part is the same thing. And when it comes to the Viz, it's always good to take it with a grain of salt. But Sandman, AP, a guy who the community generally trusts, said that the Viz is pretty spot on. So I think we can go full head into this and know that we're getting a pretty decent translation here, right? This is one of the few times you could trust the Viz, and that is because it has the Sandman stamp of approval. So, do you want to read it? Are you looking at the Viz right now, or are you looking at TCB?
I am looking at the Viz, but I wanted to look at Ripley's part of the conversation. I noticed in the Viz, Saul says that this is a holy tree. I guess in the TCB it says sacred tree. I thought like more like important. I guess sacred and holy are synonyms, but like holy just carries more oomph, I guess, in my brain. So like when they said holy, I'm like, wait a second, holy, that's a little bit different. But I guess there's nothing crazy there except TCB said in reference when we got the snippets of the mural, Frankie goes, hey, ain't this drawing kind of odd for old... This is TCB translation. They go, kind of odd for old Elbaf. Not all the giants look like... Or not all the figures look like giants, quite. And then Ripley goes, quite. As far as we know, there were definitely times where the races of the world clashed. But this kind of cooperation is unheard of. And then Viz says... I gotta say, for a drawing from Elbaf, they don't all look like giants to me. And then Ripley goes, that's right. In the history we're familiar with, there were sometimes wars between the races, but never cultural exchange. And that's very different, I feel like, than cultural exchange sounds like I give you curry, you give me noodles, you know?
Yeah.
Like cooperation with the TCB,
Cooperation
when I
makes
read
more
that.
sense.
Yeah. So, and I'm reading that because...
Even in the context of the image, cultural exchange doesn't make sense too, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so
imagine
when Sai
looking
said,
at the mural and you're like, cultural exchange. It's like, wait, what? Huh?
When Sai said take it with a grain of salt normally, but this time Sandman is, giving a thing. The grain of salt was referencing that moment where it's like, I was cultural exchange. What are we talking about? There's no exchange of anything here. Like, they're exchanging their lives, like, apparently. Like, I wouldn't say that's a cultural exchange. That's a wild difference there, like.
Yeah.
Sai gives me ramen noodles, and I give him, chicken tikka. Like, it's different.
I was about to say, I like the Viz translations here as well. Let me see. Oh yeah, and by the way, TCB revised their translation for it heavily too.
You want to know what's fun? Is they revised it live my stream. Fiso is in the thing like, Par, like, I'm going to... Like, because I read it and I was like, this is interesting. And then, like, I wasn't reading chat because I don't read it while I'm reacting because I don't want to be spoiled. But obviously the mural was a very weird situation because it's the last page, so like I can't get spoiled anymore. And then I just realized I was getting spammed, like, Par, that translation's changing, that one's changing. And I don't know if I had to refresh, but it changed while I was streaming and Fiso was telling me. And sorry Fiso if you're watching this too. But yeah, they did change it. I didn't see how severe a lot of it was, but yeah. No, I mean, I just wanted to bring up that first thing just to note the importance of the translational differences, which, is also reflecting in the story very with the Harley text. Like, we're literally seeing in story how important the translations are.
Yeah. With the giants over here, like, arguing about the sun god. Like, that's us at this point.
At this point, you know what's funny is like we're literally in the same boats as the Giants. Like, the Giants probably received the same translational differences of the Harley text the same way we are.
Like, one guy was TCB, one was OP, one was Twitter, the other was Viz, and they're like, who's right? But it's all like kind of the same, but it's just like the wording and like where you put sentences, and it's like,
as an example, right? If someone translated it. This mural as a cultural exchange, 100%. I understand why they don't think that the sun god is like a vibe.
This mural is all about cultural exchanges. Like who would the demon on the left be? Taxes or something? I don't know. The government wants a cut of that cultural exchange. It's the left side. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, and then it's like we're like, do you believe this idiot? This guy thinks it's a cultural
Yeah,
exchange.
you have
It's
everybody with their
like-
weapons drawn. This is just, yeah, I don't know. It's again showing that the Viz isn't always like the word of God. Like I've seen people
Yeah,
saying the
and
Viz is correct. It's like no, the Viz has made a lot of mistakes, guys. I mean, same with TCB, but you know, like I do feel like TCB and these other people I give more credit to, especially Sandman. My God, Sandman, Luna PN, another one, right? Dawn and Dusk. Like, come
yeah.
on.
Yeah, like to put ourselves in the story again. If I was Frankie listening to Ripley go, like, sometimes history has war, but this time cultural exchange. No, bitch, this is
Yeah,
a
like
opportunity.
Ripley, they're fighting. Ripley, you got fire-breathing monsters. What do you mean cultural exchange?
They're culture exchanging their spit. Like, I don't know what these dragons are
Yeah.
doing in Ripley.
There's fire at the bottom of the image. What do you mean?
This is the most violent cult. I don't know what Elvav thinks of cultural exchange, but this is not it. Like, now I know why King Harold's trying to change you guys. Like,
Yeah.
this
You guys are dumb. I think the best way to do there's no good way, but the best way to do this is to go line for line, and we'll just kind of briefly talk. I mean, there's a lot here, and we don't want to stay here forever, so we'll briefly talk about what we think each line means. How about that?
All right. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fun. Let's do it.
So, which translation do we want to go with? Artur also translated this as well, which, you know, Artur, again, another trusted source. So Viz, TCB, OP scans, Artur, like, who do you want to go to?
Let's go with the Viz. I think the Viz hits the most people, and
Yeah.
if Sandman is giving it his
stamp
vote
of
of approval,
Yeah, Sandman really sells
then,
it.
Then I want to check this out for sure.
All right, let's do it. The first world. Within the earth, there was fire. What do you think?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about different ones. I'm thinking, like, when I read TCB at least, originally, I'm thinking like this refers to like Mother Flame type stuff.
Yeah.
Like the source of life being Mother Flame, the undying flame, Lunarians possibly. Within the fire there was within the earth there was fire. I think it's like even that self is a neutral thing, and I like to think that the Mother Flame is one of those things that is a neutral thing that was abused. So like that's kind of where I think like the start of Oda's story, it's neutral, you know what I mean? And I know that there was some other connotations because I think like some people said like the earth was on fire or scorched or something, which has like a kind of a more negative connotation. But with this one, I think this is Mother Flame reference.
Yeah, same. I think Mother Flame or life itself, but I am leaning towards Mother Flame. Next, it says mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like this one would be kind of like how nuclear energy kind of thing, where like nuclear energy is super. It has a lot of potential for good, but ultimately the start of it with human history, essentially, or at least the most prominent start for it in human history, is a largely scary reality that like with great power comes great responsibility, and humankind has a lot of greed to it, and with greed comes mistakes. And so we saw a very similar to nuclear power on Lelucia, where we just can delete islands, and that apparently is powered by Mother Flame. So if I think the previous one's Mother Flame and this one mankind succumbed to greed and touched the Forbidden Sun, something that we also in reference to Mother Flame, the Mother Flame was actually like in the story akin to nuclear. They said like a nuclear reactor. So like that was like the exact translation / wording that was given to us. So it's not even us. And when we're talking about nuclear energy, we are talking about like the sun type of stuff. So that's kind of what we're talking about. And also like I like to think like Spider-Man, like, you know, like creating the second sun, and how that's a huge thing in fiction, like, you know, like infinite power type of thing. So I think like they touched infinite power and succumbed to the greed that came with it.
Yeah, and my headcanon is that when they touched the sun, that it might have went away as well. Like maybe whatever they did with it, the sun it was gone for a while. Not like the actual sun,
Mm-hmm.
but the mother flame. Because the next line says, the enslaved prayed and the sun god appeared. And I was like, okay, wait, like if this flame is the mother flame and they use it for everything, right? It fuels their city, fuels their technology. Why do they have enslaved people, and why are they praying for the sun to come back? Like,
Yeah.
so that's why I think maybe the flame went out because of them. They just used it too much, or they just actually touched it or something.
Yeah.
They wanted
So like,
more.
with when these like, obviously with our interpretations of these lines, like we're contextualizing it as we go, but like we've both of us have sat back and like
Oh
had
yeah,
different interpretations, and there's other ways. So like this isn't our set in stone. This is just like, like how we're feeling about it, especially right now, and with this particular translation too. But like, especially when you put it's hard to put the whole story in context and try to connect it to it, because there's so many different parts that you can tie this to. And so when it comes to the like, I had a video about the mother flame, and I was saying like it could be that the Buccaneers or Lunarians, like they could be two sides of the same coin. And by that, the undying flame that we see on Lunarians, it could be related to the mother flame. And it could be that the thing that Vegapunk couldn't fully understand about Buccaneers was related to like some mother flame type of thing, some undying, like perpetually moving power source that kept Kuma's body continually moving despite all science telling him he should be a lifeless body right now. And so, and given like the kind of like love slash immunity he had to certain things, like maybe that's mother flame related. And so, going with that kind of interpretation, when you say like, oh, they touched it and it went away, it could be something like someone touched it and it disappeared and they were considered a thief. But in reality, it went inside, and it ended up being like it got distributed. It didn't disappear. It went inside and got distributed internal. And so with that next line, the sun god appeared, but then the earth god raged. It could be that the earth god was raged because he had thought that it disappeared, when in reality it just was inside of all the people, right? Like even possibly with them too. But yeah, but it is interesting with the enslaved prayed and the sun god appeared. I don't like, because it also doesn't know. We don't know. Like we like to think that Nika is the first, but we
yeah,
don't necessarily know that. You know what I mean? Like it is a thing. There's similar to the dragons thing. It is a thing that all civilizations had a sun god. Like everyone revered the sun because that just makes sense. It makes sense to revere the sun when that's your 24, when you're awake, that's what you see, right?
yeah.
It's
Or
to the
maybe
point where they no, what are you say?
I was gonna say maybe the slave people or the enslaved were underground, and that's why they prayed for the sun even. And that's why the god of
Right.
earth was mad, because it's like, wait a minute, you guys need to stay underground and do work, mining in the factories and the coal mines.
Right, right. And that was the other part, that like to the point that all civilizations demonized, not just people that didn't see the sun. So vampires, like vampires is more of a recent thing, but like there's werewolves. Like howl at the moon, come out at moon, like all those boogeyman, scary nighttime, right? Not away from the sun.
Yeah,
And then also with the moon, the word lunatic. Lunatic means lunar tick. People who ticked by the moon. So
yeah,
that's the word. The word came from people, the illnesses that people had assumed were just nighttime associated from the full moon in a lot of instances, and they called them lunatics because they just didn't know what was wrong with them. Sometimes people had seizures or something like that, and they're just like, "Oh my God, it's a lunatic," what I mean, like that. They would literally demonize that, and also all underworld descriptions are under the world, right? Away from the sun, no sunlight, right? So there is a lot of leeway with what that meant. And the thing is, in the One Piece world, we've seen it with the Dentadas underground, right? Like we've seen it in Meridra underground, away from the sun. We've seen it with the fishmen away from the sun, right? There's many variations to that. And yeah, the Earth God being, in control of that. But that next line with its serpent of hellfire, where are you at with that?
I mean, you know me. I've always been a big fan of the red line being an actual snake or something that was alive at one point. And when I think of like the god of land, and this is a popular theory too, it's not like just me thinking this, right? I think the community for the most part believes in it. And I say that as well, like with confidence, because I held a poll last night, and I think like 70% believe that the red line is the serpent. Which is crazy because like I think it's like one of those things that's been long running, kind of like the Blackbeard Cerberus theory, which ended up being false. But this is another one of those theories that has like a lot of weight in the community. But yeah, when I think of the god of earth, right, the god of the land, it's like, okay, land, earth, rock, red line, giant rock mountain, really weird that it just wraps around. It's like, yeah, I think that's what it is. And then plus, I also think it's, going to the mural for just a quick second, I think it's also the creature we see on the far right as well.
Okay.
But yeah. What about you?
It's the Serpent of Hellfires. It's like, because the description that we got from the Dory about like the Dory and Brogy, the serpent soaked in blood that can't be cut, right? That sounds like the red line, right?
Yeah.
And like, and it is not a weird thing for it, because this is the same mythos, right? Because it's the giants. This is the same mythos, and they would be describing the red line in a very different way. And this has happened. And what you do in that situation is like, okay, soaked in blood and hellfire are then sort of synonymous. Then what would that be in reference to? And that would kind of tell you the source of what this is. And so, soaked in blood could mean death. Hellfire refers to death, and so maybe the red line is the underworld, which is also a separate theory that a lot of people have had, that like the red line has some kind of, that's the underworld that Brooke was talking about. And I've made references to that theory in a disconnected way, where I've talked about how, you know, the under the red line, how it's like hollow. I had like that theory and talking about like, hey, we even see an aquarium. Like Kong's thing is somewhere in the red line. He has a giant aquarium. Where's that? What's that about? And you know, but separate to that, Emu goes downstairs into like some frozen tundra looking like time capsule chamber, and Brooke said the underworld is a frozen like really cold place, and like, you know, death is associated with cold and all that stuff. So like, and then that's all red line. And so like maybe it is the red line. Like, and as far as the 70% poll, I'd probably be a part of that 70%. If I was like held at gunpoint, which you normally do to me on a frequent occasion, I would probably end up choosing science, it's the red line. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, and then you, because of its association with the earth god, and like with its serpent of hellfire, it's like, yeah, I can't even, if you ask me to think of like what else do we know in One Piece that could like even come close to something like that, I don't really know. Like on that like that level of something, there's nothing really. There's only one real option for that. Now we can theorize a few other ones, but like I would imagine that the end stage of those theories are wholly theoretical, right? Whereas the red line is like, we've seen it. It's there. It's this whole red, so it's like it fits the description a little bit, and it also wraps around the world. You know, and like in Norse mythos, like wrapping around the world, like they have that, and then, you know, this has been one of the mysteries in One Piece. I think the part that like that is interesting though is the shrouded the world in death and darkness. It's like, does the red line per se do that? Not really, but that kind of tells me maybe it did something. It was something different in the past. Maybe the red line didn't look like the red line purely. Maybe maybe it was alive before. You know, like that would be terrifying.
Yeah.
You know, if that thing was alive, yeah, that thing shrouds the world in death and darkness, 100%.
And it fits the whole thing with it being the first world, right? We don't even know what that looks like, right? For the Void Century, we can at least imagine, like, oh, Ancient Kingdom, 20 kings, queens, Emu, maybe the Gorosei, right? Like, we can kind of imagine some aspects. But for the first world, we have no idea. It's a blank slate. It really is. And maybe there was, like, a giant snake monster back then. That was the red line.
Like you said, for the second world, we know a little bit, which is that apparently it was all one continent to a certain extent, or like more connected, not
Yeah.
islands the way it is now. And that's the second world. Like if that's the terraforming slash global water level shift that existed back then, what how we don't the other part of this is timeline. This is that was 800, 900 years ago, right? Like Vegapunk sort of said, I mean, he said it in a different context, but I think it would apply in the same thing. Like 800, 900 years ago is a long time, but not that long of a time. Like even for like tectonic plate shift, that's millions of years, you know what I mean? Like, so like, and he was saying like, yeah, this kind of change, it couldn't even happen like that quickly. It wouldn't be able to do in like 20 years or 100 years or something like that. It would be unnatural. So, meaning something else, an external force caused this. And the first world, what time, what era is that? And people are gonna say like 5,000 years ago because that's like Oda did like the Age of the Sea Circle, but we don't know. We don't really know. So, uh, the and you know I think we've talked about this, me and you, about how like do we think that Oda's gonna show us that? Because we've always believed for the longest time that there was a Nika and a Joyboy. And the question was like, will Oda ever show us the Nika timeline? Will he like talk about it, or is it just like a reference and then like Oda's gonna focus on the Joyboy slash Void Century time? But this is kind of crazy. Like we're getting like a description, one of the craziest descriptions in the One Piece history of Nika's era, and this is like theoretically Nika's era, but like I think it's Nika's era because kind of we're told that basically, but you know, someone's like, but Par, that wasn't Nika. We don't know that. That could, you know,
I think it's a good assumption though.
That's the no, that's actually Luffy's era because Luffy's a time traveler. At the end of the story, we're gonna go back in time. Oh, that theory's broken now, right? Because that theory hinged on that Luffy was Joy Boy, and so the Void Century Joy Boy and went to the future, or Luffy goes to the past at the end of the story, becomes Joy Boy. But now that there's three time, what would the thing be like? Luffy went back to the past in his original Nika, and then jumped to the future and is the Void Century.
Yeah, like that there were always a lot of holes in that theory. There are a lot of holes in that one. Like as far as like the Blackbeard was a Cerberus one, it's like, oh, you don't know. Like we've never seen anything.
Mm-hmm.
But for this one, it's like, yeah, like,
now
there's things you have to work around. And yeah. And that, of course, that's like outrageously broken. But so the next line says, shrouded so the Serpent of Hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness. They will never meet again. We'll touch on the they will never meet again later. But as far as shrouding the world in death and darkness, I'm just assuming that means that Nika died, right? Or at least that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Nika dying like kind of has to happen. Like,
yeah.
It's like I think like that's an implied thing of the first world and second world. But is it literal also? Could it be? Yes. And it might not necessarily be just the serpent part, you know what I mean? Because it says the earth god raged and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness. So it's like it you don't have to necessarily say that the serpent of hellfire was the because you could read this, the earth god raged and shrouded the world in death and darkness, and so that's just the earth god. The earth god is who controls the serpent and or is partnered with the serpent and is attributed to the death and darkness. So and that question is, what do you think the earth god is, right? And I think a lot of people were jumping to a Blackbeard, that like with the Yami Yami no Mi, like that's where his predecessor exists. And I'm not necessarily like the earth god one is a little bit harder for me to nail down, obviously, because like that's the first world, and we apparently just officially confirmed the original Nika existing, so like we know nothing about that world. But I'm not mad at the idea that could be like the Blackbeard thing. It's kind of simple too. It fits the underworld motif as well. But like if I were to just jump and not like particularly reference, we get like the other thing that this 3 books did is it confirmed, like you mentioned, the 4 gods existing. And so the way, like, we could just say that the gods were the ancient weapons, like the sea god being Poseidon. That makes a lot of sense. I do think that a lot of the context here pulls us away from the idea that Emu is that sea god, which a lot of people believe because the Umi thing and water being so heavily like antithetical to devil fruits. Like, why is that a thing? Mother Nature hates devil fruits, so they drown. So like that would be Emu, right? But like it doesn't feel like that. And we also got the Forest God and we have the Earth God. So maybe there is a realm where like I don't know. That's just the like Pluton would be Earth God, I guess. But then Uranus would not be Forest God; it would be Rain God. So I'm not really too sure. Um, but yeah. So I don't even know who that is. Do you have an idea for who the Earth God is?
I think the Earth God is just its own thing. I think all of the gods are
Something.
going to be their own things. I don't think they're connected to the ancient
Okay.
weapons.
No, but like so. But do you think that they're associated to like a character we know, like a Blackbeard
Oh,
or a Green
oh.
Bull or a
Hmm.
like Green Bull
I
Forest God,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
No, I
that's
don't
what most people.
I
Yeah,
don't think
right.
so.
So I don't think that either.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
now we move on to
yeah.
the second world. They say within the void there was breath. What do you think about that? Because now we're in the void century.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so this is the word void, right?
Yeah.
Long time ago, Shadows Theory theorized that emu was in reference to the void, and now whether that's like confirmed or heavily implied by the fact that emu refers to themselves as moo and moo is the symbol for void, right? My idea about the shadows theory void, the thing is Oda, I think in this one, I forget if Fiso and slash my raw dogs, the people who read the raws and tell me what the kanji is in the stream, they said that this was saying kohaku, which kohaku is that was the shadows theory part where kohaku is the word that Oda uses for void in Void Century, and kohaku is made of two symbols, white and sky, white sky century, and void being a synonym to empty, empty throne. And then so my idea was that like emu had sits on the empty throne, and so if it's empty throne and emu sits on it, emu's name means empty. But if the void century is also void, then that means that the century was named after emu, hence void century. But if Oda wrote it as white sky century, then there might be some semblance of like a white sky, a world covered in like the clouds. And that, you know, going back to the first world part, the shrouded in the world in death and darkness. If you covered the planet in clouds or whatever, that would essentially kill everybody. It would cause an ice age. It would burn up the planet depending on how you go about it. But that is like when the dinosaurs got extinct, like the world was covered in, you know, smoke and stuff like that. So that is a death thing. So within the void there was breath. Like it could mean that like the life started coming out of that death scenario, that like purge essentially. Or it could mean that that was when emu was born. It could mean that either. Like I'm not really too sure, but I do want to think that when Oda says void there, it's in direct reference to either emu or literally like the why it was called the void century, which like the other reason is void century blank, right? Blank. But the thing is blank was also like blank is a word. The reason why sky is associated there is because the sky is technically empty, right? But when you
Yeah.
think of the sky, it's not like we don't call it blank, you know what I mean? But that's kind of the translation there. So it is interesting how flexible this could be. But like obviously we know that life was there. So I'm thinking it's either like the people who were oppressed by from the first world, they kind of started living, or it was emu. Emu was kind of like we don't necessarily know the Neurona situation, but it could be that like Joyboy was born at the beginning of the Void Century. The second world might have started when Emu was born. Maybe, not too sure. But yeah,
Yeah.
that one's a little hard for me though.
Yeah. So my headcanon, and this is pretty absurd if this is true. So I don't put a lot of stocks into it, but I like the idea. But I think about the divine breath from the One Piece game Odyssey, which is something
Ooh.
Oda wrote as well. Like what Oda does write the story for One Piece Odyssey, not all like the small
Mm-hmm.
dialogue, but the main plot points he did. And in that
Mm-hmm.
game, which released I think 2 years ago, there was a fourth ancient weapon, which was called the divine breath. and it was this mechanical monster that went around changing weather, and it could destroy like, islands just like the other ancient weapons. And I was like, okay, like maybe this is what they're talking about. Like maybe the breath was a mechanical monster, like like something created in the ancient kingdom, for example. That's kind of like, because we still have to figure out why the ancient kingdom was demonized by 20 kings and queens. Yeah, we could say the 20 kings and queens were just all bad, but I still think it's a feat to get 20 ops to want to take you down. So I think that at some point the ancient kingdom did something wrong. And I was like, okay, like what if they created a monster by accident, right? We know they're technologically advanced. What if they accidentally created an ancient weapon they couldn't stop? And that was the breath that they're talking about, which leads us to the next one where it says the forest god tamed demons, and then the sun spread the fires of war, right? When we think about the sun in this context, at least for me, I think of Joyboy, right? That's got to be sun god Nika, Joyboy. How did he spread the fires of war? Maybe it wasn't intentional. Maybe the divine breath or whatever monster they created was fueled by the fire, fueled by the mother flame. And that is how he spread war unintentionally. Like he was a good guy, but people took advantage of it, or the monster or weapon is taking advantage of it. And the forest god in response had demons go and, try to stop him. That was my interpretation. Of course, like I said, it means that we bring in a video game or an idea from a video game into the story, which could happen. Maybe Oda takes it and just spins it different ways, but yeah, that's kind of what I thought. What do you think about the forest god teaming demons? Because I think that refers to people like the devil fruit idea. I think devil fruit won at number 1 when I held a poll, but I also thought that this could just be the demons that we see, like the Cerberus, the Gyuki, Bakotsu, the Itsumare. I think this could be the actual demons, and the forest god just had them. He created them, and then later on, which I don't know how this works, but maybe Imu tamed them too. Like now they work for the world government. But what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think my first interpretation, and I think still my interpretation, and this is where like there's a medium ground, and then there's a crazy part, but like, and we've talked about the crazy part, but like before where well, I'll get to it when I get to it. So when I read Forest God tamed demons, even when I read TCB, when I saw the demons thing, I'm not thinking devil fruits. I'm thinking the Gorosei, like those things. And so forest god to me was Emu, or like whatever. Again, like you said, like whether Emu came in afterwards or whatever Emu inherited, right? Because essentially they believe that they're descendants from some kind of god. We don't know if that's Emu. We don't know if Emu's also a descendant of like something else, or because we know that there's like the families, and they are obviously separated, and they couldn't possibly all descend from like one thing. But like what comes after, I guess, like a little bit like to contextualize the whole thing at once. It felt like there was a team up, and the gods were, at least to me, including the image, like it seemed like all the gods were together, and there was a betrayal. And I don't know who the betrayal was, but when it says the last part where the sea gods, well, actually the Viz translation, I have to like take into account. But when I was reading the TCB, it said like the sea god was enraged, and they weren't mentioned before. And it's like, if someone killed the sun, and the sea god was mentioned after, so it's not the sea god. The sun obviously was killed, and it was man ended up becoming gods. That's the one concrete part out of, I think, the entire book. We know that man was mankind, in reference there is celestial dragons. So then where do the celestial dragons fit in prior to the story? And if the celestial dragons have the demons that we see in the Gorosei, I'm thinking that the forest god is in association to the world government / Emu / whatever predecessor they're talking about. And clearly the forest god is somehow separate from the earth god. So like we don't necessarily, so like what the earth god caused the first world to essentially end. And then the second world, it seemed like there was a contention for power, and one of them made a power grab, and that seems like the forest god, because they have the demons who are at the top of the world. Mankind is the one who man in this context is the celestial dragons who slew the sun. We think that's the world government, and Vegapunk said that also, right? Like that the world government killed Joyboy. So that's where I'm like, okay, I don't know who the forest god is. I don't want to think that it's Green Bull because like that he's not that like he's a late stage character. His power is super cracked, but maybe his power is related there. But I'm thinking, and you know my end stage theory with an emu
Yeah.
thing and why that even makes even more sense. But like even with just this, I think Forest God tamed the demons. Like it could be that, yeah, like you said, Emu inherited the control over that, kind of like how Momo inherited the control over Zunisha, right? Like, and the demons are just the Gorosei thing, right? Um, and as far as the sun spreads the fires of war, I kind of read that as like a romantic kind of thing, where like Sabo, like the Flame Emperor, right?
Yeah.
Like he's fanning the fires of war on all the revolutionaries. The only kind of counter to that is that the ancient kingdom was on top allegedly and Joyboy was there, and so like the world government would be spreading the fires of war, whereas the ancient kingdom was already the hegemonic power, so it wouldn't really make like why would the sun be spreading the fires of war unless he was also trying to usurp his own like stand like you know the ancient kingdom, which I don't know where to go with that. It could be another way to look at it is if the fire here is in reference to the same fire in the first world book where the mother flame, the sun was spreading the mother flame, so giving people the mother flame to empower them. It could be something like that too. And each nation or each race did their own thing with the thing, but we don't really see remnants of that other than the ancient weapons kind of stuff. But again, I don't even know how that would fit, right? Like you could say like Poseidon or Fishman, Wano, all these places they had the mother flame and they all used it in different ways. But you know that's more theoretical. So, but I think like my bigger takeaway is I'm reading into this and seeing some sort of team up and then betrayal. And I think the next line that we didn't read yet, kind of like gives me that actually those are the yeah, this one's kind of really cryptic to me except for the part that we know what the half moon is, but I want to read that part and then we could talk about it.
It says, those of the half moon dreamed, and those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun and became God. The sea god stormed. So a long running. I keep on saying this, but it's cool because like Oda's finally tackling the theories that fans had for the longest time, and one of those was the D clan. People were saying it could be a straw hat turned on its side, it could be the dawn, or it could be a half moon, a symbol of the half moon. And Oda right here actually says it for the very first time. Half moon. They dreamed. So that could be what the D clan is. It's not an initial. It's not going to stand for anything. It's just the half moon. And then we have the full moon, right? Those are the moon dreamed. We don't know that yet. You know, nobody really thought about like what the other side of the moon would be, but it could be the celestial dragons, right? We could be talking about the hoof of the celestial dragon. It has that circle in the middle. Maybe that is the symbol of the full moon. And they just added like the 3 claws, right?
To hide it, just like the Sun Pirates with the Celestial Dragons tattoo, right? But how ironic would that be if it was originally the moon, they hid it as a hoof of a dragon, and then the fishmen hid the hoof of the dragon as a sun.
Poetic.
And it started off as a moon, which would be like crazy poetry.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the poem means, but you know, like some poems just hit. Like that one would just be like, whoa, Oda, you're cracked for that one.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I think right now. And I'm like, Celestial Dragons are those of the moon, and then half moon of the D clan. As far as what they dreamed, it's a hard one. I think the half moon people dreamed of obviously like of a better future, right? Like, they hope for a good ending, but maybe they dreamed that they would lose. Maybe they knew that they were cooked 900 years ago, like there was no winning. So instead, they decided to pass down legacies or devil fruits, or maybe even those of the moon wanted to pass down devil fruits. I think the Celestial Dragons might have been the originators of devil fruits, which might sound absurd, but it goes on to what it says next, right? Man killed the sun and became gods, and then the sea god was stormed. Like they were mad. And I thought about this a little bit more, right? And this was another popular theory as well, but people were saying that, oh, maybe Emu is the sea god, right? Because Emu backwards is Umi. But what if we are thinking too hard on that? What if Emu isn't the sea god? What if Emu is the sea god's main enemy? And the reason why it's backwards is because they're two sides of the coin, right? You have the sea god on one end and then Emu on the other because they oppose each other.
Yeah.
And we have to think about why the celestial dragons live atop of the red line. What if they live up there because they want to avoid the sea god? And that's kind of what I'm getting at right now. Like maybe the celestial dragons in the past used devil fruits to beat Nika. They used it to beat the sun. And then the sea god was mad. So now, boom, new rule applied to the entire world. You know, this omnipotent being did it. But now if you touch water and you have a devil fruit, you drown, you sink, you die. And Emu, being, you know, a guy who's scared of the sea god right now, they then turn their new power source from devil fruits all the way to demons. They turn to the forest god. And that's why we have these demons in the world government nowadays. I think that's kind of what I'm liking right now. But how do you feel about all this? Like, what do you think about the half moon, full moon, the sea god being mad? Like where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, I think like this part of like reasonably, right? We could skip the third world because like that one's the most simple and we
Yeah,
kinda,
the
like,
third
read
world is
that.
so boring, dude. I get why
Yeah.
Oda did it. Oda didn't want to like spoil what like Oda cannot say the sun kills the full moon. You know, he can't say the gods come together and worship the, you know, like he can't do that because that's like quote spoilers to an extent. So he kept that very simple. The sun's here, guys. They're dancing. The dawn's here. Okay, cool. Thank you, Oda. Thank you.
I like how he did it, but obviously, like, and I made the joke, like, the third world is just the One Piece story, like, Oda's writing the third world.
Yeah.
So like,
Very ambiguous too. Even more ambiguous than the others.
Right. And so, given given that's what the third world represents, it's the most boring to me.
Yeah.
And then I say that I'm reading One Piece. All right, guys, you get it, the joke. But
it's like
the
spoiling
first
the Bible.
world, yeah. And so the first world is interesting, sure, but it's like it's so super cryptic, and that's not the story we've been chasing all this time. Sure, it's important for the story we've been chasing, but the second world is, and so it makes sense that Oda put extra like annoying sauce in here because it's like, oh, the half moon, but then he did like those are the half moon dreamed, those are the moon dreamed. Not only it was that awkward wording, but like it also like why didn't he just say that those, like in the first translation it was like those are the half moon and full moon dreamed. I was like okay, so like there's
what separates
D's,
them, dude?
yeah, there's D's, double D's, or like O's, like where the O clan, like, you know, it's like what does it mean? And I agree with you on the part where like maybe the moon represented like the enemy, and that's why I was like, okay, so they both dreamed. Did they dream the same thing? Well, why did Oda separate out the dream? Like those are the half moon dreamed and those are the moon dreamed, and maybe they're dreaming of separate things, but like there's no connotation of like like especially when I read a TCB, it's felt like they were dreaming of the same thing because they said those are the half moon and full moon dreamed, and so when you say it like that, it sounds like they're dreaming the same thing. Whereas in the Viz translation, it's completely separate sentences to annotate maybe they're dreaming separately.
Like OP scans, shout out.
And this is a clash of dreams. Now, what are devil fruits? Devil fruits are essentially dreams encapsulated, right? And we know what Nika is. Nika is like dreams unleashed that humans like it unlocks human potential. Bonnie literally is acquiring the most insane forms from just dreaming of that, and she doesn't really. She has like some other absurd level of Nika that like has to be investigated, but. The point is that, like you were saying, like I've always been I wouldn't say like a hater, but I've always been a devil's advocate for the whole Umi thing for various reasons. It just didn't feel correct for me. But like you were saying, like I've said this before, if Umi is Emu backwards, why isn't it that like Umi is just like the antithesis? Why are we saying that, oh, if you flip it around in English, like, oh, now it's sea god, so that's the thing. And so like I really liked what you said about like maybe it was Emu versus Umi, and Umi was the sea god and Emu was just the antithesis, and it might not be the forest god, and maybe it's Emu's like predecessor, right? Like maybe they're just, or Emu period, like we don't really know Emu's situation. But what we do know is that when they said the sea god stormed, and then we put the context of the void century and modern One Piece world into context, the fishmen are at the bottom of the ocean. They are completely ostracized from humanity, and we don't have the history, but the script is kind of flipped that the world hates fishmen. And it could be that it was their choice, right? We have the thing of like the apology. Joyboy apologized because he wanted to bring them on the Noah or something like that, right? And he couldn't do that. He couldn't fulfill his promise. And so, like, why did the sea god storm? Here, we're finding out it's because man killed the sun. So, saying man, and we're associating it with the celestial dragon, and then the sea god, it feels very. To me, it's like the sea god sounds like Poseidon or whoever the king of the ocean is. And ironically, the current king of the ocean of Fishman Island is King Neptune, sea god. Like that's what that is. You know, Poseidon's also that. So they both have that name for that, and we're putting them in the context of sun god, earth god, whatever. And Poseidon literally means sea god, so like maybe the original Poseidon was named Umi. Like it could be as simple as that, and they were upset because there was some kind of team up that was supposed to happen, and the celestial dragons betrayed maybe not. Like the weird part is that Oda would probably love to do a thing where it was mistakenly, like it was a betrayal, but it wasn't like a true betrayal. It was just like surface level seen as a betrayal, kind of like how we were talking about with the fire. Like they touched the fire, but I was saying like maybe it went within and some people thought it was a theft. Or like how we were talking about Loki, like they think that Loki killed them, but there's like no witnesses, and so the story is they killed them, but like the one witness is like Biden, you know, and lobotomized. So it's like, is that really a witness? And did Loki really do it? So like and from then on, he for 8 years he's a criminal and captured by Shanks. And captured. Maybe it's the same thing there where they just ran with the story, and then the sea god, Fishman went down below the surface, didn't come back. Something like that. Joyboy died. That's why he couldn't keep the promise. But the part that still like is tough is those of the half moon dreamed, those of the moon dreamed. Is the half moon and the moon, are they on the same side? And like you said, like half moon could mean the D clan. And the reality is, the other part of it is everybody's a D clan. Like, you know what I mean? We're getting more and more D clan people.
It's like the celestial dragon thing, right? Like, oh, everybody's a celestial. Which I gotta ask, like, what would be the difference between half moon and full moon people? I've been thinking about that because like imagine you and your neighbor, you are full moon, the other guy's half moon. Like how do you draw that line? Like what differentiates you? Is it just based on like what country you come from, or could it actually be talking about moon people? Like for example, us on Earth, right? We only ever see like half the moon at a certain point of time. Like you can never see the full moon from like, you know, front and back because we only see the front. Of course, it rotates, but like, you know, obviously it's only one half. What if that's what it is? Like the people of Earth versus
the moon
the
doesn't
people...
rotate.
Oh, sorry. It like moves, not rotates.
Yeah. As we spin, it keeps the same phase to us. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that was just like crazy.
So what if the moon people are like a real thing? Because like we know that there's murals on the moon. We know the automatons are up there. Like, what if we're talking about like actual outer space people? Because we know that's where the Birkins come from. The Birkins aren't from Earth. A Nell and a Rouge are not from Earth. Well, I mean, they are, but like their ancestors aren't.
Yeah.
So like that could be what they're talking about.
And that's why. Okay, so like, you know, the half moon thing, right? Like, you didn't say D clan, obviously, but the thing that makes us feel like it's a D clan isn't necessarily this part. It's the next part in the third world where it says the promised day and here, the inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. Yeah. And time again, D-Clan, Roger, Joyboy, like we're thinking we don't even know if Joyboy technically is a D-Clan, right? Do we? Right?
We do not. We just assume it, but yeah, we don't know for sure.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if he wasn't, but like,
yeah. I'm just so shocked if Joyboy was not a part of the D-Clan. It's like 80% theory, like it's right there.
Yeah, it's kind of a theory. It's not even a theory that someone makes. It's one of those theories. It's like the dragon thing. Like all of humanity kind of just like comes to dragons. All of One Piece readers just kind of come to the acceptance that Joyboy is D-Clan, and it'd be kind of a shocker if he wasn't.
We just mind rope it. It's like this. Yeah, Scopper. Yeah, all this.
Yeah. So you know that's why D-Clan makes sense, right? But if you were to just look at the second world, like Half Moon, we could be talking about families on Wano. Their names are literally half moon, like Kozuki, Amatsuki, Futsuki. The other ones I forgot the names, but Wind
Foot
Moon.
sucky.
Yeah, that sure. I think Utsuki, Rain Moon, Wind Moon, Heaven Moon, Light Moon, and then they have the fifth family, the Kurozumi. Um, Frost Moon, Shimotsuki,
Yeah.
Frost Moon. Sorry, I forgot about Zoro. But so like those names are half moons, and then on top of that, it's like okay, Wano families, they're on the Ancient Kingdom side, let's just say, because they wrote the poneglyphs. They're on Joyboy side, right? But then we look at the Marineford. Marineford is a crescent moon. The island itself is a crescent moon. Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, and I like that interpretation of the what's it called, the fact that technically we always see half the moon. We never see the full moon. That is our reality. And so
And the moon
maybe
rotates.
yeah, so like maybe the half moon, the moon, what's it called? Those of the full moon are like people from outer space or something like that. And who would that be? It'd be the Birkins or
Yeah.
maybe the Lunarians, right? Lunarians could be the moon, and then their descendants could be the half moon. And but then if it's Lunarians, which literally means like moon people, then like you could literally substitute those of the moon dreamed. It could be Lunarians dreamed, and then the half moon could just be their descendants. But then it'd be, why would Oda separate the half descendants from the Lunarians? Like what is that doing, right? And then we also have the tie that the Lunarians are like probably the most important race, kind of like at this point, like the way Oda propped them up. They give them their descendants, the Seraphim, are I guess, is that half moon? I don't know what that would be, but like are given a biblical name, right? Like literally fallen angels. And in in the Bible, seraphims are is it seraphims
Yeah.
or is it Nephilim? I think I'm forgetting, but one of these things are literally half descendants of gods. I think Nephilims are also that. I think seraphim, children with normal people that have Nephilim, they're like giants. That's kind of, or like it's understood to be that these people were giants and much stronger than like normal people. And those are like the quote unquote demigods, but like that's not the word they used, I think. But apologies if I butchered it. It's basically there. I'm forgetting the nuance of it. I've talked about it a few times before, like 2 years, 3 years ago, or whenever the Seraphims came out. But the point is that like the context of that is just like maybe the D clan is just the half Lunarians, right? Like I don't really know, right? And then we talked about how like there should be a bunch of half celestial dragons out there, right? Like, and what are those, right? Are celestial dragons just the half moon? And so like, but then putting in context, that's the D clan. I don't know what the like is. The D just stands for descendant. The D just stands for like half Lunarian. Like it, not that that feels lame. I'm not saying that that feels lame, but it kind of I don't know if it fits. And I like the other thing that stands out to me, and I might be butchering this, is Vegapunk. Vegapunk's message. He was like, those of the D clan, there's one, and then I think like it cut off and it said among you that is. And then it could be that like he was trying to say that there's one among you that is a full moon. And so like
Ooh, yeah.
yeah, so like that's where my mind went to, because it's like, okay, so like are they the same and then they got betrayed? But like what, why is the half moon and full moon, why are they like not on the same side? You know what I mean? But then like I don't know, it's like the poetry of like, well, the half moon and the full moon, they're not on the same side because one is on the opposite side. And it's like I don't know. There's just, whew.
It's good.
Yeah, there's
It's
just
good reveal,
yeah.
man. I mean, I think this chapter really gets people talking, and I think we can both agree that this is probably the best chapter in like the past 5 years in terms of lore.
Mhm.
Maybe all of One Piece, even. I mean, yeah.
I
When you think
all
about
One
all
Piece.
of One Piece, like it's usually the lore is like spread very thin. Little things here, little things there, but this is literally in your face lore.
Yeah, this is like the equivalent of finding like the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Like you finally have it, but like maybe you don't know the full story just yet, and we're going to get the full story. But if you have like the Rosetta Stone of like, history and language and stuff like that, that's massive. And then we just hit that. Like we have a literal picture. It's insane, and we didn't even touch that yet. But yeah, this is gonna be referenced, highly referenced to the all rest of
Yeah.
our lifetime.
It's like like imagine Anel's like mural, right, that we saw back during the Anel cover page story. Like people were talking about that, and that had no text, right? That was like, oh, like,
Yeah.
does this matter? Does it not? Like it was really weird. But this is like, oh, this is like here. It's in your face. You have text to accompany it. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Which I think Anel's mural will be more important later on too. I think they'll make a comeback.
Chapter
But you know what's
470.
funny?
What?
What's funny is that last week, or I think, I think it was last week, we were doing the Parcast and somebody actually timestamped it. We were like, hey, Par, like, what do you think we could see in Elbaf in the next chapter? And we actually talked about murals. Do you remember that? We talked about
Yeah.
we talked about murals because I said, hey Par, like, do you think we'll see like a mural soon, because we haven't seen murals before? But my idea of a mural was like something like stained glass that you would see like in the castle. Oh yeah, that's why I said in the castle we might find a mural, because that's typically where murals are. Like you look up and like in a cathedral you'll see like a picture of Jesus with the baby and like all these crazy things. And I was like, whoa, we actually got a mural in the next chapter. I forgot all about that. That just shows that we talk about so much random BS that things kind of get lost sometimes, which is hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think like it's also another thing that's funny because like we were super like last podcast we were like really contemplating like possibilities of what like something largely meaningless, but like then the next chapter through this like chapter where we literally went line by line by line by line, and we're like, what do you think, and that like that this is like this is like it's hard to say in words, but like Oda is guiding how we read and giving us an immersive experience at the same time, right? Because I keep on like it's so crazy to feel this is how the Giants felt. This is how Rob and Frankie like the shot, like when you guys watch like the reaction streamers and whatever people who reacted to this chapter, like they are Frankie. When we see Frankie standing in front of that thing and like the awe, the shock, right? We all had that. And it's crazy because it's like as they are experiencing it, we are experiencing it. And I know that sounds so dumb because like obviously that's how a story works, but like it feels weirder here because it's like I really feel like 20 years of like, what is the One Piece? And then these guys are like sailing the sea and they're like, what is the One Piece? And I'm like, I feel like Frankie, Robin, and all of them right now, It's so cool that Oda's doing this to us. And I can't think of like another story where I felt like that, like I feel like Frankie. Yeah, I feel like Frankie right now in this picture, where I'm just like I think in my reaction, I literally just like just stopped and I just like looked and I didn't have a reaction because I was like, what am I? What is this?
What is this? Yeah, you're like confused more than anything.
Yeah. I mean, even the start of this, I was like, "What is this text? Where are my pictures?"
I feel like Vice Admiral Urban when the Vegapunk message is going off, and he was like, "Vegapunk, what does it mean? Stop, stop talking." Oh, that's me, dude.
Yeah, straight, dude. Oh my god.
So speaking of like images, though, it's time to talk about the big Kahuna, as I call it.
Mm-hmm.
This image. The main mural. Obviously we're not gonna sit here and dissect every single part of it. I feel like that would like extend this conversation for like 5 hours, which I'm sure people would love, but we gotta go. So what are the main things that stick out to you that you want to talk about or ask opinions of? What are things that caught your eye? So yeah, hit me. What do you got?
I mean, there's some things. There's a lot of things, like you said, and we literally spent so long on a lot of this. We talked about most of the picture in the stream. So like if people
Yeah.
want to see a fuller diagnosis of that, which I again like yeah, we're definitely not going to redo all that because the version that I'm looking at it separated the pages out so I can like more easily focus on the separate images that are separated by this tree. So just for conversational sake, you still are primarily of the belief that this is a picture of the third world.
Yes. Hot take. I know some people see the first world, second world. Actually, I held the poll. Mixed world won the poll.
Mixed worlds. Okay, see, me
Yes.
and you both disagree with that one.
I think
That
this is the third world. I know people like one and two. People like,
yeah.
all three worlds even. So that right there is already going to separate like a lot of people, right? Like, which world do you think it
Yeah.
is? I think it's the third world, but I can play around with the other ones too. I don't think there's anything wrong
Yeah.
with that here because we really just don't know.
I like for me, I my reactionary thing was second world.
Yeah.
As like also the what's it called? Um the I think part of also to consider is we don't know who drew this picture, but at this moment the picture and the text are actually separate. Like they're separate
Yeah.
sources. We don't know if this is Harley or related to Harley. In Sai's version of it, I like the interpretation that the person who drew this had read the third world thing that Harley had wrote, and this is like an interpretation because reasonably this third world text thing was written in like the Void Century stuff, right? Because it's talking about the Void Century and the thing, and it's even in the text it's talking about, it's not saying things that happen, it's like prophesizing a future. The future is like surely they'll meet, right? That's like the end of the story. I hope that's what happens in the third book, like that's kind of what it happens. So I'm imagining Harley like wrote this in the second world about the third world, and so when he's telling this like like a Nolan situation, he's telling it to all a bunch of kids, and the kids like, wow, that's so cool, I'm gonna draw what I think I dream of the third world. And that kid could have been really really important, maybe that kid was uh related to this. But also um second part is like the something that stood out to me and like really kind of important to contextualize is that whoever saw this image, right, or made this image, sorry, they had a crazy perspective. They have a perspective that almost like only the Straw Hats in the One Piece story have, which is knowing all these characters, seeing all these things. Like half of these characters that are going to be at the end stage, like Momo, he doesn't know about Shirahoshi yet. He doesn't know about like a lot of these things. Whoever did this can't just be like some random kid, unless it was like a Charlie situation where she prophesized also the future separate from Harley or something like that, where she
Yeah.
saw like a explicit image of what's happening. Either that or the person like actually was there or like knew about all these things. And like that led me to a funny slash like interesting angle. Like maybe this is like a battle plan. Like, oh, we're gonna have this thing over here, and Luffy, you're gonna, or Nika, you're gonna be here, and then I'm gonna be over there, and you're gonna be over there, and it's like some like Luffy-esque battle plan, but just drawn out. Which I say Luffy-esque, but like this is miles better than like what Luffy would draw, because like you can actually pick apart like, oh, this is Shirahoshi, this is like,
This is
this
that
looks like a
thing.
mermaid princess, this is a Tentata, that's a fish, that's a whale, that's a seraphim up top, that's Nika, like wow, that's amazing, right? um and so when I'm like looking at this, I kind of just like reactionary. I was like thinking second world. It for me, it fit a lot of what was happening, which is like they talked about cooperating. In like the culmination of what like Ripley said, at least TCB, was that it's cooperating against something. The second world is talking about like, again, from my perspective, the forest gods, or at least sea god and sun god cooperating, and talking about more of those things collaborating. And again, with your situation, you're saying that this is the future that Luffy brings about in the third world, which is fits what I'm saying, right? And then people were saying that the first world is also the first one on the right side. but like there's nothing. I don't know. There's like the fact that like we can pick apart, like this is the Arc Maxim, this is the Noah. The Noah at least is like Void Century. We know, I think we know that it was built 900 years ago or something
Yeah.
like that for this thing. So like the right side being the first world doesn't exactly fit. And not saying that the entire side is there. Maybe it's a transitional thing. Don't really know. But the fact that like I can look at the picture and I know everything pretty much. Like we can kind of pick apart all these things and say like, oh yeah, we've seen basically all of this stuff, and we can kind of say that this right side, the like the factory stuff, that's probably just the Ancient Kingdom or something that like Vegapunk made or slash Marriage Raw had a bunch of under level cogwheel. Like we literally saw people pushing stuff, and they literally are depicting people on a conveyor belt. Put like we don't know what they're doing inside the city, obviously, but in Marriage Raw, there's people underground pushing stuff. Cogwheels are moving and like machinery. We never saw like the inner machinations of that level of the Holy Lands. But even that, it doesn't have to be the Ancient Kingdom. But even that, we've seen that, and it's so like there's nothing that like really shows me that it's the first world other than the fire all the way around. That too. Yeah. What were you saying? Sorry.
I was about to say the Hellfire snake, the serpent.
Yes. But with that interpretation, it's like it's not like that serpent went away, right?
Yeah,
like theoretically, it's still here, right? And even in the current world, they call it the serpent soaked in blood. And if that is the red line also, so we still have the serpent, right? And if a kid were to depict a serpent, it would be like that, just covered in blood, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I obviously see mixed worlds. I think I like your version of it too. I think that's a very Oda thing to do too. That this mural is like the dream. It fits what like Ripley said. This is a dream that some kid made. This is like the future that we see. You know, the other thing that I was gonna say, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Was this just dawned on me.
Yeah.
This just dawned on me. Do you remember the chapter where we got, it was like 1133, right? Where Loki is talking to Luffy, or is that 1134? Do you remember?
I mean, he talks to Luffy a couple of times, but which part?
It was oh no, it's way before this.
What were they talking about?
Loki says Elbaf used to be the first world, right? Doesn't he say that?
No.
What does he say?
He says that this place right here was considered the first world, like the underworld.
Right. Okay. So this place right here used to be the first world.
Yeah.
So so that was something that I guess a question. Do you think he's because he obviously read the Harley text, and so he's reading the first world stuff, and he's saying that this right here where he's at is the first world, which is interesting. How do you interpret that?
I don't think that's what he meant necessarily. I can see that though. I mean I see where you're coming from.
Because but when he says first world, and we know that this text is read by the giants and they come up with interpretations of the sun god, I think that he's at minimum referencing that. It's just I don't know how he's referencing that, because like can you be on Goa Kingdom and be like, this right here was first, like you know what I mean, like.
But then again, we're on Elbaf, where like they have like the worlds and realms, like the sun world, the heaven world, underworld. So I thought that's what I meant. Like this was like the original world, like this is where we lived originally. That's kind of how I interpreted it, but I see what you mean. Like, was he referring to Harley Tech's first world?
These things have lived on this mountain for thousands of years. In our legends, they also call this the first world. And now we're reading the legend, which is the Harley text, and it says the first world. And let me double check.
I like that. I think the only reason that it's not like selling me right away, because like you said, it's 1-to-1 right there. I think the only reason is because that almost makes the scope smaller of the first world. Like I feel like when we have these Harley texts, right, the first, second, third, I feel like it encapsulates the entire world of One Piece.
Yes.
Whereas this just feels like, like this is the first world, then what is it, just Elbaf then? Like that wouldn't make sense to me yet, unless he means like this is where the first world started, or like this is where the battle took place. Then I think that could make sense. But yeah, I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I was like, wait a second. So if he's saying this is first world, but like that'd be like me saying like, Pangea used to be right here. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like we're all
Yeah.
on Pangea, right? So that's why it's like, is it meaningful or not? But like the fact that he directly references the first world is like, I wonder what he meant by that. And
Yeah.
we do know that this tree survived thousands of years of war, and reasonably the first world too. It probably saw that too. But like, why was that important to say there? This right here is the first world, right? In our legend, this is here, right? And like you said, like when we were reading it at the time, we thought like, oh, underrealm, underworld, heaven, sun, like he just means that this is the first of the three, right? But now it's a little bit interesting, and it makes you wonder if there's the same thing, like first world's underworld, second one is sun, third one is heaven. Like it could, maybe that's the progression too. Like that's an interesting one as well. And like, cause Oda, like largely this context of first world, second world, third world, that's very new. So Oda newly bringing up this term, and then he's used it now twice. It makes you wonder why the underworld of Elbaf has that connotation to such a foreign concept to us. But we do know that Nika is a Elbaf legend, and meaning that the what we have gathered is that at least Nika was from Elbaf, but we don't know about Joyboy, and we know that Joyboy was not a giant, so like he doesn't necessarily need to be there. We know the Ancient Kingdom's not there either, right? I mean, maybe Oda could pull a fast one and be like, oh, the Ancient Kingdom's also Elbaf. Like that would be kind of wild for us, considering they just started up a school like 20 years ago. But you know, and the Ancient Kingdom was apparently really, really smart. But I don't want to sound too much like Sai. No, I don't want to sound too much
racist.
Like you, so I like how you just like, hey,
that's racist.
Hey, stop that racism part. Like,
what are you doing?
There was also I'm trying to find it right now, but in Vegapunk's speech, he said something about the first world too. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me double check this.
So, while you're going through that, I was about to say like another reason why I think that this is the third world is because of the Arc Maxim. Like another one could have existed in the past, and we talked about the full moon. Like maybe they came from the moon, so that could explain that. But I mean, the Arc Maxim, I feel like that's something we do have that's tangible, and we know that that didn't exist, or like it was built in our era. Like Enel got Gonfal's men to create this ship. And according to that, like I went back because somebody said, oh, like maybe Enel had the blueprints from like the old era. That's never been talked about, so that's another like, you know, that's like another theory I have to talk about later. But yeah, I think that might just be the Arc Maxim. We see the lightning. And then on the left side, people are saying, oh, but you see Emeth on the left side. So this has to be the Void Century. But that's not the case because Emeth is alive and well today. Like, he is here. Like, he was on...
Well, maybe not well.
Yeah, maybe not well, but he was on Egghead Island. He didn't die. Yeah. I mean, he's a robot, first up. But also, like, he wasn't destroyed yet. Like, he powered down, and that was it. And Saturn, who was supposed to bring everything back to Murray's Law, died. So Saturn's not going to dispose of it. So we need somebody else to get rid of him. So yeah, in my head, like this could just be present day Emeth. And then of course we have like that giant, which looks like Loki, right? It's got the long hair. It's got the Elbaf markings. It's got like the same hat as Loki. So I think a couple of things could play there for the third world. And then as far as like why we see the Ancient Kingdom on the far right, it could just be explaining like where this serpent came from. The serpent that we see on the far right, or even explain like the energy that we see, right? We see this weird energy ball halo thing going on the right side, that conveyor belt. Like maybe they drew that just to explain like what is going on. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be that the Ancient Kingdom is in existence right now. So that's why I think the third world could work here. I see why people think it's the first and second, or second or third even. But I think this is just the third. And one clarification too, people are saying that the dragon at the very top is Momonosuke or Kaido. No. That's not possible. Like
that's a worm.
Yeah. Worm or dragon, right? If we don't see the arms, and yeah, people, I guess, I mean, which is fair. I guess people don't know fantasy that well sometimes, but Eastern versus Western dragons, that's a thing. this is very much a Western dragon or a wyvern, like you said. We got to see like the rest of the body, but yeah, it's not an Eastern dragon like Momonosuke. So I do push back on that a lot.
Yeah. I might have missed it, but
Yeah.
So you say that Emu is on the left side. That giant creature is Emu.
Yeah, I think Emu is the creature on the left, and then maybe the creature we see at the very top. I think that could just be like the original celestial dragon, where they got the hoof mark from.
Gotcha. So meaning that it's like the Tsukiyomi, like they summoned the original monster.
Yeah,
thing,
like the Ten
source.
Tails.
Yeah. And then okay, so that's interesting. Here's like a more complex question, I guess. Because this is part that like you could take this so many different ways. I feel like there's an easy choice, but like even the easy choice doesn't make perfect sense. But when they say they will not meet again, they will not meet again, they will surely meet. What is that referencing to? Like in the first world, is it two different people? In the second world, is it two different people? And then in the fourth world or third world, is it all the people, or is they referencing two?
Idea. It could be one of the gods. I think it could be like maybe the sea god and sun god, because the sun god died and the sea god was mad, so maybe they were about to meet and then they died. It could even be like the Adam and Eve tree, right? Maybe they're like a couple that never get together, which is weird. I'm not too sure who they is referencing, but also one more thing to point out is that whatever Frankie is blocking could be really important, because we don't see what's in the middle of the mural. Like Frankie's literally blocking the main focal point, right? And then you see the Arc Maxim, and it's shooting lightning at whatever Frankie is blocking. Like it's not. I mean, it technically gets hitting Zunisha or whatever that boat is, right? But also like it's going through it and going into the tree.
Yeah.
So Frankie could be blocking the they. Maybe they is inside the tree, and that's what Frankie's like obscuring, which, you know, that's move, true. Damn, Frankie, come on, get out of here.
Yeah. I hope we get that, but like we talked about it, like I think we came to a fun answer that like we don't really know what the meaning of it would be, but like at least it could be the straw hat, because there's no straw hat in the picture, and like this, it's the straw hat. Like
the straw hat will meet the top of Luffy's head.
But like, you know, it sounds like a meme, but you gotta think about like Luffy, and when Luffy died, that chapter 99. Yeah. Luffy gets struck by lightning, and his hat is fine, but like his hat's falling down from the sky. Oda emphasized that. I made like a whole video on that, how that felt when I was a kid watching that. I was like, there's something up. Oda was trying to do something with this scene. And like, you know, I don't remember as a kid paying attention to like anime episode title. Like I wasn't like, oh my god, they probably butchered it too. They probably were like, Luffy sort of dies but survives. It might have been the four kids straight up said like, Luffy gets struck by lightning, almost executed by Buggy, but survives, and like completely spoils the entire episode. But like the point
is, I think that's so funny. People are reacting to One Piece and they get to the Ace episode, and the title is literally Ace dies. And it's like, and people are like, I got spoiled, and I'm like,
Oda spoiled.
I mean, I don't want to be mean, but it's been in the manga for a while. It happens.
Yeah. So with
Oda knows. He's been there.
The chapter's titled "Luffy Died," and gets struck by a lightning that, and that saved him. But the context of the first world and second world is that reasonably, Luffy died. Like Luffy, the sun god. The sun dies in both times, apparently, right? Or is defeated. And it's like, what is Oda doing here? And he set up Luffy where he was going to die. He's like, I'm just gonna die now. And then he didn't. And that chapter, and then the next chapter, his dad shows up. Oh, good old dad comes in and saves the day, right? And some people think that lightning was due to Dragon, which I don't even believe. I think that it was just like, oh, maybe it was due to Dragon, but like I'm saying that like that lightning was fate, and like Dragon might have caused the storm, but he didn't. Like he's not like a Nami like choosing the lightning strike. You know what I mean? The lightning strike chose like save Luffy, and that might be like the meaning here. Like there's some kind of like fate. Like I mean, people hate this thing. People hate. I think people feel like people treat the word fate, as far as when they read a story, it's like a trigger word. Like you hear, oh my god, fated death. Come on, every story, all your favorite stories has some form of fate. You know, like that's just what it is. We're not gonna escape that in One Piece. The story about fate, the D's fated destinies. You know, we're not escaping that. So maybe the lightning has some kind of relevance to that. No, so that's where also it's funny because like the arc maxim, because like the Noah being there makes sense, right? We've known about its role in history. We've known about how important it is. It's literally related to Joyboy's promise, right? But we hadn't really known about the arc maxim like that. Like we all kind of theorized some way or another, or that Enel comes down. But at the end of the day, the arc maxim like literally took this dude to the moon. Like that's cracked, right? Technically, he didn't really need it, I guess, because he's a Logia, and like I guess he could just like survive up there without it. But anyways, point is that like I do find it funny because people have always been grasping at like Enel's coming, and Albaf, Enel's coming, and he like I guess shows up in the thing, and like I don't even know why that lightning strike has such a central part to like the story. You know what I mean? Or the story that's being told right there, where it's like what is striking Frankie, like that's being blocked, right? Even if it were the straw hat, why would that make sense? You know, like I don't know what's behind there, but whatever it is, we're probably not getting that, right? Or do you think we're gonna get it?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get it.
We're gonna get it.
Yeah.
You know what I realized? Enel does a similar thing too. But like it doesn't feel like he's blocking anything. But like when we see the murals on Burka, Anel's also blocking the image. And there's two of them. There's 470 and 472. And obviously Oda like gave us the perspective of Anel's back, blah blah. And like in this 472, he's blocking something, but it's obviously not that important. The thing that he's blocking partially is I like the joke about it, but it really does look it looks like the Gorosei's couch. That like, you know what I'm talking about? That squiggle thing on the yeah. It looks like a bunch of snakes, but it's in the exact same shape as the Gorosei's couch, and it's like okay, I don't know what Oda was
I
doing.
remember I saw a tweet like that a while back. That's funny.
Yeah. So like maybe he's blocking something important, but like. It would also be really funny if Oda gives us the next perspective and Frankie's not blocking anything. And like maybe he gives us in like 4 chapters so that people can cook up like the craziest theories about what Frankie is blocking, only to find out that he's not blocking anything. But yeah.
Oh, here, Sandman tweeted something out, and people have this is a thing that people have noted a while back as well. When they talk about D-Clan, I think this has new oomph to it. But the third world, they talk about how the voice of the half moon, the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end and all that, right? The promised day in here. And then it keeps on talking about like how they'll surely meet, they will meet. This ties back to chapter 292's title, which is called To Meet, like the half moons hidden by the clouds. That's the chapter title. And then apparently that is an old poem. Yes, and let me see here. Sandman says it was written in old Japanese waka from about 1,000 years ago and means, just like an old half moon hidden behind the clouds, I can't wait to meet the one I long for. I want to meet them. So Oda's referencing that 1,000-year-old story, which is kind of crazy. And shout out to chapter 292 and Sandman for bringing this back up.
Yeah, and actually, I remember we covered this, but I didn't go to. I referenced that it's a poem. Oda has a few chapters that are poem titles.
Yeah.
But that chapter is the Nolan Kalgara chapter, where Nolan ultimately is like, or Kalgar shines to the sky, and he's like, I want to see him, and Nolan setting sail to see him, and then doesn't find, like it's shot up into the sky. So like that could be like they will never meet again. It like when you. The theory that I was talking about was the idea that the Gorosei / the world government was behind the knock upstream because it happened right after a reverie, and that was the first time in history a knockup stream had happened. And then it was basically saying like, oh, I wouldn't be surprised after this reverie we get another island that's shot out of the sky, and apparently it was shot to oblivion. But neither here or there. The point is that that they will never meet again. That's a One Piece example of what the end of the first world, second world is, and it makes you wonder how that gets rectified, right? Like Nolan and Kagara can never meet again, right? Or how will they meet again?
I think I know who the third world representative is that could meet again.
Okay.
Zoro and Kuina. Okay, sorry. Keep on going, Par. Forget I said anything.
dude.
Zoro and Kuina, they didn't meet. They were supposed to hang out together and become great swordsmen, but Kuina couldn't meet it, dude. She died. They need to meet again. We need Dr. Hogg back to revive her.
Man killed the son by pushing him down the stairs.
Yeah, the man is just her dad. I love those series, man.
No. And then the third world, the sun god dances and laughs at the edge of the stairs. That's why you should never.
Yeah. The dad was laughing at her because she fell down and broke her bones.
That was terrible.
No. It's a One Piece story. People sometimes, I tell people I love the celestial dragons. I love the god knights, and like, oh, Sai, you love slavery. It's like, whoa, guys, it's a story. Chill. And then you look at their profile picture and it's like Kaido and it's like Doflamingo. Sai, you like Shamrock? Oh, you love slaves, don't you? It's like, all right, calm down, Kaido.
Kaido's top one in the verse, my favorite character. Yeah. It's like, whoa.
And he's over here he's like the Wano Hitler.
Yeah. At least the Celestial
and everybody
Dragons.
else.
At least the Celestial Dragons treat their kids nicely. What?
Yeah, that's so
they're
funny,
not imprisoning their own children. They're imprisoning other people's children.
Blackbeard, top one of the verse. Blackbeard's my favorite. But Sai, you like Holy Knights? My God, you monster. It says a lot. So somebody said that they're like, it says a lot about you, Sai. I was like, and then you look at them, they got Blackbeard laughing.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Blackbeard's like, funny. I want to be a part of the world government. I want to join the world government. What do we say then?
Yeah. It's just
it looks like Sai got your
respond,
favorite character too now. Like,
yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, Shanks is one of us, buddy. Say goodbye to your number one trump card.
So going back to the Mural thing.
Ooh.
Do you think that I'm of the mindset, I didn't say it when in stream, but like, do you think that the Mural is the reason why Loki thinks that he's the sun god? Because he doesn't realize that the sun god's over there, but like there's a giant that looks exactly like him right there, and like he's probably like, oh yeah, that's me. I'm the sun god. Like there's no point on the mural that says like this is the sun god. You know what I mean? Like they have descriptions of sun god dancing or whatever, but like there's not. If you were to take...
Loki has white hair in that picture, right? So maybe he looks at it like, yeah, no, that's the white hair they're talking about, huh?
Yeah,
what are you guys on about?
Like he can look at Luffy, but the thing is, like I said, like the mural doesn't tell you who the sun god is, and like I don't know what, like, you know what also. Okay, it's not that it bugs
Which came first, Loki or the hat?
What do you mean? Oh,
because Loki's hat fits that guy's hat exactly.
Yeah,
so it kind of makes you wonder, like, wait, did Loki get the hat because he saw the mural, or did he have the hat before the mural?
Right.
Because that would say a lot, right?
This and I said it before, this giant also is one of the main reasons I like your version of it, because I'm not a hater of it, but I much rather prefer that we don't just get like carbon copy mirrors in the past that are like slightly different, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so I like that version, that this is just Loki and this is the future, and that would also explain why Loki thinks he is that, because he believes that is the sun god of the past, but this is the image of the prophesized future, and so if he's living up to like that thing, he thinks he's the sun god. And the thing that, like, again, it doesn't bother me, but I'm just a little confused because like when they say like are Elbaf's legends, right?
Yeah.
And like like the Harley text, and we see this giant book, right? Is this all that was written? Like, is this all of it, or is there more? Are we gonna get
I think
more?
this is it, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is it.
This giant.
I mean, you gotta
book
remember.
is three-
Look at Saul. He opens the book to a random page, and that's it. He opens the book to a random page. He says the book has 3 sections, and then Robin reads all 3 sections with that one page. It's anime logic. We don't question that one. This is the whole book.
Yeah, I was just like, bro, this can't be it. Like, imagine the Bible was 3 pages and people lived on it for 2,000 years or whatever, you know, like that'd be crazy, right? Like
Yeah.
imagine like One Piece is so crazy because it's 1,100 chapters. Imagine One Piece is 3 pages. Imagine someone summarizing One Piece in 3 pages.
I think you could do it.
And then they live by it, and then they try to come up with legends based off of 3 pages of the book. Imagine I gave you 3 pages of One Piece, and you have to now construct your theology of the world and how the world sees the new dawn and create a religion around it, because they Selma, and they have 3 pages. And they're like, "Oh, Nika, you're our savior.
It'd be like that sometimes, man. We got this. I would just write, Luffy stretches Sun Man, beats Moon Guy. That's it. And then you could have like you could draw like a lot. I mean, what they have like what at least 30 characters in this image. We could draw 30 characters that are relevant, right?
Yeah, but this isn't the Harley text.
Oh, true.
Some kid read the book. What the fuck? This shit's short
I'd rather
as hell.
a clearer message than just like, oh, like the poem we're getting today. Like the earth was, there was fire here. The forbidden sun, they touched it. They prayed. It's like, okay, no.
Yeah,
be more straightforward, Harley. Come on.
Which is also funny because like you read like the Norse prose Eddas or whatever they're called, like those poems, those motherfuckers are long sometimes. Like the wiki just gives you like an excerpt of them, and like they're all no offense. All right, I'm gonna be really rude, but like, man, even when they translate the English, I don't understand.
The classic racism.
Yeah. Sorry. I remember because like I completely butchered the words I was saying in like Old Norse, like to the point it was my dyslexia. I completely butchered one of the realms, and someone said like, okay, I understand Par mispronouncing this one, but he literally just didn't. And like I went back, and my entire script was just written flipped, and the wiki page is right there. I was like, my dyslexia is going crazy right now. And but then a bunch of people are like, Par, it's fine. I speak it, and it's still hard to pronunciate. So
it'd be like that, dude.
Yep.
Here's one of the final questions we'll hit. But what do you think those guys are holding when they go down into the ground with the halos? I think it's soul energy. What'd you say?
I plead the fifth.
I think it's soul energy or something like that. I think
I have an answer. I shared it with somebody, and I mentioned it on stream, but I kept it cryptic because I didn't want people to like clue in on it. But when I showed someone else, they're like, "Oh, this is it," and I was like, "Yeah, it's like one of those things that like people probably not like because they don't like the scene." But to say soul energy isn't that crazy because it's the same thing. Like at the end of the day, Oda's depicted soul, hope, dreams, all in the same light. Like when you think about the Wano characters giving up their lights, and like you could depict it like this. I think of, like you're saying, the soul. The image I think we talked about on the stream was when Big Mom's like ghosts, the ghouls, were like collecting the souls and like the lifespan tax, and they like had a basket of ball energy that was like glowing. It's very like you could depict it. The one truth is that we've never seen like this kind of like shape per se.
Yeah.
But like it does just look like a ball of energy type of thing, right? And and when we talk about what Vegapunk contextualize energy as, all energy can be converted into fire, and what we see is these people coming out of a city and being conveyed up and down, up and around, and putting it back in, and what's coming out of those buildings? Smoke, and presumably fire is inside. And so like Vegapunk was also saying like, yeah, everything is fire. You can convert anything to fire, and you can create energy. And if this were the ancient kingdom, makes sense. They would need something like that if they had the Mother Flame, or they needed to supplant the Mother Flame. Like that might be like an ultimate like curse or curse or stain on the history. Sorry, that that exists, is that there was a lot of life that was sacrificed, and it was misremembered possibly as someone caused that sacrifice. Or it could be that like someone, like all the people were willing to sacrifice themselves, but like the person who ruled them was given like they were attributed that like you sacrificed all your people for this. That's awful, you know what I mean? But like he was like, we needed to win the war, and we didn't have the Mother Flame, and everybody went on side, and they were demonized for that, right? It could be something as complex as that, and that would be like, yeah, like if they needed to win the war, there was no Mother Flame, and then like you had all the Skypeans, for example. I imagine when they were going to Enel, they were ready to die. If you had asked them like, hey, would you give up your life to stop Enel and save this place for some people?
Yes.
They probably would, right? The samurai on Onigashima, they were literally like, I will lay down my life here so that like my wife and kids in Flower Capital will survive, right? That's probably what's happening here. And then like imagine, okay, so like imagine like, you know, the like, I'm not saying this is what happens, but like Joyboy comes out of the Onigashima's in ruins, like the wife and kids come out, and they just see the corpses of all their husbands just and fathers, and like Luffy's just standing over them like, we won. And then like what are the sam like if all the samurai died, like would they consider Luffy a hero?
Probably not.
It would be harder.
I mean,
to
he would still be
that.
a hero, but yeah, it would be harder to accept.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like it could and that's why like this image, some a few people believe that Noah is on top, like the upward image on the backdrop is Zunisha.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us are on that boat. We can obviously understand.
I'm on the
also
boat.
Zunisha.
I think it's Zunisha. I mean, bro, that trunk is like, I don't know.
Okay.
But the oars are weird though. Like I see why it's not Zunisha, but I could see why it is Zunisha. I just don't like. It's a kid's drawing. This kid's stupid.
Yeah. Okay, so on stream you were saying you don't see Zunisha yet, but like that's something that as we accept the image, it's like, is that Zunisha or whatever. But I'm also looking at it now, obviously way different than when I saw it at the first time, and I'm like, because especially with the oars, I'm like, is the whole thing a boat? Like the whole thing, like it might be like the conveyor belt might not be like, that might be a separation in our eyes, but on the front, like if you piece together the whole thing, that would look way more like a boat. Like the front part is the front part of the ship, there's like the mast thing, and the back end is the thing, and like that could be like a Pluton-esque or like whatever warship that they had.
It just looks strange to me. I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, we sat that. I mean, I think a lot of people agreed that this part is like the most cryptic. We have no idea what's happening with the people.
Yeah,
we have no idea what they're carrying.
The right side is so weird. Oh, I will say though, I think one of the reasons why, like the Earth God was enraged. I think the reason why he was enraged that the sun god appeared is because that meant that they would go back to relying on the sun for their fuel source rather than slave labor. And I think the reason why the Earth God didn't like that is because of pollution. Because in the far right, you see those buildings producing smoke. So maybe the Earth God's like, whoa, you're gonna kill me. I can't breathe over here, man. I think that could be a good reason why the Earth God did not like the sun.
Yeah. I think the pollution route makes a lot of sense. I remember bringing it up on the stream about like, I think someone super chatted like saying like, oh, like it could be like Wano being a microcosm for a lot of stuff, and like, you know, the ramifications of what the industrialization did. Unleashed industrialization could do is interesting, and what's interesting too is that it might not be like that, could be smoke, but also Vegapunk was emphasizing the importance of clouds, and like it could be clouds. It might not. I'm only saying that because it's like, you know, even the fire was depicted with the shading and like plumes. I don't know. I don't remember Wano, like how Oda depicted the clouds there, but I'm pretty sure it's white on white. But it could be that shaded clouds would mean pollution, whereas the white clouds, it could mean just like regular clouds, which are being insanely emphasized on Elbaf. Yeah, and so another thing with the ship too that's odd to me is the person standing on the front. I feel like that
Yeah.
person's so important, and it's the only notable person on that side. Who do you think that is? You think
Shoot, I
that's the
have
Earth
no
God?
idea who that is. Let me
Yeah,
see.
like for
I held a poll on that. I have the answer for what people voted on.
hmm
Let me see here.
yeah, because my take was Emu. Like again, reactionary. That was Emu. It's the only character that looks like the Emu that we see. Obviously, I
Yes.
understand the left monster being Emu, right? But then I also took in like, yo, like that's the only character on the right side. There's nobody really else besides like the drone, like putting up the soul stuff, like
So
the background characters, right? So I was like,
54% said emu, and then 46% said someone else. And I think it could
mm,
be emu too. I think the idea that we came up with was that maybe this is Zunisha's crime. Maybe back during the Void
yes,
Century, Emu and Zunisha were working together, or Zunisha did something for Emu, and that is why Zunisha feels the need to punish themselves.
yeah. And the other, like, if in my interpretation of this being the whole second world, is that Emu was in charge of something in the background, and Emu was given like a large task, and behind everyone's back, essentially, betrayed them. And
Yeah.
that's where this the reality is, again, it's the only person on that side, and that's what Emu is. Emu is the only person really like the other people are just following, like Celestial Dragons, Navy, they're just following, right? That's the outset. But like Emu being the leader of that, as for contrasted with Nika, Loki, everybody else. Why is this one person there, and why are they so important, and who are they? And and one of the reasons why I like the idea that the monster on the left side is like an emu thing, maybe the transformation was like a beginning stage of that, is because like emu end stage villain, everyone's fighting emu. I like that idea. That idea makes sense. When read the chapter through like normally, and Ripley said the whole cooperation thing, I immediately like, oh, what are they fighting? Like when they said cooperating, I said like, oh, sounds like they're fighting against something. Like it sounds like whatever he's seeing,
You mean the cultural
they're all,
exchange?
yeah, the cultural exchange. They're all culturally exchanging their lives to fight against something. Like how you wouldn't, like, if someone just said like, oh, they look friendly, you wouldn't. It's ironic that the cultural exchange thing, because I literally said like you wouldn't, the term, oh well, look, all these races are friendly, that you could just depict everyone holding hands, right? Versus cooperating, they're working towards something. And because of the way the snippets look, those images, I was like, oh, maybe they're fighting, right? And immediately I'm thinking like a Top Musica thing. That's always in the back of my mind when it comes to end stage One Piece, where it's like some like connected relevant thing, but also like separate demonic monster that's like tied to the devil fruits, that's like because Uta's thing was like niche. It was a monster that was revived through the runes depicted. I have to rewatch film Red, but from what I remember, Robin and the Straw Hats went like underground. They went to some hieroglyphic like area. Brooke was like reading the music notes, and Robin was like, "Oh, I could read this." And she basically described what Top Musica was, and saying like, "Oh, this was revived from this music."
Yeah.
And that's why like Uta's in this like situation. And so like Top Musica wasn't like a manifestation of her power per se, but her power was capable of reviving Top Musica through this separate music, powerful primordial thing. And that's where I'm like, okay, maybe like some of the stuff here, like I'm maybe these things are things we've never even talked about, like this monster on the left, the monster on the top, monster on the right. They're like these primordial things that Oda has been propping up, whether it be music or like space and time, like some crazy stuff like that, dreams and dimensions. Like one of these could be a dimensional monster or something like that, or a planetary monster that's like way beyond like the scope of what the story Oda wants to cover is. But um when I look at like the left side and I see how like minuscule Nika is, and Poseidon is just like a tail and a crown, and that's an ancient weapon, and I'm like, what if Oda does that with Emu too? right? And then the reality is that there's no Blackbeard anywhere, right? And like you said, like maybe Blackbeard is that ship that's sailing against everybody with the monster. And like I like that for other reasons too. But the reality is like some of our main characters are not emphasized the way like we had thought they would be. And there's these way larger things that we can't even like wrap our heads around that are existing here. So maybe that one person on the right side that has like no notoriety is just Emu, which would make sense because Oda has only given us a shadow anyways. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Also,
yeah.
from Artur's version of the translation, a small distinguishment, but I thought it was kind of cool. But at the very end, where they say they will never meet again, he actually says it's like plural. So the way they say it is he and they could not meet again. So he and they. So one person, male, plus multiple people, or potential multiple people on the other end.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, so he and they. So it could be like maybe somebody in their crew, maybe, I think. But it could still be singular. Apparently, it's like ambiguous. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, it's like I said, it's so you can't really like. There's a lot of ways to interpret this, man.
Is this Japanese or is this Oda? Like in meaning in
His
the
own
sense
language.
of like, is he a master? Like, is you know how like okay, this is like a little obtuse, but you know how we look at like abstract art and we're like, oh,
no,
look at the meaning behind
this is
this guy's a genius.
Art. I hate abstract art, bro.
Yeah, there's some and like modern art. Like there's
even modern
I think
art
that
too.
there's a gray area of some abstract art and some modern art that has the same gray area where we like randomly put meaning that probably never existed and this guy was not like
but
that
that's
crazy.
The point of the art, Par. It's so that everybody has their own meaning. Come on.
versus
Everybody invokes a different emotion.
Versus there is abstract art that like we've determined, like there's mathematical genius behind it and like algorithms that like, whoa, is this coincidence?
Yeah.
No, this guy was a genius. Like that's different. That's way different. And that's what I'm trying to wonder. It's like, is Oda like, is he just cracked or is he just falling into greatness? Because did he mean to be so ambiguous in that last line that we don't even know what it's saying? Like, and we're like, oh my god, I don't understand what he's saying. So this is so smart of him. Like, it's like I 100% get why like people outside the fandom like could listen to this conversation and like, so what I gather is they're not Japanese, they're trying to read all the translations, they have no understanding of a correct translation, but they still think this guy is amazing. Like
that's how it be sometimes, man. Which
yeah.
With that being said, anything else you want to end off on before we head out of here?
I guess we should I think this is a hot time to continue the tradition, which we normally do when it's like hype like this. But this is the unprecedented 4th chapter in a row. Sai, what do you think is coming in the 4th chapter?
I can't say because I saw a Reddit post hint gifs while we were filming.
What? Already?
Yep. The new chapter, it's around the corner, Par. I already saw the hints.
Oh no.
Yep. So you can't. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to spoil anybody. So, what do you think's coming, Par? if you're wrong, I'm gonna effing laugh at you, man.
I think that's Scopper Gaban is gonna show up.
You're gonna keep on going.
I think Ange is gonna tie up all the kids. Wait, why are you laughing at? Wait, Ange's gonna tie up the kids? No. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, maybe that does happen though.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Sai. Yeah, laughing at
laughing at everything you say, just to throw ambiguity up there. You don't know what's coming.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start saying all of your theories and see if you can keep laughing at them. And then Recycle Cur is gonna come into the story.
Oh no, the Recycle Cur.
And then the 9 Vice Admirals are gonna come and stop Luffy.
Whoa. The 9 Vice Admirals aren't depicted in the mural, so this has to be not the third world then, right?
Oh my god. Wait, Sai. What if they are the 9 Vice Admirals?
Ooh.
1.
Yeah.
Yo, we got 9.
The 9
There's-
vice admirals versus Emu. One of them gets the sun god Nika. So one vice admiral kills Luffy, gets the sun god Nika fruit. The other one becomes a giant and takes Loki's head and his crown, or his helmet, I guess. Another one commandeers Emmet. It could just be bluegrass. She can ride things. She's riding Emmet. Oh my god, it's where we got it. And then one of them transforms into a Lunarian. Yeah, we got it. We cracked the code.
Easily.
So
I will say one thing that I think it's like I'm not gonna say I blame Oda for this, but I do a little bit, is that like the half moon, full moon, all that stuff, and like the Sulongs feel so irrelevant to like this lore when they should not be at all. But like, cause like I don't know, that this is tied to so much, and like they're like, I can barely tell which one is Lunarian, like, not Lunarians, Sulong.
Oh, so, I gotta say, shout outs, no Buccaneers here because and again, another reason why I think it's the third world. No Buccaneers here because they're all dead except for Kuma. True. And also no long arm or long legged people. So hopefully there's another culling tournament and we get them out of the world. I don't think anybody would be mad about that, right? Hey. If the long arm and long leg tribe died, but we get a modern day God Valley, would anybody be mad? Tell me. I don't think anybody would. What's up?
What if Gunko is long arm, long leg, and
she
got our limbs pulled off, and that's why she has bandages?
I don't believe that theory.
Damn, you just don't want to believe it for this specific
No, it doesn't
moment.
make sense. Gunko's long arm, long leg. She got her limbs pulled off and she has bandages. No. I think she's just the bandage girl. But yeah, I say a lot of people would be willing to sacrifice a race in One Piece for a modern God Valley.
Sai, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No.
What happened?
Sai, where are you?
Oh, I'm assuming the connection died.
You could probably hear me. I don't know if you could see me.
I could see you. So I think that's a good place to end the video.
Yeah.
They will never meet again. Ah! The video's over. Ah! Also, real quick before we head out, shout outs to Leonardo Felipe. I hope that's how you pronounce it. He says he wants us to break down and review every episode of Jimmy Neutron because there's a sequel coming out soon. And
wait, there already was one, right? With Sheen?
Well, that's a spin-off, but there's going to be an actual sequel, and that was announced, like, I think 30 minutes ago.
What?
So yeah, shout outs to Jimmy Neutron getting a sequel. We did that, by the way.
You mean right when I mentioned Recycle Kerr, they announced... Oh my god.
They mind wrote, dude. And also shout out to Bradley Ellis. He's a big fan of us, and he does Summon Sign, the podcast that does gaming stuff, which I'm a big fan of as well. So shout outs to multiple people. Yeah, multiple people. Love y'all. And we will catch you all next week because there's no break. So
no break. I need
live
breaks,
it up.
But I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for a break week.
Yeah.
Except for a break week.
Please.